Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Butcher Mutant Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku grit his teeth when his alarm started blaring at him. He turned his back to it in the hope it would get the hint and turn itself off. He sat there trying to ignore it for a few more seconds before he pried his eyes open. All Might's shining grin drilled into him until he could no longer justify laying uselessly in bed. "You win again, All Might," Izuku grumbled to the poster as he swatted at his alarm. He dragged himself to the bathroom to fix his bedhead in an attempt to hide the evidence of him staying up till 3 in the morning on sketchy quirk blogs again. After he finished up in the bathroom, he popped back into his room to put his uniform on and pack all of his schoolwork into his backpack. He decided to just carry his notebook in his hands, in case he had a stray thought over breakfast. He scowled at the bruises littering his arms that became visible as he pulled on his shirt. "Stupid bullies," he muttered. He hissed when his sleeve rubbed over the red sheen of a burn on his forearm. "Stupid Kaken," he seethed a bit louder. He took a second to glare at the floor and calm his thoughts before he headed down to the kitchen to help his mom with breakfast. "Good morning, Mom," he said as he walked over to the cupboard to grab some coffee. "Good morning, sweetie," his mom responded. "If you're looking for coffee, I hate to say it, but we ran out." "Really?" Izuku groaned. Maybe it was a mistake to stay up late after all. "Don't worry, I'll pick some up on my way home from work this evening," she replied, and then, with a sly grin, added, "I'm sure you can go one day without a cup of coffee, Izuku. Besides, it's your own fault for staying up so late." Izuku rolled his eyes slightly before he responded, Yeah, Mom, just because you go to bed at 9 doesn't mean I have to as well." He grabbed some plates and utensils on his way over to the table. He tossed his hero notebook down before heading over to the fridge to grab a container of orange juice. He had to maneuver around his mom, who was spooning some eggs onto their plates on his way back. Once he sat down, he poured some juice for his mom and then filled his own glass. "Thanks for breakfast," he mumbled around a bit of toast. "You're welcome, dear." He noticed her eyeing his hero notebook with a hint of disapproval. He hastily slid it into his backpack. "You have your career aptitude counseling for school coming up in a few weeks, right?" she asked him. "Yes?" Izuku answered hesitantly. "Do you have any new ideas for it?" "Well, you know I'm going to put UA as my first choice no matter what. Other than that, I don't really know. I suppose I could put Shinketsu or one of the other hero schools on as well." Izuku rambled even though he knew that was exactly what his mom wouldn't want to hear. "Honey, I know you want to be a hero, but you should maybe have some backup choices in case it doesn't work out." She had the same look of worry in her eyes that she always did when he brought up his dream of being a hero. He scowled at the table and then said, "I know I can do it, Mom. I can get in even without a quirk. I'll just have to work harder is all." Internally he was questioning if that was true. He could theoretically get into one of the other schools quirkless as they have less rigorous entrance exams. That would also serve the dual purpose of avoiding Kaken's ire in the future. However, he really wanted to go to UA. She didn't look overly happy about it, but he knew she would try to avoid directly announcing her dissatisfaction with his choice. As he had predicted, she unsubtle changed the subject. "Speaking of your quirk, I think we should consider taking you back in to see a quirk specialist. It has been a few years since we last had you checked. Maybe something has popped up." He sighed quietly before he replied, "You know that's pretty much pointless, Mom. There's no way I'm getting a quirk at this point, and I refuse to waste effort hoping for one. We shouldn't waste our time going back to hear the doctor say the same thing." He stood from the table and grabbed his bag before heading over to the door. He stopped with his hand on the hand before giving in and tossing a goodbye over his shoulder. After the door shut behind him, he sighed once again. She kept insisting that a quirk could randomly show up. The toe joint was a very good indicator of quirk lessons, but it wasn't perfect. He could still theoretically have one, but the odds were so small that it would do him no good to wait at this point. And even if he did have a quirk, it would have shown up by now. He kicked at a pebble as he walked past the old park that he used to play at before his quirk didn't show up. After that, it wasn't worth the effort to even go, when it would just mean more opportunities for Kakin and his cronies to beat him up. Finally, he reached that last crosswalk before the school. He hurried his pace slightly when he saw Kakin turning the corner down the road. In the hopes of avoiding him until class started, Izuku took a detour to the bathroom. No point in tempting fate by sitting in class for a few extra minutes, after all. Once the warning bell rang, he quickly walked over to class and slid into his seat. The teacher gave him the stink eye for cutting it so close to the bell. But then again, he would probably find a reason to glare at Izuku if he was doing something wrong or not. Morning classes dragged on as usual. The teacher lacklusterly droned about this or that. At some point, some kids started passing notes. It ended when one landed on Kakin's desk, and he incinerated it with a quick blast of his quirk. Of course, for a future hero, the teacher didn't even bat an eye despite the blatant public quirk usage. For lunch, Izuku took his food to a corner of the school near the bathroom he'd hid in that morning. This wing of the school mainly had second and first years, and they were all in class in that moment. After eating, he headed back to the classroom a little bit early to avoid giving the teacher another thing to chastise him about. Izuku was slightly nervous about history after lunch, seeing as they were getting their tests back. He wanted his score to beat Kakin's. He was pretty sure he had it, and if he did, then he would have finally taken the top spot in class back. The victory was sweet when he saw Kakin's 97 compared to his own, and it was even sweeter seeing Kakin notice the same thing. Fingvu, Izuku heard Kakin mutter when the teacher walked off to the other side of the classroom. Unfortunately, the good feeling didn't last long since he knew that Kakin would just take his anger out on him once class got out. Izuku tried to rush out of the classroom when the bell rang but got slowed down by the rush of bodies out the door. He considered hiding in the bathroom again but quickly discarded the idea in fear of Kakin catching on to where he always disappeared to between classes. He had managed to make it to the park midway between school and his house when Kakin finally caught up to him. "Why are you running away, Deku?" Kakin snarled at him. Izuku nervously checked the light to see if it had turned green yet before responding. I'm not running away, Kakin. I'm just hurrying home is all." "Yeah, right, you loser. Don't get a big head just because you scored better than me on some stupid test." Kakin sneered at him before adding under his breath, "You only got that score since you're such a effing nerd anyways." "That's not true, Kakin. I did better than you because I worked harder. That's all," Izuku said, nervous about defending himself. Kakin's scowl deepened at that before he shouted, "What was that? You think you're better than me?" Kakin placed a smoking hand on his shoulder, and Izuku winced. Kakin leaned closer to him and said, "You don't have a snowball's chance of ever beating me at anything that actually matters." He shoved Izuku out of the way before heading to cross the road. He cursed when he saw that it was still red. While they waited, Izuku tried to subtly inch away from him. Unfortunately, Kakin noticed his movement and turned back to him. His eyes traveled down to the notebook that Izuku was still holding on the off chance he saw any quirks on the way home. Izuku saw Kakin's weight shift an instant before he swiped at it and hopped back towards the road to avoid it. He moved the notebook out of the way when Kakin swiped at it again. He seemed to be getting annoyed at missing if the furious expression on his face was anything to go by. Izuku thought that Kakin had given up when he relaxed, but it was a bluff. He abruptly darted forward, and Izuku failed to react in time. They had a brief tugging war, which Izuku promptly lost when Kakin held up a sparking palm. Izuku waited for his quirk to go out and lunged at him to try and get it back before it exploded. Kakin shoved a hand into his face and held him away from it. "Give that back, Kakin," Izuku said, trying to fight his eyes, which had begun watering in frustration. "Or what, Deku, are you going to cry on me?" Kakin taunted. Kakin took a step towards Izuku and shoved him again. "You wouldn't be able to beat me for 100 years, even if you had a quirk." Kakin waved the notebook around tauntingly before pushing him again. "You will never be anything but some quirkless nobody, so there's no point in carrying this piece of sheet around with you." Izuku had to take a step back towards the road to avoid falling over. "Just a useless Deku," Kakin finished and shoved him one last time before turning to leave. But as Izuku stumbled backward, His foot got caught on a bottle left lying on the sidewalk and was sent flailing over into the road. Kaken's eyes widened, and he screamed, "Deku, move," as he rushed forward. It was only then that Izuku noticed a vehicle barreling at him. The last thing he saw before being struck by the truck was Kaken's horrified expression. Then all he felt was burning pain across most of his body and a weird ripping sensation. And finally, the sensation of his mind being engulfed by all-encompassing darkness before being whisked away. Katsuki just stood there staring as it happened. 1 second Deku was on the sidewalk, the next he was lying on the road in a puddle of blood. He ran over to him, barely paying attention to where his feet landed. He stumbled to his knees next to Deku and put his hand near his nose to check for breathing. Nothing. He lowered his ear down next to see if he could hear anything. Still nothing. "Deku, wake up," he yelled as he lightly shook his shoulder. He looked up frantically when he heard tires on the pavement. In the distance, the truck was going around the bend. He felt anger surge through him, knowing that the driver did not even stop to see what they hit. He began to taste bile in the back of his throat, looking at Deku's lifeless face. His eyes had already taken on a glassy sheen. He moved closer to the body and started shaking him again, screaming, "Wake the F up, Deku! Wake up! You can't have died to a goddamn truck." He felt like an idiot when he realized he'd never even called an ambulance. With shaky hands he pulled his phone out of his pocket and dialed. He barely noticed the bloody fingerprints on the screen as he brought it up to his ear. 119, what's your emergency? He tried to speak, but the words got caught in his throat. Still he managed to tell the operator in a choked voice, "Send an ambulance." "Sir? Where are you and what's your emergency?" "We're on F-." Katsuki looked around desperately for a road sign. Spotting one, he told the operator the closest intersection. "How long until they get here?" "I don't have an exact estimate on the time. It will likely be a few minutes until help can get there. But first, I need you to tell me what happened." "He's not breathing. He got hit by a FING truck and he's not breathing. And he's got blood everywhere." "Does he have a pulse?" Katsuki lowered the phone from his ear and bent over to place his fingers on Deku's wrist, feeling nothing. He moved them to his neck and dug in his fingers in an attempt to find any sort of pulse. "Come on, you beast, you can't be dead," he muttered under his breath. He felt his eyes start to burn, staring down at the blood still sluggishly seeping out of the split where Deku's head had hit the pavement. "What was that, sir?" the operator asked, sounding slightly confused. "He doesn't have a pulse." His voice cracked halfway through the sentence. He noticed the phone screen had tears mixed in with the blood. He dropped the phone on the ground and stared distantly at Deku's lifeless face. He hardly noticed the emergency operator's voice asking for him over the ringing in his ears. He must have zoned out because he started out of his stupor to the sound of sirens blaring next to him. He looked up to see paramedics jumping out of the ambulance, 2 of them bringing over a stretcher. A paramedic crouched down to start assessing Deku's condition. She gently tried to pry his hand off where he had unconsciously grabbed onto Deku's shoulder. He squeezed harder before realizing that he needed to let go for them to have any chance of helping. One of them, a man with 2 sets of eyes, walked over to him and lightly tapped him on the shoulder. "Excuse me, sir, but could you please identify him?" "Deku," Katsuki stated quietly. "Deku? Any family name?" Izuku Midoriya." "Do you know his next of kin's contact information?" He felt his stomach drop when he thought about Auntie Inko. He had just murdered her only son. She would be heartbroken. The paramedic lightly shook his shoulder when he saw Katsuki start breathing faster. "You need to take some deep breaths." Katsuki jerked away from him and started counting his breaths. He began holding it for several seconds and then letting it out slowly. "Good, that's better. Now can you tell me what happened here?" Looking up at the paramedic, he realized that if he told him what really happened, he would basically be confessing to murder, accidental or not. Instead of responding, he just stared back to where Deku was being loaded into the ambulance. "Can you give me a parent or guardian's phone number so I can call them to come get you?" the paramedic prodded. Katsuki shook his head and took a few steps away from him. The paramedic tried approaching him again, but Katsuki had already made up his mind to leave after seeing the doors of the ambulance slam shut. He turned around and ran. Not really noticing where he was going, he tripped a few times but never enough to make him stop. A mantra of sheet 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 ran through his head as he ran away. He couldn't deal with this. He was never going to be a hero now. Murderers couldn't be heroes. He had almost made it to the old creek they used to play in, when he heard something odd in his head. Where am I? The pause. What's going on? Why am I running? The voice sounded scared and confused, but other than that he couldn't make out any details. Deciding that he was hallucinating, he ignored it and didn't respond. Hey, can you stop? Whoever this is running, he heard the voice say. Under its breath, he heard it mutter, maybe my body was hijacked or something, or maybe a mind control quirk? Hello? The voice asked, this time a little louder. What the hell? Katsuki panted, looking around to make sure there was nowhere else for the voice to be coming from. Kaken? It said, sounding surprised. What's going on? Deku? Oddly enough, as soon as he recognized the voice as Deku's, it started to sound exactly like him. He stopped running in surprise. Why is your voice in my effing head, Deku? I don't know. I'm as confused as you are. What happened? You're dead, that's what happened. He put his hands on his head and took a few steps backwards. Now I'm imagining your voice in my head. Oh, right, the truck. Deku suddenly sounded much more forlorn rather than confused. But if I'm dead, why did I wake up in your head? What the hell makes you? He started to shout, but then realized that there were a few families walking nearby giving him strange looks. What the hell makes you think I would know? He continued quietly under his breath. Turning round and walking down the stream away from the parents and kids, he asked Deku, what is the last thing you remember? He was still unsure that this was really happening. Well, you were yelling at me and you shoved me. I remember tripping on a bottle or something and falling into the road, but that's about it. Deku paused for a moment and then added, I remember this weird tearing sensation, almost like I was floating away. Katsuki internally panicked, still thinking that he might be going crazy imagining the voice of his now dead childhood friend. He felt the sweat that had built up from his impromptu run turn cold at the thought. Well, there is an easy way to test it. I will say something you don't know, but I do. That is also something you can verify. Fine, tell me something then. Katsuki's heart was beating loudly, the frenzied pace amplifying the sound of it rushing past his eardrums. He could hear Deku muttering as he thought about his answer, before finally responding with an excited, oh, I know. My hero notebook on page 35, there is a section on Kamui Woods. There should be a bit talking about if making wood makes his appetite increase towards the end of the page. And where the hell is your notebook, Deku? That was a stupid idea. He unconsciously gritted his teeth. Even in his imagination, Deku was still a effing idiot. Hey, I'm not an idiot, Kaken. You do realize it's in your hand, right? Looking down at his left hand, he did indeed have Deku's bloody notebook clutched in a white-knuckled grip. He must have picked it back up after calling the ambulance. Feeling suddenly detached, he opened it up to page 35, and there at the bottom of the page was a section talking about Kamui Wood's appetite. What the hell? Katsuki burst out. Why the F would you be in my head, Deku? Deku was quiet for a few seconds before responding, I have a theory but it's iffy. You know how I never got a quirk? Under his breath he muttered, who am I kidding, you never left me alone about it, before continuing, what if I have a quirk that is like some kind of mind transference or something? Why the hell would it have never activated before then? Maybe it only activates on death? He could hear the false cheer in Deku's voice. But why would you end up in my head, then? Why not someone else's? Katsuki asked. Deku paused again to think before answering, I don't know, it could be anything. Maybe it was because you were closest to me or a similar age to me. It could be because you were the one to kill me, or it might be that I have known you for so long. Without a way to experiment, there would be no way to find out. I can only die once after all. He trailed off gloomily. I wasn't the one closest to you, that would have been the truck driver. And there are plenty of people around here closer to you in age. You have always been young for our grade. Katsuki, unfortunately, had a sneaking suspicion about the mystery behind Deku's quirk but really didn't want to say it. He somehow managed to feel the sensation of Deku nodding even though he was nothing more than a disembodied voice. Yeah, I agree, and I have known my mom way longer than you. Katsuki could tell from the silence that Deku had realized the same thing he had. After a pause, Deku continued, like I said earlier, it could be anything. Really, Kaken? There's no way to know for sure. Cut the sheet, Deku, I know you've already figured it out. Your quirk only activates upon death? Then it's more than likely that how it decides which head you end up in relates to your death too. Deku's thoughts were starting to feel sad. He said quietly, you think it's because you killed me, don't you? Katsuki said nothing, just gritting his teeth and concentrating on walking. It wasn't your fault, Kaken. There was no way for you to know what would happen. Of course it's my fault. You're shitty but Quirk seems to think so anyway. Katsuki was glad that nobody around him was noticing his one-sided conversation with himself. Well, we have no way to know for sure how my quirk works, so there is no reason to keep worrying about it. Deku paused for a second before continuing, man, it feels so weird to be talking about my quirk. So basically, you have some freaky but death quirk that only activates when you are killed and puts your consciousness in the head of whoever did you in? I really don't have very good luck, do I, Kaken? The worst. Hey, at least I'm not quirkless anymore. And what a great way to find out, being effing murdered. Izuku sighed dejectedly. Deku? Yeah. This is the worst FNG quirk I've ever heard of. Yeah, he repeated quietly. It had been about 20 minutes since Deku had woken up in his head, but it still surprised him a bit every time he would think something, and Deku would pipe up some reply. How long are you going to be in here then? God, he hoped he would be able to do something to get Deku back in his body or something. That way he wouldn't have actually killed him. Deku responded in a somewhat tart tone of voice, how would I know, Kaken? You know just as much about my quirk as I do, and there isn't much body left for me to go back to at this point anyways. Switching to a more consoling tone of voice he continued, and Kaken, I don't really blame you for killing me. I know you didn't mean to do it. And just think, I'm kind of still alive, so you're not a real murderer anyways. Damn it, Deku, stop reading my thoughts. It was creepy that not even his innermost thoughts were his own if Deku was paying attention. Katsuki had left the park by this point and was aimlessly wandering sidewalks. It was difficult to navigate when his stream of thought kept getting interrupted by the nerd piping up about this or that. He knew he needed to get home before his mom filed a missing persons report on him or something, but how could he? When doing so would make it so everyone he cared about knew what had happened. He would have to face Auntie Inko and tell her what he had done. And she would know he had murdered her little boy. What do I even tell her, Deku? I don't know either, Kaken. I never considered how I would tell my mother about my own death before today. And how would we tell her about this? Katsuki got the impression of Deku waving his hand around and gesturing. He assumed he was referring to the cohabitation of his head. She is going to be so sad. I don't even want to try to tell her about my stupid quirk or whatever this is. I think we should wait a little bit for her to calm down before breaking the news. Katsuki could feel the sadness leaking out of Deku in waves. It was a little concerning how much more sorrowful Deku was about his mom than his own dying. They are going to think I've FNG lost it. Yeah, the kid that I have known since birth just gruesomely died in front of me. Oh, by the way, Mom, I suddenly hear his voice in my head. Yeah, that will go over well. Katsuki quieted down to a low mutter as he rounded a corner to a more crowded intersection. Great, not only did he have him in his head but now he was forced to do a Deku impression while having a conversation. Kaken, I just thought of another thing, we probably shouldn't advertise this. You know how badly mental quirks are treated. You remember that guy who could make everybody around him feel different emotions based on the colors he was touching? Katsuki did. The boy had been a year ahead of them and had been ruthlessly bullied. People were afraid of him. And scared that he would mess with their minds. The teachers had made it so he wasn't allowed to wear colored clothes. He also was forced to wear gloves all the time. Your quirk doesn't affect people, Deku, all it does is make you a disembodied voice. He didn't want to think about all the people at school turning on him. All that boy's quirk did was make you feel a flash of emotion for a few seconds. That didn't stop people from bullying him into the ground. Kaken, my quirk is a voice in your head telling you things. People are going to be freaked out about it. Especially with the whole murder aspect of it. I can't just not tell people about it. What about my parents? Or your mom? Can't we tell them? He knew it would be hard, but they had to at least tell Auntie that Deku was still kinda alive. I'm just scared, Kaken. What if they report it and somebody decides it would be better to get rid of me somehow? His parents would mean well, but he could easily see them reporting it to the Quirk Registry. And if anybody important got involved, it could ruin his chances of becoming a hero, as well as Deku's chances of survival. You're right, we can't let anybody find out, for now at least, and we definitely can't tell anybody what really happened. We will tell my mom eventually though. Maybe in a few months, after you've proved that you're fine. I doubt they would even believe me. They would probably just think that I'm crazy instead. He kicked a can that had been left on the sidewalk. He then paused when he felt his phone ringing in his back pocket. He reached back for it with the hand not holding the notebook and looked at the caller ID. It was his mom, and she had already called 5 times apparently. He must have missed it during the confusion of figuring out what the hell was going on with Deku. Kaken, answer your phone. Deku said, sounding nervous. Katsuki didn't know what the F he was going to say to his mom about this whole ordeal, but it would be easier to talk to her now. He tapped accept, but had to do it again because the dried blood on the screen was messing with the touchscreen. Despite the conversations he had been holding with Deku for the last half hour, all he could get out was a subdued, Where the hell are you? The Imi said you ran off before he could talk to you. She sounded understandably upset. Honey, you need to get home, your father is there waiting for you, I'm with Inko at the hospital right now. Sheet. Of course they already know about it. He sped up his walking pace a bit. Yeah, okay, I'm heading home now. I'm sure Dad will call you when I get there. He was about to hang up on her when Deku blurted out a question. How is my mom? Realizing that there was no way his mother could have heard him through the phone, Katsuki repeated the question out loud. She is not doing so well, Katsuki. This is all so sudden, no one could have seen it coming. He could hear the tears in his mother's voice and found it disturbing as he had never heard his mom so much as sniffle before. She trailed off, obviously uncomfortable with the topic. I have to go. I'll see you soon, kiddo, stay safe. He heard the line go dead as she hung up. Putting the phone back in his pocket, Katsuki rounded the corner to the last stretch of road before his house. Do you really agree that I shouldn't tell them? I'm just gonna get away scot-free after killing somebody? This seemed to knock Deku out of his contemplation. I'm sure we will tell my mom eventually, but I don't want you to be treated like I was or worse. Katsuki felt a guilty lurch in his stomach at that. However, Deku sounded certain about it, so Katsuki would follow his decision. If it was what Deku wanted, it was the least he could do to honor him. Deku paused for a second before continuing with, and think about it this way, you have to make it up to me by becoming a hero, for both of us. The firmness in his voice reassured Katsuki about his decision. The sun had been streaming in from his windows for a few hours now, but Katsuki had decided not to go into school for a bit to avoid his no-doubt nosy classmates. Currently, Deku was trying to figure out additional aspects of his quirk. So far nothing had worked. Well, it is possible that the extent of my quirk could be mind transference upon death, and since there is no history of mind quirks in my family, there would be no way to figure out more. It is a total mutation after all. I just feel like I should be able to do more than that. God, don't you ever shut up? He muttered irritably under his breath. I'm trying to sleep. He had since figured out how to communicate with Deku without saying everything out loud, however it was too much work for when he was alone and didn't have to worry about being branded as crazy. It was actually rather strange how carefree Deku had been about the accident. Hell, Katsuki seemed to care more than Deku, and they were hardly on good terms. No, you're not sleeping, you're just brooding. Like you have been since I died. Katsuki scowled and bit out, why? The hell are you not bothered by this? I killed you and you barely seem to care. Yeah, I have been thinking about that too, I have a few theories about it. Sensing an oncoming mutter storm, Katsuki mentally prepared himself. Izuku started to ramble. It could be that because I no longer have a body I don't have the same hormonal and emotional responses. But I doubt that since I still feel emotions just like I used to. It could be that I haven't fully processed it yet, or most likely I think it has something to do with my quirk. Maybe it makes it so I am less concerned with the idea of my own death. The more Katsuki thought about it, the more the third option seemed the most likely. Quirks almost always adapt your body so you are not damaged from using it. Katsuki said, deciding that was the most likely explanation for Deku's nonchalant attitude. He flexed his hands, noting how he had never blasted the skin from his palms despite letting off explosions that could blast through a tree like tissue paper. Deku was quiet for a couple minutes before he finally said, "You should go get breakfast. Auntie and uncle seem really concerned for you." Katsuki knew that Deku was right and that he might as well get it over with, so he angrily stood out of bed and stomped over to the door before going downstairs to find some breakfast. He walked past his mom's office and noticed her intent on her work despite the bags under her eyes. He kept going until he found his dad at the kitchen table reading something on his phone. He too looked worn around the edges from lack of sleep. Both of his parents had been working to arrange Deku's funeral as Auntie Inko was in no state to do so. "Morning, Dad." "Good morning," his dad responded with. He then placed his phone down on the table face down. Katsuki gulped. His dad knew he hated talking over breakfast, and would usually keep reading until the food was gone before he started up a conversation. "Katsuki, you need to eat more. I know you feel guilty about Izuku, but you barely eat anything and pace around your room all night rather than sleeping. This is not a good way to handle your grief." Katsuki snatched up an apple and started eating it angrily, his stomach giving a loud groaning sound in hunger. He wasn't trying not to eat. It's just that with all the confusion over Deku, he could barely keep his head straight, much less remember things like eating. He barely even tried to sleep anymore, knowing it was futile. Izuku only slept for a few hours a night, and even though the nerd tried to stop them, his thoughts would get away from him and start zipping from one thing to another at lightning speed. It was a wonder Deku could even talk, giving the jumbled mess for a brain he had. But it definitely made it impossible for Katsuki to fall asleep. "Well, why don't you tell the old hag that she looks like she hasn't slept all week?" His dad looked disappointed by his pathetic attempt at redirecting the conversation and sighed before saying, "Your mother is not handling it well either. She has known Inko since they were in kindergarten. And Izuku since he was born. Did you know that Izuku's first word was, 'Auntie'? She didn't let Inko live it down for years." The small smile that had appeared on his face at the memory faded as the present reaffirmed itself. Katsuki hadn't known that. He had known that his mom and Auntie Inko were really close, but he didn't know how long they had known each other for. His mom must really be taking it hard. He wished he could tell them about Deku, but knew it probably wouldn't end well if he did. His dad removed his glasses to rub his eyes before replacing them. "I know you don't want to hear this and neither will your mother, but it would probably be good for all of us to talk to a therapist. Especially, Katsuki, I can see how much you blame yourself for Izuku's death. I don't know all the details of what happened. But it isn't healthy." He grew angry at the suggestion that he needed help for this. "I'm not weak, Dad. I don't need a shrink." His outburst probably didn't help his case, but he already had one idiot rooting around in his head. He hardly needed another. He decided to leave before his father could talk about it anymore. His dad sighed when he got up to leave but didn't try to stop him. 15 minutes later, he found himself at his favorite training spot, a small clearing of trees in the park near his home. It was far enough from the main paths that nobody would be able to hear his explosions. Plus, the small creek was there for him to cool off when he got too sweaty to easily control his quirk. "Hey, this is the spot we used to play at all the time when we were little." Deku had started talking again about halfway to the park. On one hand he was annoying as F-, but on the other he wasn't thinking about how his parents were going to think he was weak or something. Ignoring Deku, he began his stretches and warmed up before he trained. Once he let off the first explosion, Deku realized what he was up to and went into instant nerd mode. "These explosions are a lot bigger than usual, Kaken." Katsuki scoffed at the idea. Did the idiot actually think he went around using full-powered explosions at school? Deciding to clear things up for Deku now that it was impossible for him to tell anybody else, he started explaining during a resting PRD, I have to make those small explosions pretty often to burn up the excess sweat so it doesn't get all over everything and explode. Mom was said when my clothes started to blow up in the washing machine. He smirked at the memory. Ah, good times. Deku's chain of thought came to a halt, before he half yelled, "Wait? So all your sweat is explosive, not just the stuff on your hands?" He seemed excited about this for some reason. "Yeah, but it's completely useless because I can't detonate anything besides the stuff on my palms." He had considered the excess sweat but deemed most of it pretty useless and in the end more of an inconvenience than a boon. Deku seemed outraged at him for this. "Are you kidding me, Kaken? This could have so many uses, you could have some system to collect it to make bigger explosions." Katsuki was a tad irked that Deku thought he had not already thought of that. "What do you think, I'm some idiot?" "Deku, of course I thought of that. I was thinking I could have a gauntlet that collects the stuff on my arm to save for big explosions." Deku muttered some more about this and then said, "That's at least a good start. You could use some durable material so you could shape the explosions to different effects. Additionally, I think you should have sweat collection and places to release an explosion all over your body. Think about it, you already use your explosions to fly, why don't you put the same mechanism in your boots and maybe at your hips or something? That way, your hands are free." Deku kept going on about the details of such a device, but Katsuki was liking the idea more and more. He was going to need some sort of control mechanism for the devices, but this could open up quite a few options for combat and maneuverability. Katsuki had been going to school for about a week now, and still the faces of the people around school set him off. The false sympathies, averted gazes, and the total apathy of most of the student body infuriated him, but he knew if he had not known Deku for so long he might have reacted the same way. Of course, Deku's opinion on the matter didn't help him control his anger very much. "At least it's reassuring that they are treating me the same in death as they ever did in life." Deku almost seemed to be enjoying having somebody to bitch to about all of the mistreatments he had endured his entire life. The irritation that Katsuki felt about said bitching seemed to only fuel him on. Just because Deku had forgiven him for accidentally murdering him did not mean that he was entirely forgiven for the years of bullying. Deku, displaying his creepy ability to read Katsuki's thoughts whenever he pleased, responded a little bit indignantly, "It's not that I haven't forgiven you, Kaken. It's just that I feel like I can finally say whatever I want and there are no repercussions. It was never just you, Kaken. There were others that bullied me too and the teachers never took me seriously. I got into trouble for causing a scene more often than the others did for beating me up." Katsuki knew that quirkless discrimination was a real problem even if Deku technically wasn't quirkless the whole time. However, he knew that the only way he was going to have an impact on anything was as an established hero that people listened to. He got the impression that Deku was smiling at his idea. He had not brought up his and Deku's cohabitation to anyone as planned. But he knew with Deku's funeral tomorrow, he would have to see Auntie Inko. He might be tempted to tell her, he would have to be careful. He would likely just not talk to anyone. "We are going to be seeing Auntie tomorrow, what do you want me to say to her?" He knew that conveying Deku's words to Auntie would be the least he could do to make it up to both Midoriyas. "Tell her that you're sure that I wouldn't want her to be so sad at my passing and that I would want her to try to build her own life, one that I would be proud of." The feeling of sadness that Deku put out whenever the topic of Inko came up was both hard to bear and reassuring that Deku's quirk hadn't messed with his head too much. "Also tell her that I love her so much and that she was the best mom I could have ever asked for." When they got home that evening, he noticed that his mom had hung up the black suit for tomorrow up in his closet. He set down his school supplies next to his desk and got started on homework. He only did the bare minimum because with both him and Deku knocking around in his head the problems were laughably easy. After dinner and a shower he went to bed. Much like the rest of the week, it was not easy to go to sleep, but he was too stubborn to let his body decide when he would and wouldn't sleep, so he set Deku to counting sheep as he had found that worked even better than when he did it himself. They were in the thousands before he finally fell asleep. As he drifted off he heard a soft, "Good night, Kaken," coming from Deku. The day after Deku's funeral he was back at school turning in his stupid career aptitude form and cursing the teacher for wasting his time. He was glad the funeral was over. Very few people had bothered to show up, only the Bakugas and a few old ladies that ran shops near Midoriya's apartment that Deku had been friends with. He had delivered Deku's message, as well as any words he wanted to say to Inko himself. The day had been disgustingly cheerful with fluffy clouds and a warm breeze. He was kind of glad it was sunny though. Doom and gloom wouldn't have fit for Izuku's funeral even if he wasn't actually dead. Deku had been mostly silent that day, and Katsuki figured that it must be rather surreal to attend your own funeral. The teacher, for some reason, had decided to read out some of the choices students made, as if he had never heard of the idea of privacy. The oohs and ahs the extras made when the teacher stated that Katsuki would be going to UA felt hollow, especially after the teacher skipped over Deku's form as if it was never there. It's probably a good thing he didn't say what my plan was. After all, the class would probably just laugh at me, recently deceased or not. Deku said. Unfortunately, Katsuki had to agree with him on this. He knew all about Deku's hopes to go to UA. He didn't think that Deku would have been able to get in as he was without at least training for it. But that was no longer relevant. Him and Deku had been training almost every day, and he was amazed at the ideas given to him and found most of them useful. And Deku could notice things about his timing and movements better than he or any trainer ever could. It was amazing how fast he had started improving with the nerd along for the ride. On his way home he heard an explosion in the distance but decided to ignore it. Deku, however, insisted that they go over to check it out. Come on, we could learn something useful, maybe that will help us get into UA. Fine. But we better learn something amazing from this, Deku, or I'm not going to the next random explosion we see. Irritated at having to delay training, he turned down another road that took him through an underpass. When he was almost out he heard something move the hubcap behind him. He turned around and saw something oozing out. It was green with muck and sewage that had gotten stuck in it. Once it was completely out, he saw that it must be somebody's quirk as the slime monster had eyes, and as he watched, a mouth formed. The slime guy grinned when he caught sight of Katsuki. Ah, a perfect meat suit, there's no way he will suspect some random kid walking by. The slime suddenly surged forward and a tendril of the stuff grabbed onto his leg. Katsuki gagged at the smell. Remembering the new move he had been working on with Deku, he let off an explosion right next to his knees, the spark quickly igniting the sweat that had built up on his leg and blasted him away from the slime villain. The explosion itself did not do much to hurt the slime, but it did get him far enough away that he could run. He turned down a street that would take him to a crowded intersection in the hopes that some hero would be there. He hated being so weak, but he saw how little of an effect his explosions had on the slime and knew that whatever the villain had planned for him, he probably would not be able to win. Deku was analyzing the villain to see if there were any weaknesses he could exploit. Kaken, if he catches up, try aiming an explosion at his eyes. They seem to be solid enough to take damage. Why are there no people around here? If that fucker catches up, he better hope there is a hero around to save his sorry butt from me. Right before he reached the end of the alley onto the main road, he tripped when a disgusting arm of slime grabbed his ankle. He tried to send an explosion into the villain's eye, but the fucker was behind him so he couldn't see where to aim. Die, die, die. He screamed as he let off explosions. Suddenly Deku shouted, Kaken, close your mouth. He might try to choke you or something. Snapping his mouth shut, he let off another explosion in the hopes of alerting somebody nearby. He felt the slime going up his nose and tried to shake it out but could barely move at this point. The slime villain was getting increasingly agitated for some reason and said, Sorry kid, I don't have time to do this the usual way with that stunt you pulled running away. Katsuki could hear the smile in the villain's voice as he added, After all, it's so much easier to inhabit a dead body than a live one. Unfortunately, they start decaying after a day or two, so I will need a new one. Katsuki started setting off as big explosions as he could once he realized what the villain meant. He could barely hear Deku's screaming in his head over the terror and rage at the thought of his looming death. He felt the slime guy start twisting his head and tried to resist him, but knew it was pointless. He thought of his mother and father and how heartbroken they would be. He thought of Inko and how cruel it was for the families to have to lose both him and Izuku within a couple of weeks. His eyes watered when he realized he would never become a hero, he would just be remembered as some angry talented kid that was tragically killed by a villain. He saw a big blur with yellow hair and a booming shout rocketing towards him, right before he felt the slime villain give a final twist to his head. He heard a loud crack and then a tearing sensation and then nothing. Izuku tore himself out of the darkness as fast as he was able, but as soon as he fully came into consciousness he became aware of how terribly wrong everything was. None of the sensations he was feeling correlated to how he expected them to be. He struggled and tried to correct the sensations, but only realized he was unable to affect them. The events of the last few minutes played out in his head as he came to the terrible realization of what must have happened. Still groggy from waking, it took him a moment to orientate himself enough to peer out of the sludge villain's eyes. It must have been only a few seconds from when he had died for the second time this week, because the scene in front of him looked almost exactly the same as it had from his last perspective. That blur that Kaken had noticed was indeed All Might. However, instead of his signature grin, he was scowling with a furious glow in his eyes. Izuku would normally have been excited to see his idol, except for the fact that he was now on the receiving end of the livid number one. "How dare you, villain!" All Might yelled at the sludge villain. As he said this, he pulled back his fist. Izuku could feel the sludge villain's terror and knowledge that he truly had no way out. The villain dropped Kaken's body to the floor and tried to get out of the way of All Might's fist but was too slow. The shockwave hit the villain and ripped him apart. Izuku screamed at the immense pain of being split into 1,000 pieces. Through the pain, he could feel the sludge villain's confusion at his voice, but he couldn't care less if the villain noticed him or not. Izuku desperately started searching for Kaken's presence. He didn't hear any thoughts, but he thought he could feel a growing ball of rage floating next to him. The relief he felt was instant. Oh, thank God, Kaken is not completely dead then. In the real world, he could see and feel All Might scooping the sludge villain's body into 2 soda bottles at super speed, and within a few seconds the sludge villain along with Kaken and him were truly trapped. Through the soda bottle sound was muted, but he could still see reporters and civilians crowding around the crime scene. Paramedics were flocking around Kaken's body, ineffectually trying to revive him. Finally, he felt Kaken wake up and with him came furious screaming. "What the hell is this? Where the am I? I'm going to kill that slimy fucker and burn his stinking corpse." Kaken's increasingly vicious threats seemed to be the last straw for the sludge villain. "What the hell? Why do I hear voices in my head?" The slime guy seemed to be able to pick up the mental communication much quicker than Kaken did. The slime villain's voice seemed to be the last clue Kaken needed to figure out where he was, and what had happened. His voice took on a tinge of manic glee as he cackled, "Oh, you absolute F-dash. You're screwed. You're stuck with me for the rest of your life. I'm going to make you wish you had never been born if it's the only thing I do." Izuku knew that Kaken was not lying, and they would have nothing but time to make it happen while they accompanied the slime villain to Tartarus. "Are you that kid I just killed? I thought you had an explosion quirk. And who is the other guy?" Izuku ignored the villain. He knew they had to do something quick if they didn't want to spend the rest of eternity in a cell. "Kaken, get your revenge later. We need to come up with a plan to escape," he yelled. "How the F are we going to do that, Deku? I don't know if you realized it, but we have to get through goddamn All Might." Kaken shouted back. The slime villain didn't seem to fully understand his brain suddenly being host to 2 middle schoolers, but he did understand that they needed to escape. Somehow even his voice was slimy when he said, "Yeah kid, if you have any ideas I would love to hear 'em." All Might was handing the bottles to the police to transport to a secure location now. Izuku knew that their window of opportunity was running short. "Try unscrewing the caps from the inside," he said. The villain tried, but the slime had no grip on the caps, which had been tightened by All Might himself. He could no longer sense Kaken's thoughts like he could when he was in his head, but he knew that Kaken was sad at the idea of the sludge villain going free. Kaken yelled, "What the hell, Deku? Why are you helping him?" He understood Kaken's anger at helping the villain, but he also knew they needed to escape. "Kaken, you don't want to be stuck in a cell for the rest of forever. We need to get him out. Maybe we can find a way to leave his head and turn him in, but for now we have to work together." Kaken grumbled a bit before forcing out, "Fine, but just this once." He went silent, thinking about solutions, before saying, I feel like I can almost activate my quirk, the sensation is there, it's just different. He gave the mental equivalent of gritting his teeth, just about got it. Suddenly they exploded, the bottles burst around them in a fireball. It felt like the explosion came from all of the slime at once. The police car came to a halt with the windows shattered and the door twisted from the blast. The sludge villain used the smoke and screaming civilians running around to slip out of the car and into the sewers. Saran, the name they discovered belonged to the slime villain, had been on the run from the heroes for 2 days now, neither of them having given him a moment of silence since their untimely demise. Their latest method of annoying Saran was to argue constantly. It was almost fun, sniping at both each other and the villain. Katsuki continued on from a previous discussion and went on to say, You know, Deku, before, I thought that you had the worst quirk I had ever heard of. But that was just when you were stuck in my head. Now that I've had the absolute pleasure of being subjected to Slimy Here's thoughts for 2 days, I realize that it is far worse than I had previously imagined. Izuku quite agreed with Katsuki on that point. It was bad enough to be dead, again, but he also had to share a head with both Katsuki and the guy who had murdered him. Just think, Kaken, someday Saran will die and then we all can be stuck in somebody else's head forever instead. He himself was trying to cope with that very thought. God, hopefully we get killed by a hero, so at least we can both do something we like. Saran was getting extremely irritated at the two of them as well as sleep-deprived. He finally shouted, Will you two shut up for a few seconds? He took a moment to collect himself and then said, I'm trying to find a safe spot to sleep so that we all don't get arrested in the middle of the night. Well, if you didn't want to get arrested, you probably should have tried not murdering me, huh? Kaken replied in an oddly sweet voice that was so unlike Kaken that it took Izuku a few seconds to come to terms with it. He then decided that he didn't want to know. I don't know, Kaken, if you hadn't pushed me into the road then this all would have never happened. Izuku knew that in the spirit of annoying Saran, Kaken would not mind Izuku bringing up the truck incident. The street that Saran was currently oozing down led to a beach filled with trash. He seemed indecisive but eventually just squeezed under a particularly large heap and relaxed himself into a puddle. I bet the heroes would never expect me to stay somewhere so close to the crime scene. Kaken chose not to let him have a single moment of peace and decided to chime in with, Slimy, are you sure you could even choose a place to stay that isn't disgusting? I notice that there is an apple core and other garbage floating around inside of you, not to mention the sewage. Could you take a bath even once, please? Again with the sweet tone of voice that Kaken was failing to pull off. His old childhood friend's puppy eyes always had a bit too much murderous rage to truly work on adults. But he was just going to keep ignoring it. Izuku, sensing weakness, added, Kaken, you know the poor guy can't help himself. Well, he could at least try not to smell like himself. Kaken retorted. Saran said in a slightly pleading voice, I really need to get to sleep, so will you guys at least be quiet for a little bit? Kaken shot that idea down instantly, and why the F would we do that? The more miserable you are, the happier I am. Kaken, despite not having a body, nonetheless managed to give the impression of a mad grin. And the nice voice was gone. Actually, Kaken, Izuku decided to say after consideration. I think we need to let him sleep, at least until the heat has died down some. If he's tired and runs into a hero, we end up back in prison and this time it will be explosion-proof. Fine, Kaken spat, but just for a few days. Katsuki was idly floating around in the void of Saran's mind, or maybe it was Deku's quirk. Either way, for once it was almost silent, if only for the occasional snippet of dreams. For the first time since he wound up in his murderer's head, the villain was not dreaming of the encounter with All Might. Having 3 separate perspectives on the event did not lend itself well to having quaint dreams. And wasn't that odd? The dreams seemed to share all of their minds for inspiration. If he paid attention to the slippery flashes, he could see places and people from both Saran and Deku's memories. A nasty teacher from Saran's childhood and some bullies that were a year or 2 older than Deku and him were all congregating on the dreamer's perspective. Katsuki didn't bother to listen to what they were saying, but he assumed it was something unpleasant and therefore not worth his time experiencing. Besides, he was on the lookout. Peering through one of the sludge villain's unblinking eyes, he looked out a hole in the garbage pile. Deku and him had agreed that tonight was the last night that they would leave Saran in relative peace. All Might, for the first time in the 6 days since the incident, had been spotted in Tokyo stopping everyday crimes. It was almost flattering that the #1 hero himself was so ruthlessly searching for the man who killed Deku and him, not that All Might knew about Deku. He guessed it was because All Might was only seconds too slow to stop Saran breaking his neck, and felt responsible for bringing justice. He had talked it over with Deku, and was slightly surprised that that goody-two-shoes nerd was willing to allow him to get such a cruel form of revenge on Slimy. Hell, he had even offered to help in any way he could. It seemed that Katsuki had forgotten how much of a spiteful bastard Deku could be under all the stuttering and obsession with heroics. Plus, if annoying the hell out of Saran could keep him from completing overly heinous crimes, it was basically a public service. He knew that he only had a few hours left before he would have to sleep, and was planning on setting off his plan before then. Thankfully, as a disembodied mind, he only really needed to sleep for a few hours a night. They did not get sleepy so much as detached from Saran's perspective. It was disorienting for all of the senses they usually shared to drift away, as though experiencing them through a deep body of water. Any second now it would be dawn, and therefore the end of their agreement with the slime villain. He knew it was important to establish a good measure of trust with their host if they ever wanted to get something from him in the future. He grinned as a beam of light slowly made its way down to the brownish-green puddle of sludge currently hidden half under a wreck of a car. Finally it reached them, illuminating the debris and trash residue suspended in the slime. "Wakey, wakey," he crowed loudly into their head. Deku startled out of the meditative trance that equated sleep for them, and then said, "Oh, thanks, I wasn't having the best dream." After getting a sense of his surroundings, Deku finally noticed the dawn. And along with that realization, a feeling of vindication floated off of him. Katsuki was pleased that Deku was excited to start too. It took longer for Saran to wake up, but when he did it was with lots of grumbling and feelings of animosity. "What the hell do you two want? It's barely 6 in the morning." The ripples going through the mass of slime calmed down again as Saran attempted to go back to sleep. Katsuki knew that Saran had completely forgotten about their deal. As such, he took complete satisfaction when he screamed as loudly and as obnoxiously as he could. And since he no longer needed to breathe, he did not have to stop either. Deku added his whiny voice to Katsuki's, making sure to harmonize in such a way as to make the sound grate on slimy nerves. Saran jerked out of the light sleep he had fallen into and started flailing around under the garbage. A half-shorn car door shifted and fell, stabbing right through the center of the slime. Sadly, Saran did not seem to have noticed this development. After he figured the sound was coming from his head, he attempted to scream over them, "What the F are you doing? I thought the heroes had found us." Deku, falling silent, cued Katsuki into doing the same. Deku responded to Saran in an innocent, stuttery voice, much like the one he always used in life. "WL Mr. Slime Vi Villain, it's just that since the heroes are no longer on our T-tail, we decided to get revenge on you." Katsuki smirked at Deku's exaggerated stutter. It seemed that speech impediments were not just a problem for the living. Saran was confused at Deku's stutter and focused on that more than Deku's proclamation of vengeance. "What's with the stuttering kid?" He almost sounded concerned. Katsuki didn't want the conversation to derail too much, so he decided to pitch in with, "Forget Deku's FNG stutter, didn't you hear what he said? Our deal is done, Slimy." What deal? I don't remember making a deal with you." He sounded more confused than he had any right. Katsuki snarled. He had had enough of playing nice for this BSTRD. "What, you didn't think I had forgiven you or something, did you? Did you forget how you effing murdered me for no goddamn reason?" Saran didn't seem to care. Instead, he began sliding his way out of the garbage pile, flowing around the jagged car door as he did. Katsuki seethed at the audacity of the beach. Oh, he was not going to let Saran have a good day. Saran picked up the bag of clothes he had stolen from a clothesline a few days before, and pulled them over himself. The slime formed up into the shape of a large man. Katsuki had been surprised at how much fine control Saran had over the slime. He could pull it into whatever shape he wanted. But the villain seemed to be content just being a disgusting lump. However, even with as much control over the slime as the villain had, he was unable to turn back into a human. The only human parts he had were his eyes and the mouth he could choose to manifest. As he walked down the street, passers-by shuffled away at Saran's stench. Katsuki was glad they were immune to the smell of the trash and the sewage suspended within himself. Saran was headed directly to the breakfast burrito cart a block away. As he walked, he moved the change and bills that were held at his core to the surface of his palm. The people ahead of them in line looked green in the face and seemed to lose their appetite for some reason as Saran settled in for the wait. Finally he reached the vendor. The blue-haired man grimaced at the smell before putting on a strained smile and saying, "What can I get for you today, sir?" Saran opened his mouth to answer, but before the words could leave his mouth, Katsuki yelled as loudly as he could, "Fuuckkkyou." Saran jerked away from the vendor and clutched his head in alarm. The vendor leaned over the cart with a concerned expression and asked, "Sir? Are you okay?" Gathering himself back up, Saran went to respond to the vendor, however he only got out, "I'm fine," before Deku returned with his god-awful wailing from the morning. He stopped as soon as Saran stopped trying to talk. The villain didn't hunch over this time, but he did grit his teeth. Giving up talking, instead he just pointed at the burrito and put the exact change on the counter. The vendor did not move to grab the soggy bills but did grab the closest burrito in range and handed it to them. As Saran walked away from the cart, he hissed at them under his breath, "What the F was that? Do you want us to get caught for acting suspicious?" Katsuki just laughed at him before replying, "Well, if you hadn't been such a drama queen, nobody would have noticed a thing." Deku gave off the impression of nodding before adding innocently, "Me and Kaken were just having a conversation, Mr. Slime Villain." Saran then began pondering where he should go for the rest of the day, so Katsuki started singing the All Might theme song to disrupt his thoughts. Saran's teeth were gritted as he tried to think over the din. Just as he seemed to get the hang of it, Deku started in with a different All Might song entirely. Foregoing complex thought entirely, Saran turned down the nearest alley to eat his burrito. To do so, he simply unhinged his jaw and shoved the whole thing down. The wrapper was tossed on the ground. Katsuki thought the food just sitting there in the center of his body, slowly breaking down, was disgusting. But Izuku was fascinated by it, much like he was for all quirks. The muttering was another thing that did not go away upon death. Izuku was observing the burrito as it dissolved, the whole process taking about 5 minutes. Do you feel hungry when you need to eat? Because your body did not give any indicators typically associated with hunger. How the hell would I know, kid? I just eat when I feel like it. Saran replied. That's weird, I would expect there to be some indication, after all hunger is a very useful trait. Deku muttered to himself. The slime villain's temporary reprieve was over when Deku seemed to remember their plan. It was simple, they would just be as obnoxious and disruptive as they could for the rest of Saran's life. Or till whenever they got tired of it. Now that All Might had stopped madly hunting his murderer, they no longer had to worry about distracting Saran. He knew how much it could interfere with a life having voices in your head, and they planned on being nuisances for as long as they were able. Unfortunately for Saran, both Katsuki and Deku were extremely stubborn, and it was now his fault neither of them could be heroes. They had done all their planning in the dark hours of the night when Saran was asleep, Katsuki and Deku deciding their strategies for as many situations as they could think of. They had also decided on shifts for sleep and breaks, so that there would be no time when neither of them were harassing Saran. Katsuki remembers how hard it was to think about something when Deku had been talking in his head, and that had been when the nerd was being respectfully quiet. Katsuki doubted Saran would be able to do much more than walk around with them both going full blast. Katsuki and Deku were in the process of singing every All Might theme song in the order that the shows were released for the 5th time when Saran screamed, "Shut up! Please just shut up!" He didn't even bother to keep it in his head. Katsuki grinned. It was working. After a few more hours of being obnoxious, Katsuki decided that he was going to sleep. He told Deku, "I'm going to take a nap now, don't let this speech off the hook while I'm out." Deku replied with, I'm disappointed in your lack of faith, Kaken. I hate this guy almost as much as you do. Satisfied that the villain would not be having a good time, Katsuki let himself drift away from the surface. The darkness swallowed him until all of Saran's senses, along with Deku's voice, were barely there. He let his mind drift in the dark, confident that in a few hours it would float back up into the stream of thought that they all shared during waking hours. After night fell and the streets became deserted, Saran abandoned the human way he shaped his face to interact with society, since no one was around to see that he usually only bothered with a shoddy pair of legs. Saran's filth was soaking through his clothing now, as he gave up on maintaining surface tension. All the contamination that Saran had picked up in the sewers and in various other dank places leaked out of him whenever he moved around and churned the gunk to the surface. The hands he had formed stained the wall as he leaned against it, muttering to himself, "Shut up, shut up, shut up," over and over again. Saran's voice was not nearly enough to drown them out. Deku's voice was loud and wailing as he screamed at Saran with all the mean things the people in the villain's dreams said to him. The hands lost cohesion as he pulled away from the wall and began walking out into the street. Saran walked in the middle of the lane, heedless of any cars that might be driving around since his body would be perfectly fine in the chance that a car managed to actually hit them. After a few minutes of walking, Saran stumbled across a hero patrolling the streets. Hastily he reformed his disguise before the hero could recognize them. She nodded as she walked by, completely clueless that Saran was a wanted villain. "You should go turn yourself in," Katsuki said quietly, hoping that Saran would hear the thought through Deku's screeching since it was so gentle. The villain moved his eyes over his shoulder to watch the hero as she retreated, then shook himself out of the exhausted haze he had fallen into. Once the hero was out of hearing range, Saran spoke back to him, "Why do you want me to turn myself in? I thought you guys don't want to go to prison." "Oh, I don't. I was just thinking of how few distractions there would be in a prison. You would have no FING choice but to listen to us," Katsuki answered. Deku paused his screaming to add in, "She is getting away, Saran. Now is your last chance to come clean for all the horrible things you have done." "They weren't horrible. I was doing them to survive," he cried. "Well, you could at least apologize to Kaken. You did kill him after all," Deku said. "Yeah, slimy, you never even said you were sorry," Katsuki added. "I'm never going to apologize to you assholes. You don't deserve it," Saran yelled. "Well, you know what that means, Kaken," Deku said before he started belting the first notes of the first All Might theme song of the series. Katsuki waited until he got to the chorus to join in, making sure to time his voice off from Deku's to optimize how horrible it sounded. "No. Shut up. Don't you dare sing those any songs again," Saran screamed. It took until 4 in the morning for Saran to say something that stopped them cold. "If you two kids don't shut up, I am going to kill the next person I see." It had startled both him and Deku into silence. "Oh, that's right," Saran said in a cruel voice. "You two wanted to be heroes." Saran grinned at having figured out a weakness of theirs. "Just think how heroic it would be to be directly responsible for killing an innocent person." Deku was the first to respond with a carefully measured voice. "You wouldn't do that. That would draw the attention of the heroes." "Wouldn't I?" Saran replied in a mocking tone. "People get mugged all the time in these alleys. What's one more corpse for the heroes to identify?" "We won't let you," Deku said in the same voice he'd used to defend kids from bullies for years. "You can't stop me," Saran said. "You didn't think I would never figure out how to work around a bit of bad singing, did you?" Katsuki's voice came out in a low growl when he told Saran, "If you kill somebody, you know me and Deku will never stop. We will do this for the rest of your life, and when we get stuck in the next poor BS's head, we will do it for another." Saran laughed a little before saying, "But that is the thing? You promised me you would do that before I threatened you." Katsuki thought that Saran was probably slightly delirious from being up so late and sleeping so poorly the last few days. Additionally, he and Deku had been driving him crazy since 6 in the morning. Saran was raving out loud by this point. He didn't bother to watch his volume when he said, "You don't think I'll do it, do you? Well, I will. I'm going to do it anyway, to show you I'm serious." Saran had found a mildewy alley to wait in. Deku and him had spent the whole time negotiating and threatening to try and convince him not to do it. But Saran was bent on killing somebody, so nothing they said or did could stop him. The alley was on the side of town with lots of bars and a flourishing nightlife. It did not take long for a drunk college-age kid to come walking towards them. Saran wrapped a slimy appendage around the handle of a knife, in anticipation. As soon as the kid was close enough to see them lurking in the shadows of the alley, it was too late. Saran had already lunged with the knife, headed straight for the pulsing vein on his neck. Right before the knife struck, Deku screamed and the tentacle holding the knife jerked to the left, causing it to bite into the guy's shoulder instead. He stumbled back away from them, before turning around and running back in the direction he'd come from. He started yelling right before he turned the corner and vanished. Saran was trembling with fear when he realized just what Deku had done. The knife clattered to the ground. After a moment Saran stuttered out, "What the hell, kid, what did you do?" Katsuki was surprised too, so he was genuine when he asked Deku, "Yeah, Deku, just what the F did you do?" "I don't know, Kaken." Deku's voice sounded scared. "I just was trying as hard as I could to stop the knife and it did. I think my power might not just be mind transference." Katsuki felt excitement growing in him. Does this mean we can take control of Slimy's body? His excitement stopped when he realized something. Why haven't you done anything like this before? Does your shitty quirk only work in situations involving somebody dying or something? Deku was fast in responding with, "No, it's not that. My quirk only activates on the holder's death, not anybody around me's death. I hope." Well then, what caused it? If they could figure out what caused it, maybe they wouldn't have to idle around in the head of a villain after all. "I don't know, Kaken. Quirks can be triggered by anything." Well, use your creepy FING brain and think of it before Slimy tries something else. Saran was terrified at this point. He knew that it was only a matter of time once they figured it out. Wait, you guys don't want to do this. Messing with somebody's head can get you thrown into Tartarus. Katsuki ignored him and returned to egging on Deku. "Come on, nerd, think." Deku started to mumble, "It could have something to do with how long we have been with Saran, but that would not explain why it didn't happen with you. It probably has something to do with wanting it to happen really, really badly. But Saran's done plenty of things I didn't want him to do. But what's different now than before?" Katsuki had an epiphany. "Hey dipshit, if it has to do with willpower then it makes sense. We have been chipping away at the slime F's sanity all day. He has to be tired." "Oh my god, Kaken, you're right. We just have to out-willpower him." He stopped to think for a second. "We should try working together. Kaken, maybe you can help. If we both focus on it we can probably stop him from committing any more crimes." "Worth a shot, I guess, but one thing. Deku, if this works we won't be using this to stop him committing crimes, we are going to use this to get a body of our own. Permanently." He didn't really care about the moral problems with that. Saran had killed him and was going to kill many more people in the future. He didn't deserve mercy. Saran was panicking, his emotions in turmoil, and it felt like he might start crying. Instead he started wailing, "No. No, you don't want to do this, it's going to fail, or I'll kill a bunch of people or something." Deku was slightly hesitant when he asked, "Are you sure, Kaken? What if it doesn't work?" "Well, let's give it a try. I'll concentrate on making him listen to you, you try to make him do something." He bent his will to make Saran obey Deku, concentrating on it as hard as he could. Nothing happened. Katsuki didn't think it was going to work, but then he felt a chunk of sludge give a twitch. "Kaken, it worked." Katsuki started grinning when he realized that he and Deku might still be able to make something of their lives, and if taking out a villain permanently was the price, so be it. He made sure to rub it in and said, "Enjoy your freedom while you can, you barely sentient booger." Izuku knew that it was wrong to torment somebody into complacency, and if it was just him trapped in here, he might have been hesitant to go to such extreme lengths so fast. But he was angry, and Saran had pointlessly killed Kaken. Besides, he didn't feel like it was really his choice to make. Izuku had been watching. He could see snippets of Saran's memories, and he saw how the villain had become one. The similarities between their childhoods were striking. Izuku was bullied and looked down upon for being quirkless, whereas Saran had been bullied for being disgusting and having a quirk that collected filth like a sponge. The circumstances may have been different, but the insults and the looks on teachers' faces were the same. Izuku wondered if, had he not died, his life would have led him down the path of villainy out of desperation too. He definitely felt anger towards the system for encouraging children to be dehumanized for something so petty. It was almost enough for him to not completely blame Saran, since he might have ended up spiteful and angry too. But then again, it wasn't just him in here, and a lot of Saran's crimes were not done out of need but because he wanted to. And if Izuku was going to choose subjecting a clear villain to a life of idly watching, or subjecting two kids who both wanted to be heroes to the same, he was going to choose the kids every time. And it wasn't just selfish, he would do the same if it was just Kaken that got to have something from it. And like Kaken had repeatedly said, nobody forced him to be a murderer. The more that he and Katsuki worked to subvert Saran, the more Izuku felt that this was the main purpose of his quirk. The mind transference was just the method that his quirk used to get into position, its true purpose taking control of a person and their quirk. He could feel the cords of willpower holding Saran in control, but he could also feel when their host's grip slipped and he could put his own mind in place. It took effort on Saran's part to hold them both off, but he couldn't feel the cords, he could just feel it when Izuku took control. In addition to the sensation of control over mind and quirk, Izuku could also feel the state of Saran's psyche. He could feel how the insults Katsuki constantly threw at him affected him, and he could feel which ones caused his will to slip the most. When Saran was afraid was when Izuku and Katsuki could take the most control. But right now he wasn't using brute force to get Saran to listen, he was being subtle. Whenever the villain's grip loosened, he would slip his own control in but continue to move the limb as Saran wanted it to. Then he would wait for Saran to sleep, and move his body to wake him up. This strategy was not only about taking control, it was about making Saran afraid to sleep. And it was working. He barely slept more than a couple fitful hours a night. Wearing him down completely and taking the body all at once was the only way they would keep complete control. Otherwise, Saran might be able to take some of it back. Saran was currently sleeping in a dumpster a fair distance from any main roads, so it was time for the next stage of their plan. Deku whispered, Kaken, he just entered REM sleep, now would be the most disruptive time to wake him. Kaken sounded a little nervous about their plan, but that was justified. After all, if it went right it would attract the attention of the heroes. Are you effing sure we won't get caught? Izuku wasn't, but he replied in a steady voice anyways, yes, I'm sure, now just a medium-sized one. We just want to attract a little attention, not bring down half the city. He felt Kaken's quirk stir for the first time since escaping the police. It twisted up to the surface and sparked a few times. Katsuki grunted lightly, and then the lid of the trash can was blasted off in a furious fireball. The sound was deafening in an enclosed space. Saran jerked up immediately. It took his frayed mind almost 10 seconds to figure out what had happened. When he did, he was livid, but not as much as he was terrified. What the hell are you doing? Saran screamed at them in his head. Kaken replied with a nonchalant, oh, don't want you to get too comfortable now, do we? Besides, I was just looking out for this neighborhood's property value. Every minute you were there, the stench would cause it to go down. Saran was even more enraged now than before, and he yelled, you are going to get us all thrown into jail at this rate. Good, Izuku thought. The more riled up he was, the less he was paying attention as Izuku subtly subverted his control. When Kaken helped, it strengthened Izuku's own will, making it easier to push Saran out of the way. It had taken him a while to convince Kaken to try this method, since his friend had been afraid of the risk that required, but Izuku had reasoned that the only thing big enough to scare Saran enough to make him not sleep at all would be this. It took Saran almost 45 minutes to find a new spot to sleep, which happened to be a new dumpster. In the state of exhaustion that he was in, it took the villain less than 5 minutes to fall asleep. He was so tired that he didn't even consider that they would do it again. So once the odd flashes of dreams started popping up, Kaken repeated the process. Instead of acknowledging the villain's wrath this time, Kaken was instead bending his fiery will to help Izuku. And together they were able to chip a little more control away from the villain. Saran was exhausted at this point, but he didn't stop to rest knowing that Izuku and Kaken would just explode again. He couldn't stop either, because then he would fall asleep, so he chose to wander down back alleys instead until dawn. By the time the sun's rays were peeking over the horizon, Saran was jumping at every shadow. He made his way to their stash of clothes at the beach and put them back on, ready to blend in with the people. He didn't sleep in them so as to not get them suspiciously dirty. Kaken had begun insulting and generally being a nuisance again once the initial fear of getting caught had died down enough for the extra willpower to be less useful. Izuku took a break from trying to subvert control from Saran to tune into Kaken's ranting. "You slimy beach, even your mother didn't want you. She had her best day when she sent you off to school, if only because she wouldn't have to smell you." Izuku had been feeding everything he learned about Saran's past right to Kaken, who, as with everything, was exemplary at tormenting people. The string of insults would go on for an hour or two and then he would switch to making obnoxious sounds whenever Saran tried to do anything. And while Kaken did that, Izuku watched the network of determination that held Saran in charge of his body ever so slowly begin to slip. It took them almost a week to wear Saran down enough that he could not fight off sleep any longer. The constant paranoia that he wouldn't wake up actually helped to wear him down faster, as well as to make his sleep more fitful. During the day, they kept everything overt so as not to draw attention. However, they didn't let Saran talk to anybody without making him twitch and threatening him with little sparkles. This was for two reasons: one, to make sure nobody got dragged into their mess, and two, to make sure Saran couldn't get help. By midnight, the streets were empty enough to start making his body twitch and trip, and to start making his quirk act out. They couldn't do much more than that, but it was enough to wear the villain down further. They had only let him get about 6 hours of sleep total in the last week, and only 1 in the last 2 days. When Saran finally collapsed in a shadowed alley, it only took him moments to fall asleep. "Kaken, wait up a bit with the explosion, we don't want him to actually get caught. Plus, too much sleep deprivation can kill you, and that was the last thing they needed." Who knew what head they would end up in next? Katsuki grumbled a bit before acquiescing. "Fine, but just an hour or so. We can't let him get his strength back." Once Izuku had deemed enough time had passed, they started up with the explosions again. Saran barely had the strength to be angry, all that was left was a rabid sort of fear. It took 4 repetitions that night to make him give up on sleep entirely. Saran resumed his wandering. By noon he was hallucinating. Posters of All Might came alive, causing him to scuttle away. Anybody wearing a school uniform had their faces replaced by Kaken's, something that unnerved Deku's childhood friend to no end. Kaken stopped his rant to mutter to Izuku, "Hey nerd, doesn't it seem like the slime is looking for something?" Alarmed, Izuku replied, "I hadn't noticed before, but now that you mention it, yeah, it does." Katsuki didn't seem too concerned, and Izuku hadn't seen anything in his memories that would affect their plan, so he told Katsuki to get back to it. Izuku had taken about 70% control, but it was getting harder the closer he got to completion. He was pretty sure that Saran knew he was close and was fighting him harder. Suddenly, Saran felt a burst of elation over the street he had just taken them down. It was familiar to him, and Izuku quickly realized why. The bar at the end of it was some sort of villain hideout, and if Saran's memories were correct, then they had somebody that could mess with quirks. Izuku couldn't let Saran get there, as if Saran's quirk got messed with, it might kill them. He yelled, "Kaken, we can't let him get to that bar." "How the F am I supposed to do that?" "I don't know, just do something." He gave as much control as he could over to Kaken in case he came up with an idea before Izuku did. Saran had realized that they had noticed, and had started running as fast as he could towards the bar. It was only a couple of blocks away. Right as Saran stepped over a storm drain, Kaken completely relaxed the ooze quirk, causing them to flow down into the sewers before Saran even knew what was happening. The villain quickly took control back over his quirk, but during the time it had taken him to do that, they had already been washed a fair ways away from the bar. Saran slid up to a maintenance ladder and started climbing it, desperate to get to the bar, but before he could get all the way up, Kaken exploded, causing them to fall back to the ground of the chamber they were in. It was luckily deep and relatively secluded from the rest of the sewers. The slime villain tried to climb back up the wall with his quirk, but Izuku jerked it about until he lost his grip and fell. Saran screamed in frustration. The loud, tortured sound went on, echoing through the chamber, but the sealed hatch above them did not let any out. He tried to slide back the way they came to find a different way out, but Izuku had adhered some of the slime to a wall. If he wanted to escape, it would hurt him significantly. Saran's screams then turned into sobbing, and he begged them, "Please let me rest, just let me rest." His consciousness started slipping into sleep, but Izuku had enough control over his mind to yank it back up to awareness. Saran started crying again. "What do you want? Just let me rest and I'll give you anything." Finally, Izuku could feel it. Saran had given up. His last hope with those villains was now unreachable. The villain knew that he would lose to them in a matter of hours now. So, as gently as he could, Izuku told him, "Just let go. Let go, and Kaken and I will let you sleep for as long as you like. Let go and we will give you complete peace." Saran's will shattered, and with it his control over his body was completely withdrawn. As Izuku pushed him down into the darkness, his voice echoed out bitterly, "I hate you." Izuku gave one last shove and pushed him down further than where he and Kaken went to sleep, and then further still until his consciousness was barely noticeable. And just like that they were finished, having completely taken control over Saran, and with his mind suppressed, Izuku doubted he would ever be able to take it back. He had expected to feel happy when they finally won, but all he could feel was melancholy for the cruel things they had to do. Even if he had been a villain, nobody deserved what they had done. All he said to Kaken was, "It's finished." The first thing they did was to head back to Dagoba Beach. It was the best place that they could think of that would both hide them and allow access to the ocean. Kaken in particular was offended by their smell. "I swear to God, if we can't get the stink out somehow, I'm going to drag Slimy back up just so I can explode him." Trying to calm him down, Izuku reasoned, "Come on Kaken, I'm sure we can figure something out." They were making their way through the storm drains as to not stand out. They had imperfect control over their new body at best. Izuku let Kaken take control so that he could focus on looking at their quirks. He had theorized that explosion had sort of fused with ooze. The new mechanism for creating nitro definitely was not the same as it had been with Kaken's sweat. Saran's original quirk had two main components. The first was a mutation. Everything except for his eyes and mouth on command were made of the same strong slime-like substance. The second part of his quirk was to create slime as well as perfect control over the whole body. The creating slime aspect of it had been displayed when All Might had shoved them into the bottles. Most of his mass had been lost, but it had only taken him about a minute in the sewers to generate enough to replace most of it. Izuku didn't know how All Might knew that only some of the slime was enough to contain him, but he assumed it was the great hero's intuition. As All Might more than anyone has stopped enough villains to be able to get a good read on them. Forcing his thoughts away from All Might, he started experimenting with the creation aspect of the quirk. New pockets of slime started to appear. Immediately they homogenized with the rest of the body. He tried again and this time kept a few pockets separate. When he drew one up to the surface, he noticed that it was crystal clear except for a few speckles of a caramel-colored fluid. He looked at the fluid. He knew that if they had a heart it would have been racing. "What's got you all worked up all of a sudden, Deku?" "Kaken, I'm not sure, but I think we might be able to produce your nitro sweat on command. We need to get all the gunk out of this body so that I can see for sure." "What the hell do you mean we can produce it on command? That would make my explosion SSO much more powerful." Izuku did not want Kaken to get too excited in case he was wrong. Hold on, let's do some tests before we come to any conclusions." "Fine, but once we get settled we are doing some experimentation." They finally reached a grate that led out onto the beach. Kaken relaxed his tight grip on there in order to easily slip through the grate. He firmed up the soles of the slime they were using as feet as best he could so no more sand would get stuck. After making their way down around the pillars of trash, they slipped into the water. At first as they walked into the water, a cloud of filth drifted around them, but as the waves continued to crash over them to the slime on their surface was at least part ally cleaned. Kaken released his grip on the slime and they splashed down into the water. The salt water thankfully didn't burn their eyes as Kaken began swimming away from the shore. It took a few trice attempts at coordination, but even Tully Kaken was obliged to shape them similar to fish in order to swim better. Their slippery, formless bodies sliced through the water as Kaken got the motion down. "Wow, this is actually really fun, Kaken," Izuku said as they flowed the sandy sea floor deeper and deeper. It wasn't until it started to get a little dark from the depth that Kaken stopped swimming. He pushed them off the bottom as drifted up for a BT so the sunlight would illuminate the debris within them. They were floating in 30 feet of crystal clear water with nothing but a few fish to see in any direction. Izuku wanted to do this part, so he asked Kaken for the reins. "Hey Kat-chan, I want to do this part. You watch out to make sure nothing sneaks up on us." "Fine, but I'm swimming us back." Ever so slowly Izuku pushed garbage and rocks out of the slime. It was tricky at first to have enough fine controls to move little particles within their body, but it got easier. He felt a twinge of guilt over the garbage they were leaving in the ocean, but figures it was nothing compared to the beach just over a half a mile to shore. Once all the physical chunks were gone, they were just left with a murky green color. He started swimming and let the outer layer release into the water. Most of the slime stayed, but all of the sewage and dirt came out. He rotated the slime on the surface in order to clean it faster. Kaken grumbled out, "How long is this going to take, Deku? I don't want to try swimming in the dark just yet." Izuku knew it was boring, but it had to be done. He refused to walk around with sewage floating inside them with who knows how many diseases. Eventually he got to the point where no more contamination was coming out. Irritated, he looked at the state of the slime. It was still a light murky green with stakes of who knows what still floating about. He tried swimming faster but got little results. He kept trying for another half hour. Even Kaken couldn't think of how to get out the last of it. Then he remembered how the slime he generated in the tunnel was clean. He tried pulling them into a ball-like shape. With that done, he sed the eyes into the center in order to better observe this next step. He used the ability to create slime just at the very center. He purposefully didn't activate any aspect of explosion. At the very center, a crystal-clear glob of slime started to form. It expanded further as Izuku pumped more energy into it. He released their outer layer to the ocean and watched it dissolve when no longer part of the body. He kept this process going until the quirk was exhausted and stopped producing mass. Once the last of the contaminated slime had dissolved, he swam out of the cloud into the open ocean. He could barely tell where they ended and the sea began. He pulled on Saran's wayward quirk and manifested a mouth full of surprisingly clean teeth. The mouth curved into a big grin. Ready to test his hypothesis, Izuku pulled Kaken out of his trance and said, "All right, ready to test if we can produce nitro sweat like I think we can?" Kaken was indeed very excited about this. He attempted to yell out using the mouth, a garbled, "Hell yeah." Nothing really came out, but the intention was still there. Izuku concentrated really hard on the creation aspect of the new quirk, but only as it related to explosion. Ever so slowly, right at their center, a tiny bead of nitroglycerin began to form. Izuku stopped concentrating after a minute or two. Just like the part of the quirk that made the slime, it felt like, at least for now, explosion was getting worn out. The bead of nitro had grown to be the size of a small blueberry. He had of course done research on Kaken quirk, and because of this he knew that his friend did not produce true nitroglycerin. Kaken variety was way more powerful. Just the small amount that accumulated on his hands was enough to make a massive blast. Additionally, it was significantly less volatile. True nitroglycerin would have exploded if Kaken had so much as sneezed wrong. The substance Kaken produced needed a small spark to be ignited instead. That being said, looking at the amount he had just created, Izuku knew that if he ignited it, it would be easily as large as Kaken's largest explosion so far. Kaken noticed the same thing. "Holy shit," he said in a strangely subdued voice. Kaken concentrated and created a second smaller bead of nitro. "Holy shit. If I had this much firepower before, I could have vaporized Slimy as soon as he grabbed me." Izuku nodded. "We will have to be careful using explosions then. If it this much would be enough to beat Saran before, I doubt that his body will be able to stand up to the explosions now. Your body suffered from the backlash and you were born with that quirk. It should be fine if we don't make any explosions too big," Kaken added. Izuku noticed the sun starting to go down and said, "Kaken, let's get heading back to shore before nightfall." The ocean felt amazing as they slipped through it. Having the garbage out felt like taking out a splinter. It hurt to lose so much mass, but it was worth it. Once Kaken got within 20 feet of Dagobah, Izuku reformed a humanoid form. It was significantly smaller now that they left all the gunk out to sea. Izuku knew it would probably take a few days to get up to the size of an adult male. Izuku tried to firm up the feet so that nothing could undo all his hard work. They got quite a few odd looks for being completely transparent except for the eyes. Additionally, they were even shorter now than when Izuku had been back when he was still alive. As they walked down the path, Izuku looked for some clothes. He realized that they were going to have to steal them because all of Saran's money had been discarded into the ocean. Not that the 600 yen would have gotten them any clothes anyways. Finally spotting a hoodie and jeans hanging on a clothesline, Izuku reached up and snatched them. Kaken sputtered at the blatant theft. "Did you really just steal those? We can't just go walking around like this. People are staring, and beside these are cheap clothes, nobody will miss them, hopefully. Who cares if they are staring at us? They won't recognize us if we are this clean. Kaken, I know it's nice being clean, but we can't be clear like this, it attracts too much attention, even if they don't recognize us." Kaken paused to consider this before responding, "Yeah, let's just find a place to sleep and then we can worry about how we look in the morning." It took them an hour of searching to find an abandoned apartment with the piece of furniture they were looking for. Or at least the furniture that Izuku was looking for. "For the last time, I'm not having us sleep in a FNG bathtub. It's degrading." "I don't get it, Kaken, you know as well as I do that we will turn into a puddle as soon as we try to sleep. There is no point to trying to find a bed." He didn't want to wake up and have seeped into the mattress. He was exasperated that Kaken didn't see the merits of his idea. Besides, this way we won't collect any dirt and have to redo the whole go out to sea thing. "Fine, but for as long as we live I won't let you tell anyone." "Whatever, Kaken, not like there's anybody I could tell at this point anyways." A somber mood took them both after that. They were both silent as Izuku used a damp rag he found in a half-broken cupboard to wipe out the bathtub of any dust that had collected. Once that was done, he removed the stolen clothes and stepped into the bath. Finally, he let the slime fully relax and they splashed down into the tub. It was about a third of the way full, with just a pair of bulbous yellow eyes floating within. With that done, he let himself drift off into the darkness of sleep. Katsuki always woke up before Deku and took delight in waking him up. Deku seemed happy to see that Katsuki was able to take control of the body without Deku there to help. He had already gotten out of the tub and put on the clothes. Deku turned the slime generation back on. Hopefully it will have recovered from yesterday's usage. Deku was silent for a couple of minutes before he spoke up. "Alright, we need to get something to make ourselves look less conspicuous. I'm thinking we could use makeup or something to make us look more like the standard. With how malleable the slime is, we could look like anybody." Katsuki hummed in agreement before biting out, "Yeah, that's a good idea except for one thing. How the F are we supposed to get enough makeup to cover the whole body? You just had to dump all our money in the ocean, didn't you?" Deku seemed peeved that Katsuki had noticed that. He rushed to defend himself. "It was contaminated. I was not about to give somebody a bill that had been soaking in sewage. And besides, I thought we could just walk around and find some." Katsuki snarled, "Do you have any goddamn idea how FING expensive makeup is, Deku? It would take us a week to find enough money to buy that much, not to mention we need to buy food too." Deku shrank on himself. "I didn't think about that, Kaken. Maybe we could just take some?" Well. Goody little Deku proposing we shoplift? "What else can we do, Kaken?" Katsuki started laughing. "Oh, I didn't say we shouldn't. I'm just laughing because that will probably be your first crime. Makeup theft." Deku walked them out onto the street and pulled up the hood as an afterthought. By the time they made it to a shopping mall, he was sick and tired of all the weird looks they were getting. The floating eyes and wobbly steps did not lend them an upstanding look. Katsuki yanked control from Deku when he caught sight of a makeup store. He put their head down to avoid anybody seeing their lack of face before heading in. He idly pursued the aisles until the clerk got distracted by another customer. He checked to make sure his back was to the camera. It was hard to not make any sound as he grabbed a few bottles of foundation. He also grabbed a big brush to apply it with. He pulled the stolen goods into their core away from sight. Who knew this quirk would lend itself so well to shoplifting? Pretending like he didn't find what he was looking for, he casually walked out the door. He was glad that the cheap bottles he had grabbed didn't have the sensors on them. Before leaving the mall, they went into a clothing store and walked to the back to see if there was anything they could use. A boy with a mop of black hair and bright red eyes was trying on shoes and had left a pair of bright red Crocs that had pink flames crawling up the sides unattended behind him. As if just walking by, Katsuki stepped into the Crocs and away without pausing stride. Now with shoes they looked slightly less suspicious. He walked around for a minute or so to see if they could see anything else of use in the store. A distressed cry came from the shoe area. Internally, Katsuki smirked. It seemed Croc Boy had noticed his thievery. He continued, and on his way out he noticed a scarf and a pair of enormous black sunglasses. He grabbed both, figuring he could use them to hide their distinctive features. "Alright, Kaken, that's enough. I don't want to become a thief." Deku was nervous and occasionally took an eye to look at anybody who stared at them too long. Okay, I was just about to leave. We need to get something to eat though." Spotting the same kid they took the Crocs from dramatically crying and hanging off his friend, a pink-skinned girl, he casually approached. The boy was now holding a hot dog. Likely the friend had gotten him one while he was looking at shoes. He heard the boy wail, "I can't believe it, Mina. Somebody stole my Crocs. Who even does that?" The girl responded with an incredulous tone of voice, "Yeah, who would even want those monstrosities?" Katsuki thought, served the boy right for his terrible fashion choices. As he walked by, he extended a thin tendril, barely visible as clear as it was, and grabbed the hot dog right out of the kid's hand. By the time the kid whipped around, they were already disappearing into the crowd. "That was just cruel, Kaken," Deku said in a disappointed voice. "Hey, did you not see that sad excuse for an outfit?" He had it coming. He was still happy over how easy it was to acquire what they needed. He decided not to chew the hot dog to avoid having to see mush floating around in their stomach region. Making it back to their stolen apartment, he took off their clothes and tossed them on the floor. He walked into the bathroom and stood in front of the sink and took out the brush as well as the bottles of foundation. "Alright, Deku, how are we gonna do this? Maybe just spread it around the face area and see how it looks?" Seeing no better alternatives, he put a dollop on the brush and began applying it. He tried to avoid getting any in their unblinking eyes. Deku noticed his difficulty and thoughtfully moved the eyes to their neck instead. "God, that's so effing creepy," he muttered under his breath. Once the face is fully slathered in a uniform-ish coating, he pushes the eyes back out onto the face and manifests their mouth. "Kaken, that's terrible. We look like somebody put googly eyes on a greasy balloon." "Oh God, that looks so shitty." He tried to pull the face into a more face-like shape, but it only enhanced how terrible they looked. The eyes were enormous and the mouth stretched almost ear to ear. Deku, this would draw more FING attention than being clear would. To both their growing horror, the makeup started dissolving into the slime that made up their face. Before Katsuki could stop him, Deku had run over to the counter and let their face slew off into the sink. "Jesus F it. You can't just pull sheet like that." "I'm sorry. I didn't think how that would look until I saw it. I just didn't want to have to go back out into the ocean to clean up." "Well, if makeup isn't going to FING work, maybe we can just dye the slime a color and call it good. Plenty of people have weird skin tones these days." Deku accepted this easily enough. "What color do we want to be then?" Katsuki shrugged their shoulders. The motion looked completely unnatural in the mirror. "I don't know, just not FNG green." They didn't want to share any resemblance to the slime villain. Muttering, Deku said, "Well, it has to be a dark color so people can't see anything we need to store inside. Also, so they can't see any nitroglycerin pockets if we need to fight. Let's just find something that will work and decide on a color once we get there." He wrapped the scarf around their entire head except for the eyes. He then put on the large sunglasses. The hoodie and jeans came on next, and then finally the regrettable Crocs. He wished the kid they had stolen them from had left some more tasteful shoes unattended. He let Deku take control back at the arts and crafts store, figuring the nerd would know more about it than him. They got to a section with calligraphy ink and started reading labels. Deku started muttering again. I feel like any color we get might be at a little bit transparent. Our best bet is probably black. One bottle in particular stood out. Katsuki grabbed it and brought it in front of their face for Deku to examine. Oh Kaken, that's perfect. The ink was a metallic black. It looked like obsidian or blackened steel. Katsuki reached an arm up to the shelf with the metallic black ink and siphoned about 5 bottles up their arm. The one Deku was holding got put in front so it didn't look like any was missing. Again he sneaked out of the store with no attention being drawn to them. By the time they were once again standing without clothes in front of the mirror, the hot dog had completely dissolved. And after a day to recover their form was just under average height and width. The slime quirk was once again exhausted for the day and they would have to wait until tomorrow to get any bigger if they wanted to. Alright, I'm going to just start with the hand, in case we need to dump it. Deku said. He shifted their left forearm into a ball and opened up a thin hole down to the center at the top. He took a bottle of ink and very carefully poured a tablespoon or 2 into the limb. He sealed the hole, careful not to trap any air within, and churned the ball. It took about 5 minutes of vigorous mixing for it to be an even color. But when it was done it looked perfect. It was like a section of the slime was now obsidian, glossy but not transparent at all. The metallic quality of the ink made the texture of the slime look like crystal or glass rather than the goo it was. He touched the off-white of the counter to see if any came off, but the ink had dissolved into the slime completely. Well Kaken, what do you think? Good enough for you? Deku shifted the limb back into a hand shape, noting the irregular form now that it wasn't transparent. He altered the hand to be more normal. After flexing it a few times he realized that they were going to have to practice natural-looking movement. Yeah, that looks intimidating enough. Hurry the F up and do the rest. Deku decided that it would be easier to do the rest in the bathtub. He let all but the already mixed forearms sink into the tub. After reforming the hand into a glob, he pulled the eyes as well as both small beads of nitro up into it so they wouldn't get disturbed. He then extended a tendril over to the bottles and brought them to the tub. One after another they were poured into a crater in the slime until nothing was left in them. The mixing process was much harder in the tub. It also took longer, but by the time they were done the effects were well worth it. This time when Katsuki manifested the eyes and mouth, the grin in the mirror looked eerie instead of freakish. They had decided to just lay low in the apartment for a couple days to recover mass as well as to sleep off any lingering effects of sleep deprivation the body might suffer from. Deku had been moping around and thinking about he and Katsuki, parents as well as the future. He blandly said, I doubt we are going to be able to go to school, much less get a hero license anymore. Yeah, especially since we are wanted for our own FING murder. Any hint that we are the slime villain, and I doubt they will listen long enough to explain your shitty quirk to them. Katsuki replied, sounding even more disappointed than Deku. What are we going to do with our lives, Kaken? We can't return to our families and we can't be heroes. I doubt we could get a job. We could always become a vigilante, I guess, kick some butt, get famous. It wouldn't be the same as being a hero, but we could still help people and cheat. We can't do that, Kaken. That's illegal. Deku sounded appalled that Katsuki had even suggested it. It would also draw us back into the hero's eyes, which not be safe, he added. Why the F not, Deku? You want to be a hero the same as me, and this might be our only shot. How would we even do it, Kaken? We have no idea how to be a vigilante. How hard could it be, nerd? After all, I've seen idiots that call themselves heroes. It can't be too challenging. Deku paused to consider it. The quirks they had were almost perfect for heroics, not to mention vigilantism. Alright, I'll think about it, but we have to be completely unrecognizable as the slime villain though. Katsuki was glad that Deku would go along with it. It would be downright impossible without the nerd's cooperation. What are we going to do for a costume then? Deku didn't take long to think before saying, I don't think we should have a costume. It would detract from our fighting style as well as get destroyed by explosions. Plus, if we needed to liquefy, we wouldn't want to have to leave it behind. Katsuki was a little concerned by Deku's lack of modesty. Are we seriously going to run around but naked? Katsuki knew that if they still had blood, Deku would be blushing. Honestly, Kaken, it's not like we have anything to cover. Plus, if we play it right, I doubt anybody would notice. Deku walked them over to the mirror before pulling them into a familiar muscle-bound figure. They didn't have quite enough slime, so Deku hollowed them out. How about this? Katsuki was not having it. We are not going out shaped like All Might, that would be disgraceful. Besides, he had a better idea. Hey Deku, have you ever heard of the pre-Quirk video game Slender Man? Grinning, he stretched them out until they were around 7 feet tall. He lengthened the limbs and balanced proportions until they were shaped exactly like the horror creature. If we play this right, we can scare the shit out of criminals. That alone would make it worth it. Yeah, I saw it mentioned on some forums a few years back. This could work, though we would need to make it look less fluid of course, otherwise the heroes might put 2 and 2 together. Deku began shifting around the slime. He formed scales on one arm and rocky protrusions on the other. Neither of the two looked good with their slender form. Finally, he pulled their head into facets. It looked like it was a head-shaped gemstone. The gem look went perfectly with the metallic ink. Soon he made it so their whole body looked like it had been carved out of a black diamond. The half-dollar-sized facets even caught the light like a true gem would. We may look like a shitty but rock now, but nobody will believe it as soon as the criminals feel how gooey we are. Katsuki was already brainstorming ideas. Maybe they could put shards of glass on the surface to make it feel hard or something. I may have an idea for that, Kaken. You know how I was theorizing you must have a secondary aspect to your quirk that keeps your hands from getting blown off? Well, we can try to get it to work on the surface of the slime. How though? I have never noticed having weird hands before. Plus they would get burned from the stove all the time. It is probable something you have to activate. Try picturing your palms getting tougher. Katsuki concentrated on that very thing and felt nothing. Deku was starting to go into nerd mode, but that could be a good thing. Maybe it is only active on your hands, and since you don't have hands anymore. Katsuki let off a few minor explosions in his palm but stopped when Deku screeched. Of course. It only happens when you let them explode. Start to let off an explosion but stop before it actually goes off. Katsuki did as asked and froze at the weird sensation of his hands. He touched them together and marveled at the texture. It was like the hard rubber of a basketball. It still was smooth like a crystal, but it no longer was sticky and liquidy. He lost concentration and the texture sank back into the slime. He doubted that even if he had that ability to explosion-proof the rest of his body back when he still had it, that he would have been able to keep the effect up for long. However, with the struggle they went through with the slime villain, his ability to maintain concentration had vastly improved. Additionally, something to do with Deku's quirk, or having what was essentially 3 minds in one head, their overall ability to think was greater than before, not a lot, but enough that with enough practice, maintaining the effect over their entire body should not be much of an inconvenience. Hey Deku, you know how I could add my will to yours to help take over Slimy? He had an idea for boosting his concentration even further. Yeah, of course I do. I don't think I would have been able to take him over so well without your cooperation. Katsuki doubted it too. Deku's quirk seemed to run on mental fortitude. And after all day of taking control away from Saran, Deku would get tired and lose progress. Katsuki often had found himself holding everything in place for hours as Deku recovered. It had been an exhausting couple of weeks. Either way, the concept should apply to quirks as well. I'm going to practice solidifying different parts of slime. You focus on keeping them in place. Not bothering to wait for Deku to reply, he would harden an area and then stop concentrating on it. The section would remain as Deku kept it there. Eventually, chunk by chunk, he had their entire surface area covered. He then focused on maintaining the effect. Deku sighed as Katsuki took away half the burden. They kept it there for about 5 minutes before a honking car outside their window startled them enough to drop it. Deku seemed pleased with their progress. Well, once we get that working, that will make it so we can hit things and not worry about blowing up. As well as make our quirk different enough that nobody will be able to connect us to the slime villain. Thinking about how Saran had used ooze, Katsuki doubted anybody would put it together anyways. If they kept the body small enough as well as keeping its form together, they would be unrecognizable. The only thing that would be the same would be the eyes. Hey nerd, got any ideas about what to do about the eyes? What's wrong with the eyes? They are bright yellow, idiot. Somebody might notice they are the exact same as slime fucker. Deku started scanning around the room for ideas. His gaze landed upon the sunglasses, definitely large enough to cover the distinctive yellow scara. Katsuki was appalled. Those things were hideous and had leopard print rims. "Oh, we could use those Kaken," Deku said, oblivious to his internal distress. "We want to look terrifying, not like some old lady, you unfashionable piece of sheet," Katsuki said in a horrified voice. "I'm not saying we wear them like glasses. The lenses are the same color as us now, so we can just use the lenses to cover our eyes. Additionally, we could move our eyes around and nobody would be able to tell." That idea was actually pretty good, Katsuki had to admit. Deku walked them over to the glasses and used some slime to pop out the lenses. He then made a pair of eye sockets to retract the eyes into. Once there was enough space for the lenses to fit comfortably, he placed them in. The edges were covered in slime to hold them in place. Katsuki was curious what they looked like now, so he walked them over to the mirror to check. The effect was rather disturbing. Their head was completely blank, with just a hint of human features. That combined with the impossibly still posture and inhuman proportions, they looked like a monster. Struck by inspiration, Katsuki pulled the slime around the lenses into a vague eye shape. It gave the impression of eye sockets on their head. It also made the plastic look like another facet. Finally, he manifested the grin. "Oh hell yeah. I'm gonna scare the shit out of so many criminals with this face. I sure wouldn't want to meet us in a dark alley," Deku said nervously. "We just need to practice and get our sheet together. Then once we can move around in this new body, I say we start going for patrols." Dagoba Beach proved to be the perfect training spot. The precarious piles of garbage were good for flying around and jumping to. Plus the smell they lacked a nose to notice kept pedestrians away. If anybody came too close, they could just jump into the ocean and dart to a different section of beach. Plus the noise of the ocean drowned out the constant explosions. While Katsuki got a hang of flying around using both his hands and feet, Deku was messing around with the nitroglycerin. He was trying out keeping tanks of nitro within both the arms and legs. He uses a small tube from the tank to where the explosions were being produced. He was also experimenting with changing the focus of the blasts with different bell shapes. Depending on how wide or narrow the bell would change the properties of the explosion. Wide shapes made a similar wide explosion where the force was more distributed. Narrow barrels made a smaller explosion that went further and hit harder. I would have never FNG guessed how well explosion and ooze work together, Katsuki said, sounding only a little peeved. The slime could form any shape they needed in moments. This allowed him to direct the explosion however he wanted. And with the solidifying effect from his quirk, the slime maintains its form. Additionally, with both of them he could focus entirely on maneuvering and Deku would manage the slime control. Whenever he needed a certain effect, the nerd would have it formed by the time he went to ignite it. Deku's job was also to release the perfect amount of nitro. Gone were the days that Katsuki could choose to ignite however much sweat he wanted. Now he had to manually measure out the amount and get the explosive into position. Guess there were some downsides to the new body after all. Along with the explosions, they had also worked with moving the slime. Fortunately, the hardening did not change how malleable the slime was. It still moved to their command exactly the same, just like his hands did in his old body. "Alrighty Deku, we've been training for a few days. I say we go out tonight to see if we can catch any shitstains doing crime." He looked down at their long claw-like hands and flexed them a few times. Those criminals wouldn't know what hit them. "Let's do it. I don't see any reason not to. I doubt this body can be injured through any conventional means." Deku turned their head to the sky to check the position of the sun. They had about 45 minutes until sundown. Just enough time to go find some food to steal. Katsuki shimmied them into the same grungy clothes and shoes from before. The scarf came around their whole head except for the eyes, which remained behind the lenses. By this point the shades were a permanent feature. The tint was barely noticeable, even at night. Saran had better night vision than a regular human's, so it was nice to wear them. It also kept their eyes from hurting ever so slightly during the day. Katsuki always made sure to target annoying-looking people to take food from. It served them right for dressing like that. A large man with an unfortunate mohawk had left his takeout container on a bench beside him. It was a matter of simply walking up behind him, silently grabbing the box and then walking away. He had already poured the warm noodles into their mouth by the time the man's hollers were heard. They stopped by the apartment to drop off their clothes. And then, finally their first time out as a vigilante could begin. They didn't have to go far from where they slept to find a shady-looking neighborhood to patrol. They jumped from rooftop to rooftop, the dark ink allowing them to blend in with the night. 2 hours later they had found nothing. Not even an old lady to help across the road. Katsuki was annoyed and complained loudly to nobody. Oh come on, when Slimy was in control he committed crimes all the time. How hard could it be to find somebody to pummel? Deku sighed, probably because this was not the first time Katsuki had regaled him with this particular complaint. He responded, "It's a good thing, Kaken. If there isn't much crime that means that people are safer." Katsuki didn't buy it. "Oh, I'm positive there is a shitload of crime happening, we just don't know how to find it. Let's just go to a different part of town. Maybe a place with a lot of bars would be good. Like that place Saran tried to kill that one guy." Deku said. They did go there. And after staking out the rooftops over a dirty-looking bar they spotted somebody following a lady suspiciously. Katsuki took full control of the body and started stalking after the pair. The woman picked up her pace, obviously noticing the man behind her. They reached a spot where a few lights had gone out. The man pulled out a knife and pushed the woman into an alley. "Give me your purse and anything else valuable you have and I won't gut you." The woman screamed. She tried to squirm out of the man's hold but stopped when he moved the knife closer to her. Before the woman could reply, Katsuki had dropped down silently behind the man. He reached a long-fingered hand around the dipshit's neck. Their fingers easily wrapped around his entire feathery throat. The man jerked and whipped his head around to see what had grabbed him. He let out a frightened shout when they came into view. Deku was muttering about both of the alley's occupants' quirks, analyzing them in case either tried to fight. The woman was emanating a blue-tinted vapor from her hair and the man had some sort of bird mutation. The vapor is likely harmless, otherwise it would have hurt the mugger. The man's mutation seems to be an owl, so better vision and hearing likely. Katsuki notes that neither would be a problem and threw the man against a dumpster a few feet away. The woman screamed even louder when she saw them looming a few feet away from her. Katsuki bared their teeth at her. She paled even further and backed shakily away. Turning away from the woman, he stalked over to the man who was just getting to his feet. The guy lunges at them with his dagger. Katsuki lets it harmlessly sink into their stomach before pulling it in entirely, leaving the man weaponless. The mugger goggled at where his knife had just been and backed up and said, "Hey man, no need for this, I'll leave her alone, just let me go." Deku said, "Don't let him. He will probably be back at it come morning." The man's large, unblinking eyes were rapidly moving around looking for a way out. Katsuki replied to Deku even as he walked even closer to the man, "No way in hell am I letting a criminal asswipe like this get away scot-free." Katsuki suddenly whipped both arms out to grab the man's head. He then brought it down on their knee. There was a loud crack as the man's nose broke. He released him to slump to the ground in pain. Deku took over and started zip-tying his hands to a solid-looking pipe. Deku then patted down the man to see if he had another knife he might use to escape. The search turned up a wallet, some keys, and a battered phone. Deku muttered out, "I'm going to call the police to come pick up the mugger." Before he did just that, the phone did not have a password, so Deku got right to the calling app in seconds. While Deku was busy calling the cops, Katsuki sneakily siphoned the wallet and keys up into their torso through their arm. He knew Deku would not approve, but they really needed money at this point, so the nerd could SCK it. He heard a click as the phone picked up on the other side. 119, what's your emergency? Deku went to talk into the receiver, but nothing came out. They didn't have lungs or air, so of course they couldn't talk. With all the conversations they had in their mind, Katsuki had never even noticed they never talked with a real voice. Sheet death. How are we going to call this if we can't even talk? Deku had pulled some air into the head and tried again, but the only thing that came out was a gurgle. "Excuse me, but could you repeat that?" the 119 operator said, sounding a tad annoyed. Having no other options, Deku walked over to the woman on the ground and handed her the phone. He stared at her in a way he hoped conveyed their intention for her to talk to the police. "Excuse me?" came from the phone in the woman's hands. She put it shakily up to her ear and said, yes, I'm here. Can P please send help? What's your location, ma'am? The operator asked, sounding pleased to finally have somebody on the line. I'm in alley on Simon Avenue right by the Spotted Frog bar. And some guy tried to mug me, but this creature thing stopped him. She was staring right at them, clearly afraid they were going to hurt her. Please, you have to send help, it's still here. It's standing right next to me. Deku muttered to Kaken, well, that's kind of rude. Just because we look scary doesn't mean we aren't human. The woman kept on talking to the operator. Hearing a groan behind them, Deku turned around and saw the mugger trying to escape. Silently he crept over to him and stood before him. The mugger was preoccupied with his hands and doesn't notice them for a second. Eventually he saw their feet and slowly looked up until he finally reached their head. Being this tall had its advantages, Katsuki thought. For one, the mugger had to strain his neck to look at them from that angle. The man started shaking and stopped trying to escape. Deku walked them back over to the woman to wait for the cops. He moved one eye and corresponding lens to the back of their head to covertly keep an eye on the man. They had been waiting for the police to arrive for about 5 minutes. Kaken was getting antsy. He was worried about being arrested, but Izuku doesn't want the mugger to escape. He also does not want to leave the woman alone with somebody who recently threatened to kill her. The mugger starts struggling again, but this time he does so silently. The man was keeping an eye on them. So he has a perfect view when Izuku turns around and shakes a finger back and forth slowly as though admonishing a child. The man lets out a little squeak of fright before going still. He does not try to escape again. Izuku walks them into the shadow of the building to avoid the woman's freighted stare. Just because he is dead and has a 7-foot-tall slime monster for a body doesn't mean he has any less social anxiety. Kaken scoffs at him but doesn't move to retake control. They had agreed that Kaken would do the fighting and Izuku would deal with people. He figured the choice between anxiety and blistering rage that a little stutter might be preferable. Though not being able to talk at the moment leaves Izuku with a sense of relief. Finally, the police car pulls up. With one last glare to the mugger, Izuku reaches an arm up to the fire escape and lightly pulls them up. One more leap and they are out of any of the alley's inhabitants' view. Before they leave for good, Kaken throws the keys and wallet sans money and gift cards back to the ground. That way it would be easier for the police to ID the man. The bright lights from the police car briefly illuminate them, but Izuku is quick to duck down and hurry away. Hopefully nobody saw them. Izuku takes them to a new area and begins patrolling again. They don't see anything else the rest of the night. And before dawn they call it quits. Izuku walks them back into their apartment and over to the tub. He uses the rag lying next to it to wipe out of any dust that might have collected throughout the day. Once it was clean, he collapses right into it without bothering to remove any of the items floating within their chest cavity. And not like anything could hurt them. Good night, Kaken. Tee off. When Izuku awoke, he was surprised to see that Kaken was still drifting in sleep, especially because it was around noon. Izuku pulled himself out of the tub and formed a body. He made one that was shorter. Not quite as small as his real body had been, but about average for their age. He decided to sort through the things floating haphazardly within them as he waited for Kaken to wake up. He was angry at Kaken for taking the wallet and phone, but he knew they needed them. Once they were sorted and reabsorbed, Izuku sat near the window. It only took 15 minutes for Kaken to rouse after that. He yawned and took partial control of the body in order to check up on their surroundings. "Hi, you're up. That's a first." Izuku shrugged with the body, a motion that had become much more natural in the days they had been familiarizing themselves with their new form. "Either way, we need to work on talking today, seeing as that was our weak link yesterday." Kaken did not seem pleased to not be able to practice combat, but acquiesced nonetheless. "Wait a second. We didn't even use a single explosion last night. We probably shouldn't get used to fighting like that, Kaken. That criminal didn't have a quirk that would help with combat at all. Plus he seemed really out of it." Izuku said diplomatically. Yeah. Kaken groused. "Do you have any memories of how the pile of snot was able to speak? I don't remember him having any trouble with it." "Nope." Izuku chirped. "We will just have to figure it out as we go." He dug around in their torso for the phone and pulled up a diagram of a vocal tract. He formed a pair of crude lungs to store air in. Thankfully, the mouth that they could manifest with ooze could include a tongue, so he didn't have to try and sculpt one with slime. He tried to form some vocal cords but wasn't really sure how they worked. Curiously, he tried pushing air out. It came out a breathy wheeze. Well, better than the gurgle from last night anyways. Here you go, form another voice track on the other side of the head, that way we can both practice. He said to Kaken. He felt Kaken form something identical to his on the other side of the body. The voice continued to not take shape, since the vocal cords were not vibrating like they were supposed to. He wondered why not. After some contemplation, he realized it might be Kanchan's secondary quirk involved. He relaxed the stiffening and immediately the vocal cords started flapping like a soggy towel in the wind. He cringed at the sound. It was like somebody with a wet cough. He added more thickness and shortened the length. He re-stiffened them until the cords started buzzing. It sounded nothing like a voice, but it was still progress. Once Kaken heard the sound, he copied Izuku's new voice tract. Soon the air was filled with two notes that sounded unfortunately like a woodwind instrument. Izuku sighed with his new lungs and resigned himself to many hours of practice. Katsuki was sick of practicing with their voice. The result was still terrible. It was completely understandable but sounded off. Real voices had texture to them and inflection. Theirs sounded as freaky as they looked. Like a saxophone decided to start taking. He said to Deku, "Nobody's is going to take us seriously sounding like this, Deku." Well, if we can't make it sound normal without more practice, why don't we go for scary? Katsuki shot that down with, "Nobody will think we're scary, Deku. They will laugh as soon as we open our mouth." Katsuki repeated the sentence out loud. It sounded terrible. It was far too nasal. Unfortunately, they lacked a nose to get rid of that quality. "I have an idea, Kaken. Do you remember the spirit hero Spectre? They talked through the voices of their spirits. Each voice alone was too quiet to be heard, but all layered up it was said to be deafening. As well as scary. We can't have multiple mouths, Deku, that would look ridiculous." I know, but let's just try it for now. Repeat a couple of words for a bit, I'm going to try to match you." Katsuki begrudgingly did so. He paused for a second to think out what to say before saying, "Deku is an idiot, Deku is an idiot," over and over. Deku scowled but obliged and started saying the same thing. He matched it up to Kaken's cadence. Listening to the combined voice was odd. The voices themselves had diverged as he and Katsuki tried different things. However, combined they sounded similar to how a choir would. Only with two perfectly matched voices rather than dozens of imperfect ones. Deku formed yet another voice track slightly different than both of the others. He took control of Katsuki's voice too while he was at it. And then out loud in the laid voice he said, "How does this sound, Kaken?" "FNG freaky, that's how." He sounded reluctantly impressed as well as irritated. "Why does everything we do have to be so creepy? So much for being a cool vigilante, guess we'll just have to go all the way down horror lane. You're the one who wanted to scare criminals, Kaken." Yeah, Katsuki muttered. Deku combined all of the voice tracks into one mouth. He added a few more with varying lengths and shape. He replied to Katsuki, "Well, if you want to spend a few more days practicing, we can try for a normal voice, I guess." Deku laughed out loud when Katsuki flinched at the sound. He laughed even harder when the angry boy recoiled even more at the sound of their new laugh. "No way, we are not wasting another day on this nonsense," he sighed but added, "just try not to talk very much." It seemed their luck on the first night was just that. They didn't find a single occurrence that would benefit by having them interfere for the next few nights. By the time they finally did find anything, they were both itching for something exciting to happen. The area by the bar was practically deserted. Perhaps all the ne'er-do-wells had been spooked by the police showing up a few days ago. So instead now they were walking around in a warehouse district. There were also some run-down office buildings and shabby-looking apartments. They saw plenty of shady-looking people, but none of them were doing anything overtly criminal. Then they came across a meeting of some sort. Two groups of people were arguing over something. Their vantage point, crouched upon the roof above where the gathering was, offered a great view of the proceedings. Unfortunately, the two-story house proved to be too tall to comfortably adhere to the ground. The two groups were distinct in what they were wearing. The members of one group all had on a black armband. The other looked to all be of European descent, most likely Russian. Katsuki whispered to Deku, "They must be part of gangs or something." Deku muttered back, "Look at that big guy in the back. The guy in the back of the armband guys whose skin resembles an alligator or some other lizard was holding a briefcase." The defensive formation around the man suggested whatever he was carrying was important. It must be full of drags or money or something. Let's wait until anything happens to step in. They watched for another 10 minutes or so. The non-armband guys turned out to indeed be Russians based on their accents. It was now possible to hear them, as both groups were yelling at each other. One guy activated his quirk and brought a sphere of nearby gravel and glass floating in front of himself. The armband guys responded by pulling out their own quirks as well as a few guns. The Russians gave one last yell before they started throwing their quirks at each other. Katsuki took that as his cue to assume full control and drop down into combat. Their long legs easily absorbed the force of the fall. The liquidity and shock-absorbent quality of their entire body made it so that they rarely made sound hitting things. It was easy to sneak up and sweep the rear Russian to the ground. Leaping over him into the center of the fight, he pulled up both hands and let out a weak, wide-angled explosions. The desired effect was achieved when the armband guys were knocked back. Deku shouted out, "Watch out for the guy to your left. His coloring suggests he might be poisonous." Katsuki swung his gaze around and saw the man Deku pointed out. His whole body was covered in quills. They were a toxic-looking purple instead of the brown that most animals had. He was prepared when the man launched half a dozen of the quills in his direction. He released an explosion directly in front of himself. It burned up the quills before they could get within a foot of their body. He felt one of the stone ball that guy from earlier formed impact the back of their head at high speeds. The impact only knocked their head forward, and damage to the slime was healed before anybody could notice. Katsuki grabbed the stone from where it was flying back towards its master and launched it with a focused blast. The stone hit the man in the stomach and knocked him off his feet. Katsuki turned around to deal with the porcupine guy. The guy was preoccupied firing quills at the other gang. He let off a dual explosion from his feet in order to rocket towards him. Once he was close enough, he blasted the guy back into a fire escape. Katsuki heard a snap at the collision. Most likely a broken rib. The man fell to the floor gasping. The armband gang were gathering together in order to fight while the briefcase holder ran away. Katsuki decided he was top priority since he had all the evidence, so he used two explosions from his feet to launch them up and over the hastily assembled group and then rocketed forward after then Alligator Man. To him in seconds and still midair grabbed onto the man's shoulder from above. He used a small explosion from one feet to kick off and flip their leg up and out in front. As soon as their feet touched the ground, he used all their strength but mainly the momentum from the alligator man's sprint to flip him up over their head and to slam him into the ground. The man wheezed from the force of his impact. Katsuki lazily kicked the briefcase away from him so that it wasn't in immediate reach. The man started rolling over and painfully trying to get to his feet. Katsuki decided they couldn't have any of that, so he walked over and stomped down on the man's shin. There was a loud crack as the bone broke. The man stayed screaming in pain and clutching his leg. He wouldn't be running away anytime soon. Katsuki straightened back up to their full height and tuned around to face the rest of the whimpering man's gang. He walked menacingly over to the armband guys. They were starting to look twitchy. One guy with a small handgun shot them in the head. Thankfully, it didn't hit either of the lenses and instead passed harmlessly through. The bullet dinged against a wall behind them. The man gulped when Katsuki didn't even pause stride at being shot. He whipped out one of their arms and ripped the gun from the man's hand. Thinking of a funny idea, he opened their mouth and dropped the gun in. He discreetly moved to be in their torso, but from the gang's perspective it would look like they had swallowed it. He laughed at the looks on their faces, then jumped into the center of the mob and started letting off small explosions. One guy with fingers that extended in wicked points slashed at them. The slime where the fingers connect parted and then resealed just as fast. Katsuki grabbed the guy's face and threw him against the wall. It looked like Deku's original prediction that they were basically immune to mundane attacks was turning out to be true. He was finding that most of Deku's predictions were turning out to be true. He released an explosion that was more shockwave than heat into the torso of another gang member. She went down with a grunt and started retching. He walked past the alligator guy as he approached the last armband gang member. He made sure to stomp on the guy's stomach to discourage another escape attempt. This guy looks to have some sort of speed quirk. Based on how he was using it earlier, I think it allows him to accelerate in short bursts to high speed. I don't think he is able to turn or cancel his momentum once he starts using it, however. He also always tenses a little bit right before he activates it, Deku said. So you're saying to catch him midair then? Got it. He saw the guy's eyes dart between them and the fallen briefcase. Just try it, fucker, Katsuki growled in their head. The man shifted his weight forward just a little bit and Katsuki grinned. Gotcha. The man shot forward trying to get by them and to the briefcase. However, Katsuki snatched him out of the air as he passed by. He used the momentum from the man's quirk to pivot around and throw him to the floor. The man wheezed as his breath was knocked out of his lungs. He turned to the other gang where they were scrambling to help up their fallen friends and trying to escape. Sadly for them, Katsuki had maneuvered to block the exit out of the alley. He advanced on them. Once he was about 5 feet away, he released a wide-angle explosion that knocked a few of them off their feet. He turned to the closest gang member. The air was shimmering oddly around her, almost like a mirage on a hot day. Deku started running analysis. He said, "Watch out for this one, Kaken. Judging by how the other gang was reacting, she has an optical illusion quirk of some sort." Deciding he didn't want to deal with any illusion bullshit, he put both hands in front of himself and let off a bigger blast than before. The large explosion also served the purpose of keeping the other gang members busy while he dealt with the first goon. He saw the woman stumble. He let off another one and then leapt forwards through the still floating dust right into the Mirage Lady. He felt his shoulder connect to something solid and made sure to drag it down with him to the floor. He then jumped up and used her unfortunate position on the ground to land a kick on her side. However, while his back had been turned, a gang member had managed to sneak up on him. He felt a large impact on their lower back. The blow knocked them forward a step. He turned around and let off a small blast directly where he guessed the guy's face would be. Unfortunately, the explosion did nothing as the man's entire body was covered in stones the size of pebbles. Deku piped up again, "Regular blast probably won't work here, Kaken. You're going to have to let off a big one, but watch out for the people behind him. We cannot accidentally kill somebody." Looking behind the pebble guy to where the porcupine guy was still unconscious. "Teach, especially since we don't know what will happen with your quirk if we kill somebody rather than if somebody kills us." Trying to think of a way to get past the stones, he noticed a glint on the porcupine guy's fingers. He relayed his idea to Deku and felt the slime around the fingers start to shift in preparation. With how fast and flexible their new body was, it was easy to slip past the pebble guy. Of course, the bright explosions combined with the darkness meant that none of Katsuki's opponent's night vision was working properly. He stepped back onto the porcupine guy's hand with his back foot. From Rocky's point of view, it looked like they were standing defensively. However, instead Katsuki had relaxed the slime on the floor and got to work removing the brass knuckles from the fallen gangster. Once they were loose, it was a matter of moments to siphon the weapon into their right fist. He kept the pointed metal underneath a layer of slime to avoid the glint tipping off their opponent. He jumped forward and started letting off small blasts in the man's face to distract him. He slipped around to the man's back and put his arm up. When the guy finally turned around to face them, he let loose a big right hook. The instance before the fist would have connected to the man's face, Katsuki detonated the nitroglycerin pockets located right behind the brass knuckles. The added force of the explosion caused the weapon to slightly detach from the slime. However, the effect on the pebble guy was extremely gratifying. Where the brass knuckles had impacted was now littered with cracks and craters. The man tumbled down to the ground in pain. However, he got back up after a few seconds. When he stood, his stance was unstable and causing him to sway. Katsuki released a bright explosion in the guy's face and used his momentary disorientation to hit him in the diaphragm with the brass knuckles. The guy tripped backwards and fell to the ground a second time. This time, however, he didn't get back up. The two remaining gang members didn't have obvious quirks. However, Katsuki doubted they would wait so long to use them if they had useful abilities. So he decided to jump right at them before they could prepare. He side-kicked one of them in the shin and heard a crunch as the bone broke. The gangster went down with a scream. Finally, he let off a concussive explosion at the last guy, who went sprawling back onto one of his buddies. And with that, every member of both gangs were incapacitated. It took Katsuki about 5 minutes to zip-tie everyone and another minute to pile them all up in a corner of the alley. He pointed an arm threateningly in their direction. One of them had a burner phone. Katsuki switched their own stolen phone for that one. He handed control over to Deku, who then dialed the cops and put the phone near their head. Before anybody could pick up the call, Katsuki said, "Make sure to sound intimidating, none of your mumbling or stuttering nonsense. I know Kaken. I know how important the right reputation can be," Izuku said. When the phone picked up, Izuku didn't give the operator a chance to speak before he blurted out in their shattered voice, "Hello, we have picked up a number of gang members in the midst of a brawl. If you could send backup, that would be appreciated." The operator took a second to gather themselves after listening to their disturbing voice. Where did this incident take place? And how many individuals were involved? Izuku used an eye to count the frightened-looking gang members while Kaken used the other to look for street signs. He responded once he had both. "There are 11 members total, and we are across the street from Vice Manufacturers. A couple of squad cars will be at your location within a few moments." "What did you say your name was again?" "We didn't," Izuku replied before hanging up. Izuku walked over to the briefcase to see if they could figure out what was in it. A thug went to stop him but froze when Kaken let off a few crackling pops from their hands. The briefcase was locked. But it was easy enough to open when he could just ooze slime into the mechanism and manually move the latch. Inside were dozens of vials of fluid. Definitely some form of drag. Izuku closed the briefcase and walked over to the alligator guy. He seemed to be the boss of the armband gang. Izuku bent at the waist until they were looking at where the man was propped up against the wall, gingerly holding his leg. Izuku said in a voice quieter than the one he had used before, "Where do you and your gang make these drags?" The man spat at them rather than respond. Izuku idly dodged. Before he could interrogate further, the police had arrived. The first police member stepped out of the car, leveled a gun at them and yelled, "Freeze." Izuku lifted the hand not holding the briefcase into the air slowly. The various gang members did the same. Well, the ones that were conscious did. "Get on the ground," yelled another policewoman. The order was for everyone but mainly directed at them as they were the only one mobile. Rather than complying, Izuku walked over to the police officers. Inside he was freaking out, but he knew they couldn't afford to comply with the police. Otherwise they would probably end up in a holding cell. The officers all looked scared of them and one yelled, "Stop, not any closer." Izuku stopped 5 feet from them and placed the briefcase on the ground. He said, "The briefcase we found, it contains drags. Oh, and a few of these individuals will likely require medical attention." Before the police could demand they get on the ground again, Izuku had already moved to leap past them. He swayed to the side to get out of the line of fire and then used an explosion to get to the roof. He ignored the shouts behind him and focused on escaping. It wasn't hard being both nearly invisible in the darkness as well as completely silent. Once they were out of the range of fire, Kaken blurted out, "Nice going, dipshit. Why did you say, instead of, now they are going to think there are more of us?" Izuku was distraught to realize that he had indeed said that. "Oh shoot, I didn't even realize that I said that. But I doubt they will think we have an accomplice. They will probably just assume that we are crazy or something." "Oh well, that's way better then," Kaken said sarcastically. "I'm really sorry, Kaken, but maybe they won't even notice, and there's nothing wrong with coming across a bit odd, I suppose. Actually, Deku, I think we can use this. You're absolutely still an FING idiot. But if everyone thinks we are a nut job, it will be even easier to scare the shit out of them." "Why do you like scaring people so much, Kaken?" Izuku asked nervously. "Huh? Why the stuff? Besides, did you see those guys at the end? If they hadn't been scared, they might have tried attacking again. Don't you think we are already scary enough?" Kaken scoffed. "Are you kidding, nerd? None of those losers even wet themselves. Izuku sighed but decided it would be easier to just indulge Kaken in the long run. Well, if you're sure you want to talk like that, we could just use the royal we. The F is the royal we. Oh, I read about it. Ancient kings in England used to refer to themselves in the plural. I think it had something to do with their divine right to rule or something. But either way, if we use it like that will make us seem either pretentious, crazy, or both. If we talk all fancy like they will never connect us with Slimy. That fucker was about as sophisticated as a doorknob. Kaken was immensely pleased with himself. Not only had he turned Deku's F up into an additional layer of their disguise, but it meant that he could potentially terrorize shitty villains even more than before. The royal we, or whatever the F Deku had called it, would really fit with their Slenderman persona. They patrolled for the rest of the night before heading back to the apartment to sleep. A week of vigilantism later, they had made some progress in finding crime. Now that they knew how to find it, they were catching at least one crook a night. The police were getting used to them, calling in, and had it so that their calls all went to the same agent. Izuku had been careful when speaking. He still referred to them as multiple people but was clear to indicate that they were just talking about themselves. The operator was used to their eccentricities by now, so it made calling in much easier. Kaken and he were having a heated argument about their nighttime activities. Izuku said, "I'm sick of it, Kaken. We can't keep taking money from criminals. It's wrong. Plus we can't let the police or heroes think we are just some kind of thug." Kaken replied, "What do you suggest then? We need to eat, and I would rather steal from crooks than random people." Izuku agreed with that, but still his point stood. "Fine, why don't we get a job? Oh, you know somewhere that hires slime people that don't have any identification and or are wanted for murder? We can wear a disguise. And for the identification we can make up a story. Maybe about how we ran away from home or something." "Don't be stupid, nobody will hire a runaway kid." "Yes, they would. We just have to find somebody that will care about our story. And besides, it is kind of true." It was kind of true, Kaken thought bitterly. Just because they had very extenuating circumstances they couldn't go home. He might be able to convince his mother and father of the truth now. But he couldn't risk it. He knew Deku wasn't ready either, despite how much it was eating him up inside. "Fine, we will look for a job. What's your shitty idea for a disguise? Let's go look around some stores and see if we have any ideas." All the clothing stores they visited had nothing that wouldn't be suspicious. They did snag some shirts and pants while they were there though. It was only when they walked past a large arts and crafts store that Izuku had a good idea. "We can use the slime and some props to make up a mutation. That would be the easiest way to disguise ourselves and not look too weird." "Yeah, sure. Just make it not look too lame." Izuku walked into the store and started down random aisles. He found nothing of interest in the first four. But the fifth one he DD. It had a lot of home decorating items, including fake plants and strings of realistic-looking vines. "We can pretend we have a plant quirk that makes plants grow from our skin." I said, "I don't give a F dash. Just decide already." Izuku took Kaken's apathy to mean should go to town. With one last promise to pay the store back someday, he started looting. Slime covered the fake plants and stripped them of leaves. All of them ended up in their center. After he got off as many as he could, he went to the vines and absorbed a bucket full of them. Their core was getting rather cluttered with all the wallets and nitroglycerin, and now the leaves making it hard to move anything around. He walked down the rest of the aisles to see if anything stood out to him. He grabbed some plastic skeleton hands, some driftwood, and epoxy. Right as he was about to walk over to the register, he saw a handsome pair of antlers sitting in a bucket with other bones and horns. Perfect. He grabbed those too, and noticed they were on sale. He paid for the antlers, glue, and hands with money stolen from various criminals. He would have paid for the fake plants too, but there was no way they had enough. Once they got back to the apartment, Izuku got to work crafting their new civilian appearance. He put on the light blue button-up and khakis. He had grabbed a few pairs of socks from a bin, but he had forgotten to grab new shoes, so the unfortunate Crocs got to stay. He took little pieces of driftwood and stuck them to the skeleton hands with epoxy. They ended up looking like knobby wooden hands. While those were setting, he placed all of the vines on the floor in front of them. He sent the leaves to coating their head and neck. They were densely packed and flowed over the whole head except for the eyes. He had removed the black lenses because their yellow eyes actually went with the leaves nicely. The vines were cut into hundreds of pieces and stuck into their head like hair. Izuku had run tiny tendrils of slime down each of the stems, allowing him to control the vines a bit. He couldn't do much more than move them around though. Finally, the antlers he stuck into the top of their head. Once the hands were done setting, he filled the hollow bones with slime as well as any crevices between wood. He added more leaves growing around their wrists to imply that the leaves grew over their whole body. He told Kaken to check it out in the mirror. Now we look like we have some sort of nature quirk. Kaken seemed pleased with the new look. Wow, nerd, this is your first idea that didn't end up looking creepy. There was a bakery that Izuku felt they might be able to get a job at. He had seen the help wanted sign on the door as they walked around. Additionally, he knew the owner donated all of her spare bread to the homeless. He thought that it was probably their best shot. There is no way anybody would connect their vigilante persona to some random runaway working at a bakery. He opened up the door and took heave of breath. They would need to appear to be breathing after all. Here goes nothing. Just don't mess up, Deku. I don't want to have to go to interviews all day. Sure thing, Kaken. Izuku was nervous and didn't really know what to do once he was inside. He fiddles with their hands and kind of just looked around awkwardly for a few seconds. Hello, came a cheerful voice from behind the register. How can I help you today? The cashier asked with a genuine smile. Izuku cleared his throat in order to settle his nerves a bit, as well as to make sure the voice they chose for this persona was working, and said, Hello, I was wondering if Mrs. Mori was in today? I would like to speak with her if she is. The voice came out fine. It was soft-sounding and on the quiet side. Izuku moved one of the strands of ivy to the front in order to fiddle with it. The cashier stared a little at their plant-like appearance, before she smiled and said in an excited voice, Oh, you must be here for the job? I'll go get Mrs. Mori right away. She will be thrilled. Izuku awkwardly stood there, while she went to the back. Kaken apparently had had enough of sitting patiently and snarked, Why are you so effing bad at this? Izuku said back slightly annoyed, You know I've always been bad at talking to new people. Plus my only conversation partner recently has been you. Kaken bristled, Are you saying I'm a bad conversationalist, Deku? Because I'm effing fantastic at talking. I wouldn't go as far as to say bad, but... Izuku hesitated for a second. But what? You always sound either enraged or like you just found your least favorite person tripped down the stairs and died. Yeah, and... Katsuki said nonchalantly. How are we supposed to talk to terrified civilians if you sound like you want to murder them? Kaken scoffed. Simple, I talk to the villains. You talk to the sacred wimps. Izuku just sighed. The poor police in charge of their case were going to end up thinking they were completely crazy. With the weird way of talking and multiple personalities as well as their appearance, their vigilante persona was ending up way stranger than Izuku would have ever intended. Look alive, nerd, boss lady is here. The cashier had indeed brought Mrs. Mori to the front. She had shoulder-length graying blonde hair. It was pulled back into a loose ponytail. She smiled at them and then asked, Mika says that you are here for the job? Yes. Izuku said. He nodded their head for good measure, causing the vines to swish a bit. Mrs. Mori smiled again and said, Well, better follow me back to the office so we can have a proper discussion. To get to the office they had to walk through the kitchen. There were great big mixing bowls and sacks of flour stacked in corners, as well as a very large table that the bakers probably used every morning before the shop opened. Izuku felt a pang of hunger go through them at the sight of half a dozen muffins left unattended. Finally they reached the office. Mrs. Mori took a seat behind a table stacked with papers and a coffee machine. She gestured for them to take the other chair across from her. Izuku began to fidget when he realized that she was studying them. She was looking at the craggy driftwood hands and the antlers. He probably should have pieced together a less conspicuous disguise. But oh well, it sure looked nice. Finally she asked, So I think it's best to start with names. I'm Yui Mori, as you likely already know from the sign. What should I call you? Izuku had completely forgotten about coming up with a name and stuttered out the first thing he could think of, Ivy. You can call me Ivy. She raised an eyebrow at the clearly fake name but didn't mention it. Well then, Ivy, why do you want to work here? She asked, That Izuku did know that, I have seen how much you give back to the community and how many people you help. I have always wanted to be a hero but I can't because of my quirk. At this he waved a few strands of vines around uselessly. He continued, and well, I thought that maybe I could help a little bit in a different way. Kaken commented with, you could not have been more effing sappy if you had tried. God, that was disgusting to listen to. Izuku ignored him and instead watched Mrs. Mori's reaction. She seemed pleased at his answer. Well, that is a very lofty reason for working at a bakery. However, I can't say it is a bad one. Alrighty, let's continue. She asked about 10 more questions. Various things that were both related to work and not. Finally she said, well, Ivy, I think I'm willing to offer you the job. All that is left is to fill out some paperwork and your tax forms. Do you have all your IDs on you? Otherwise you will have to come back. Izuku was surprised that Mrs. Mori had decided so quickly. She must really have needed a new employee. He also remembered to start panicking about not having any ID. He knew going into this that he was going to have to lie their socks off. He and Kaken had come up with their fake backstory, so he knew what to say, but it was still hard. He said in a very quiet voice, I don't have any ID or anything. He looked down at the table. Mrs. Mori furrowed her brow and said, like with you, or at all? Izuku felt terrible lying like this, but he knew it was technically true. At all. What about your parents? Surely they would have some identification for you. She was sounding worried now. I ran away. Izuku pulled some vines into his hands to start worrying with. God, you sound pathetic, Katsuki added helpfully. Mrs. Mori sighed and said, oh, that's why you came here. Because you know I help people. Izuku was alarmed she had seen through them so easily. WBL was all he got out before she cut him off. Look, kiddo, why don't you go to social services or the police? No. Izuku shouted. He felt terrible for it and apologized, sorry, it's just that I can't. I can't let them find me. And I have no way of getting enough food without them tracking me down. Mrs. Mori rubbed her eyes with the palms of her hands and muttered, I shouldn't, I really shouldn't. Oh, who am I kidding? She looked back at them and Izuku made sure to catch their eyes in the light so they sparkled. She sighed and said, fine. But you will work extra hard. I'm not going to be able to employ you full-time to avoid suspicion. And if anything happens, it will be entirely your responsibility. She pointed a finger at them to emphasize her point. Kaken was incredulous and said, holy shit, I can't believe that actually worked. Izuku was surprised it had worked so well too. He snapped his hand up to their forehead and said, yes, ma'am. She stood up and grabbed some paperwork. She went to hand it to them before she realized that there was no point and put it down on the table. She sighed again and said, just go home before I change my mind. You start tomorrow at 7:30 am, don't be late. She opened the door for them and gestured for them to leave. As Izuku walked them past Mika the cashier, she turned and mouthed, well, at them. Izuku lifted his hand in thumbs up. Mika did a fist pump before waving goodbye as they walked out the door. That night they decided to try and follow the Black Armband gang members to try to find their hideout, rather than just tying them up to a street lamp for the cops like they had been doing. The gang members didn't just walk around with the armbands showing, likely to prevent this very thing from happening. Luckily Katsuki had glimpsed one as the man had been putting on his jacket after leaving a broken-down building. They decided to follow him instead of checking out what was in the building. So far the man has gone into a gas station to pick up a pack of cigarettes. But other than that he had just been calmly walking around randomly. It almost looked like he was trying to throw off a trail. Unfortunately for him they were not following on the ground but over the rooftops. Finally the man entered a building. It was 2 stories and had curtains on all the windows, some of which had been broken and plugged up with boards. We should stake it out to see if we can see any of the others. Deku said to him. Yeah, but first I'm going to check and see if there are any doors on the other side. Sounds good. This way if the gang got word of a tale it would be possible to catch more of them, should they come out a side entrance. After doing most of the lap Katsuki noticed a door that was particularly covered by some vines. It looked like it hadn't been used in a bit. Regardless he mentally noted it down as another possible exit. Deku pointed their eyes at a building kitty corner to the hideout that would have a decent view of both doors. Let's wait up there, we can see if anybody enters or leaves. Katsuki grunted in affirmation. He went around the building to the fire escape and climbed up to the roof. No need to be fancy when there were no witnesses after all. Katsuki sat down by the edge of the roof and resigned himself to wait. He felt Deku grab one of the eyes and move it down to their core. He yelled out, "What the F are you doing? I need that to see." "Well, you only need one of them really," Deku said a bit petulantly, "besides I have a good use for it." He expanded an air pocket next to the eye. On one side of it he put the phone screen, on the other he put the eye. He then extended a thin tendril to the phone to turn it on and pull up the forum he was reading earlier. "So you're just going to look at the phone the whole time I stake out?" Katsuki said incredulously. "Yup, but don't worry, we can both look through both eyes so that way you won't get bored either. And I can help watch the building." He guessed that they really didn't need both of them watching the building. He fully intended to steal the phone from Deku at some point, so that the nerd would have to do his time on the stakeout, while he got to browse the internet. A few hours later, nothing had happened beside a few people going in or out of the building. Besides the original guy, they had no proof that any of them were part of the gang. Deku had found a couple forum posts talking about an unnamed vigilante that was reported to be extremely tall as well as having a creepy voice. Seemed their reputation was getting around. The first post was just a couple days ago, and since they had been working as a vigilante for a few weeks now, that meant that not many people had actually heard of them yet. They were suddenly startled by a low voice behind. "Well, if it isn't our newest vigilante, didn't expect to see you here." Katsuki whipped around to see a man in a black jumpsuit. He had yellow goggles and a long white scarf. Deku gasped in recognition. "Oh my gosh, Kaken, that's Eraserhead." He squealed fangirlishly for a second before he added, "He is an underground hero that can erase quirks just by looking at them." Katsuki felt his non-existent blood run cold at that. What would happen to him and Deku if their quirks were erased? On the outside, he simply stood up and tilted their head at the hero. Hopefully he wouldn't try to arrest them. When Eraserhead failed to add more, Deku asked with their creepy voice, "And why would you not expect to see us here, Eraserhead?" Eraserhead didn't flinch at their voice like most people did upon hearing it for the first time. Instead, he looked at them for a few seconds before shrugging and saying in a bland voice, "All the reports say you are good at hiding, so I just assumed I wouldn't see you around at all." Katsuki was a little miffed, but he supposed the hero's logic was sound. "Oh, and speaking of reports," Eraserhead added, "what should I call you? I don't look forward to having to fill out the Unnamed Vigilante over and over." They were actually prepared for this, having come up with a name already. They needed to share it before the police stuck them with something awful. And this was as good a time as any. Izuku placed a hand over their chest extravagantly and bowed slightly. "You may refer to us as Gestalt." The name Gestalt was one they came across in literature. It is a German word that is used often in science fiction to refer to a hive mind or a collective of consciousnesses that function as one entity. It is also used in psychology. Its meaning there isn't directly in opposition to their image, so the name stuck. When Deku lifted their head back up, Katsuki could see that Eraserhead looked irritated at the dramatics. SCKS for him though, because they had already decided this would be part of their persona. Eraserhead took a step closer to them. Katsuki resisted Deku's urge to back up. "You aren't going to arrest us, are you?" Deku asked, trying not to let the nerves show in their voice. Which admittedly isn't hard with how freaky it sounded. "I should be," the hero said with a frown, "but I'm going to give you a chance for now. There aren't enough heroes working around here as it is." Izuku moved their mouth into a smile and said magnanimously, "Well then you wouldn't mind if we were to leave then. It's only that we just remembered we left our stove on at home." Izuku took a couple steps to the fire escape and extended an arm to be able to swing over the side. Before he could, he saw Eraserhead's scarf float up and a flash of red as everything went black. Aizawa jumped a little in surprise when the vigilante melted before him. He didn't let up his quirk though, unwilling to let him escape. Still keeping his gaze locked on the puddle, he crept closer. He nudged the goop with his foot and bumped a glowing phone out. There was an obscure forum loaded on the screen. Izawa would have liked to see if anything else was in there but felt his eyes start to burn and had to blink. The puddle twitched a few times before it started to writhe and grow. The vigilante's flesh was pulsating and twitching, and it looked like hands were trying to reach out from odd places. Suddenly, with what looked like visible effort from the vigilante, it settled into the tall, slender form he usually took. Gestalt wobbled around a bit before facing his eyeless head towards Izawa. He opened his mouth to speak, but nothing came out except for a wet-sounding gurgle. The vigilante pointed an arm at him, and it crackled a few times with sparks before it jerked down and away. Gestalt put both arms on his head and started rocking Slidey as he muttered, "No, no, no, Ka-dash. No, we can't hurt him." Then his entire body started jerking and losing form. The voice changed into a completely different sounding one. This time it was only a single. And it sounded normal enough. "Ha, you didn't think you could hold me down forever, did you?" Then the voice changed once again back to the myriad of voices it usually took. He said angrily, "Die, you piece of shit. I'll kill you." Izawa took a few steps back in case Gestalt was talking to him, but it seemed the vigilante was talking to himself. His body stopped twitching and smoothed back out. He stood up fully and serenely turned to Izawa. He said in a deceptively calm voice that still made his skin crawl, "We beg you to never do that again." It was singularly unpleasant. Despite being unnerved at seeing somebody melt and then proceed to have a mental meltdown, Izawa remained calm on the outside. Finally his curiosity got the better of him and he blurted out, "What the hell kind of quirk makes you melt when it is erased?" Gestalt paused for a second, before responding with, "Ours apparently, all that we remember is that we ceased to exist and then we were waking back up to you poking us." He noted that Gestalt dodged the question about his quirk. Instead he asked, "And why did you start freaking when you woke up? Wouldn't you feel unnerved if you had experienced complete non-existence? What if we hadn't woken up when your quirk was removed? What if you had killed us?" Despite the calm demeanor that Gestalt was projecting, Izawa could see how unnerved he was. He decided to change the topic to the building that he was clearly staking out. Izawa had discovered the location as a gang hideout, but had yet to catch any of its residents in a crime. So he was at a standstill on taking them out. Hopefully the crazy vigilante would have some sort of info on them. "Have you seen anything of note?" he asked, indicating the building. Taking the subject change in stride, Gestalt answered, "We only know that one man wearing a black armband went in and has yet to come out." He was twitching a little bit, almost as though he were resisting something. However, in the darkness and gem-like body it was barely noticeable. "How much do you know about the mercs?" He needed to know before moving forward in case they didn't know what he was talking about. It chaffed to have to work with a vigilante. But there were no competent heroes that patrolled this area at night. And there was no way he was going to go through the effort of bringing somebody in without a lead. "Ah, so that's what they are called," Gestalt said with a smile in his voice. "We have only met them briefly." Izawa thought before resigning himself to catching him up to date. "Well, they primarily deal in Trigger, a dangerous drag that amplifies quirks. I haven't figured out who their supplier is. But I do know that they have very high-quality products. I doubt we are going to be able to follow this all the way to the top, but we should still try. Whoever was manufacturing the trigger was very sneaky. The same drag had shown up in multiple different gangs so far. None of them had led back to the source. The man we followed must be a dealer then. Do you expect any of them to surface before daytime?" Gestalt was still twitching a bit as he said this. Probably not. And if he did, there would be nothing linking them to the mercs anyways. "Well then, if you will excuse us. We have some business to take care of," Gestalt said, already turning to leave. "Wait." Izawa grunted. "Meet me here 2 days from now, same time." If they were both in the same case, might as well work together. Gestalt pet his head for a second before carefully replying with, "Very well." With that, the vigilante turned and jumped from the building. Izawa heard nothing as he hit the ground. And when he checked over the edge, the alley was empty. He shook his head before going to the same spot Gestalt had previously been sitting and sat to stake out the building for a few hours until dawn, just in the small chance that somebody did leave. Izuku had taken them down into the sewers and had barely gone 100 feet before he had to stop. The effort of keeping the body in the right shape as well as having a polite conversation with a scarily competent hero as well as managing both Kaken and Saran raging in the background had taken every ounce of his willpower. Saran was trying to take control back from them. However, ever since his initial burst of taking advantage of Izuku's shock from getting erased briefly by Erasered, he not been at all successful. Now Saran was barely able to make the slime twitch. Every minute Izuku succeeded in shoving him a bit further into unconsciousness. Kaken had also been trying to take control of the body. He was infuriated at Eraserhead for their frightening stint with being Unalive. Now he was content to just spit insults at Saran, who despite trying to free his body from them, still cowered from Kaken. Saran was angry, and while Eraserhead had been suppressing Uza's control over his body, he also had his mind free from the influence of Izuku's quirk. His mental capacity had recovered for the most part since they had taken over. Except for his innate fear of Kaken, but that was understandable, everybody should be at least a little afraid of Kaken. Saran muttered angry little nothings under his breath but didn't reply to the insults. Kaken took his silence as an invitation to continue. Izuku had had enough. Shut up. Both of you. Kaken begrudgingly fell silent but Saran was still muttering so Izuku gave him a shove. Kaken, I can't have you yelling like that when we are in vigilante mode. That's how we mess up and get caught. Yeah, whatever, but next time I want to do some of the talking. We can't have anyone thinking we're a little beach or something. And aren't you worried that Gestalt might give us away? I still think we should have gone with something actually cool like King Explosion Murder. That name is kinda bad to Kaken, no offense. Shut up. It's FNG perfect. Gestalt sounds cool, and I doubt they will be able to figure out my power just from that. Saran was saying something about the name but Izuku had managed to push him far enough into the dark that the words were barely audible. I still don't think Gestalt is a good name for a badass vigilant, Kaken grumbled. Izuku had resumed heading back to the apartment making sure to keep the outer layer of slime hardened to avoid anything nasty in the sewer dissolving into it. He would be sure to remove their outer layer of slime as soon as they got back anyway. Well, we aren't really a badass vigilante yet, Kaken. All they know is that we stopped a few muggers and fought in a small gang fight. Don't forget FNG crazy, Kaken snarked. And that we might be a bit touched in the head. That is not enough to make one a badass vigilante. Why don't we work with that eraser guy to take out the gloomies or whatever the F they call femslevs? Then they really would be scared of us. Izuku sighed, weren't you listening to the conversation at all? That's the plan. Kaken seemed pleased. Yeah. The next night they patrolled for hours but failed to find any crimes to stop. It seems their luck from the first couple of weeks might be finally running out. Exasperated that the shout he heard was just a few drunks merrily making their way home, Izuku sighed, you would think there would be more crime during the night, not less. Kaken was even more irritated about it than Izuku. He paused their body in front of a wall. He punched it rather than climbing. He growled out loud with their actual voice, why can't we find anything? I don't know, Kaken, maybe we should try to follow Eraserhead next time we see him. To try and pick up on some of his techniques. Kaken resumed their course up the side of a building before replying, what if he splats us with his shitty but quirk again, huh? Izuku didn't think it would be that much of a problem, seeing as Saran only managed to escape because of his surprise. It will be fine, Kaken, he has no reason to. Besides, he said he wanted to work with us, we could be silent backup. After an hour of futile patrolling they decided to check in on the mercs to see if anything had changed. The building was exactly the same. Only one person left the building the whole time they watched. The man that left looked like a higher-up of some sort, so Kaken decided to follow him. The man took a winding path that led him to an abandoned park where there were a few people hanging around. The man walked up to a stout woman that had tattoos on most of her exposed skin. When he reached her he handed her something and she handed something back. He nodded before continuing on his way. So, should we follow the boss man or dealer Lady Deku? Kaken asked. Both of these people could potentially lead to valuable information. Izuku felt a little nervous suddenly being put on the spot. I don't know. Quick, make a decision. They only had a few seconds before the boss dude turned a corner. Follow the guy. He looks like he has more connections in the gang. And besides, we can come back to see if that woman is still there later. Kakin jumped the divide between buildings. As he reached the end of the row, he dropped down to the sidewalk below. All the lights were out on this strip of road, so he wasn't concerned with being spotted. He caught up with the man right as he turned onto a main road. It was too bright to be able to move around freely in this area. So Kakin slipped down into a storm drain and followed the man from underneath. Every 50 feet or so there would be a grate or hubcap. He could stick an eye up to check on the man's progress. After about half an hour of tailing the man over rooftops, sewers, and alleyways, the man finally stopped at a house. He pulled out his keys, opened the door, and went inside. After all that, the fucker was just going home. Kakin sounded set off, all of that work for nothing. That's not true, Kakin. Now we know where he lives and we can find out who he is. Maybe it will help with taking down the gang somehow. Whatever, let's just check on FING Drag Lady and see if she is still there. She was not there when they made it back to the park. And they couldn't go find her because they had a shift at the bakery in a couple hours. Deku and Katsuki switched who would be working and who would take a break every hour or so. Currently Deku was greeting a customer and Katsuki was looking up the address of the man they had followed. So far nothing had come of it. Most addresses did not have any valuable information available on the internet. The copious amounts of fake foliage made it so even if one of their yellow eyes were missing, nobody would notice. In case they needed it through, the phone was in the back of their head so that the eye could roll around to face the front as though nothing was wrong. The irony of having an air where their brain should be does not escape him. Katsuki waited for the customer to leave before talking so that Deku wouldn't mess up the conversation and make them look weird. Are we telling that eraser guy about the guy we followed last night? Yeah, why wouldn't we? Because dipshit, if we do then he will just give it to some other hero and all of our work would be for nothing. Deku clenched the fabric of the jeans with their craggly driftwood hands. He thought for a second before replying hesitantly, he might not. And even if he did, he would be in the right. We are breaking the law. Yeah, but we were the ones who did the FING work tracking these guys down. Deku was sounding a bit exasperated and said, well, even if we didn't tell him, the address means nothing to us. We don't have the resources an official hero has to get information. Deku looked up at the clock and cheerily said, oh, looks like it's your turn to work. Make sure to not make any more customers cry. That lady Fa deserved it. Katsuki switched with Deku for control over the body. Their co-workers were by now used to Ivy's frequent mood swings. So when Katsuki changed their posture, nobody blinked an eye. After work, they stopped by a store to pick up a few charging bricks. The battery in their phone ran out often from being used near constantly. Finally, they made it home to rest. The slime body got tired the same way that their old human ones did. It got harder to control and it felt like thinking through a fog. After dumping all the components of their Ivy disguise in a dilapidated closet, Izuku set an alarm for 11 p.m. and melted in the bathtub. Both of them were unconscious within 5 minutes. Katsuki insisted on going to the meeting spot an hour early in case it was a trap. The stairwell going down into the building had a small roof covering it and the underside was completely shadowed. So once he had confirmed that nobody was watching, he oozed up into the crevice, blending in seamlessly. They only had to wait for 15 minutes before Ursa had arrived. The hero looked around before settling in to wait. He had the same idea as them. Once he was turned away from the awning, Katsuki dropped down silently and stalked over to him. He was just a couple feet away when he stopped and said, "You're here early, hero. Do you not trust us?" He made sure to talk like Deku had his gestalt. It was best if they switched off regularly when speaking so that their discrepancies blended into each other. Eraserhead whirled around, eyes glowing red, before blinking when he noticed it was them. Katsuki only felt a flicker of nothingness and didn't notice any significant changes in their body's position. So the quirk would only have been on them a moment. The hero looked irritated at being snuck up on. He said in a gruff voice, "Where the hell did you come from? And of course I don't trust you." Izuku took control just long enough to put their hands on their chest and say in a faux sad voice, "We're hurt." Katsuki took control back from Deku and gave him a mental shove for not letting him speak. Ursahead ignored Deku's dramatics and moved right on to business. "Well, Have you found anything since the last time we met up? Of course we did. Katsuki crooned. We followed a man who looked important, as well as found one of the gang's dealers. Katsuki walked over to the banister and looked out over the street as though what he said was unimportant. Glancing back at the hero, he saw the man had raised an eyebrow. Well, are you going to tell me where they are? Katsuki paused for a second before saying in a wistful voice, we would like to, but... Eraserhead huffed before saying, but what gestalt? Spit it out. I don't have all night. He sounded annoyed, so Katsuki dialed it back a little. We don't want to be outed from the case. Katsuki turned back to Eraserhead so that their eyeless face pointed directly at him. Eraserhead met their gaze before nodding. I wasn't planning on keeping you out of the loop anyways, but I will see what I can do on the police side of things for now. Katsuki nodded back before saying, we will show both locations. Tell us if you can't keep up. He then jumped off the side of the building. Deku discreetly moved one of the eyes to the back of their head just in case the hero really couldn't keep up. However, there was no need. Eraserhead had grappled down using his capture weapon. Without bothering to look back, Katsuki set a fast pace to the rundown park. It was much easier when he didn't have to time their progress to match whoever they were tailing. Eraserhead kept up even when he went up over rooftops, in order to go directly to their destination. Finally, he dropped down into a shadowed alley near the park. Eraserhead was next to him a few seconds later. Look, Kaken, the lady is back. He was right. The lady was about 20 feet in the other direction from where she was yesterday. This park must be some sort of drop-off spot. He pointed her out to Eraserhead, saying, see that woman there, with the pink hair? She exchanged what appeared to be drags and money with the man we tailed yesterday. It only took Eraserhead a few seconds to notice her. When he did, he nodded. Yeah, lots of dealers meet up here. Alright, I'll keep an eye on her, but for now give me the address of the man you tailed. And a description. He gave it and agreed to meet up again in a few days. Eraserhead gave them a different location than before so that they weren't always meeting right in front of a gang hideout. They kept regularly meeting with Eraserhead over the next couple of weeks. The hero had kept his word about including them in the operation against the mercs. Turns out that Eraserhead was not the only hero in the case. Another hero, Mr. Slash, was also a part of it. Though they had yet to meet the man or even learn more about him than a grouchy, he's adequate, from Eraserhead. The two heroes along with the police had been working on a case against the mercs. Izuku and Kaken had been tailing everybody with suspected connections to dig up evidence. Eraserhead had given them a small and deceptively high-quality camera to take pictures with. Unfortunately, they were going to have to give it back afterwards. At their meeting last night, Eraserhead had tipped them off that the raid was going to go down any day now. Just a few more details to plan and it would happen. The rest of the people involved were peripherally aware that they had been working with a vigilante. Eraserhead wanted them to help with the raid and assured them that nobody would try to arrest them for the duration. Izuku mused about how the others were going to react to them on their way to Dagoba Beach for some training after work. As they turned the corner to the beach, Izuku was dismayed to hear voices coming from behind the trash heaps. Those fuckers better not be trying to steal my training spot. Kaken snarled. After so long using Dagoba as a training and hangout spot, it had become more of a home than the ratty apartment they were still squatting in. Izuku would be sad if they couldn't come here anymore. Let's go check it out. Maybe it's just some kids hanging out. Izuku tried to placate. Kaken scoffed at the idea. More like junkies we're gonna have to scare off. Kaken took control of the body and followed the garbage-free path around a particularly large trash heap. He stopped at the sight that greeted them. A large muscled blonde kid, perhaps a couple years older than themselves, was running back and forth between the pile and a dumpster carrying trash. A man that was doing his best impression of a skeleton was shouting encouragement and advice at him. The area directly around the pair was actually clean enough to see the sand. Come on, young Mirio, put your back into it. Kaken started to turn around to leave when Izuku noticed a microwave teetering right above the teenager who was distracted by something buried in the sand. He yanked control from Kaken and leaped to tackle the boy out of the way right as it started to fall. Look out! He shouted. He was surprised, however, when his momentum took him straight through the boy. He felt the blonde's shirt get tangled in the antlers and cursed his decision to not change out of their ivy disguise before training. When he turned their head to look back, he saw the microwave harmlessly pass through the boy even as he sunk into the ground a few feet. The boy then rocketed out of the ground, but naked from his clothes falling through him, he walked over to them. "Are you alright? Thanks for the warning and trying to help." The boy reached out a hand to help them up. Izuku took it before Kaken did something rude like refuse it. Why you're welcome." Izuku stuttered, trying to simultaneously look away from the still naked boy and get his shirt untangled from the antlers. Once he did, he handed it back to him. He was going to say something more when Kaken beat him to it. "Why the F are you naked? Googly eyes?" "Googly eyes?" the boy muttered and touched his face right below one of his eyes, and then said to them, "I don't think they are that odd, especially compared to you, no offense." "Huh? What that's supposed to mean dash?" Izuku stopped him from continuing by taking back control. He decided to continue on Katsuki's statement. "Ian, is your quirk some sort of G-ghost-like state or permeability? That would be a great quirk for hero work. You wouldn't have to worry about attacks and walls would mean nothing to you. Oh, looking at how you shot out of the ground, does that mean you could use your limb like a railgun if you phased a dart or bullet into them?" The boy blinked with whiplash at their ever-changing personality. He was about to respond to them before the thin man came jogging over. "Are you all right, my boy?" he panted at the naked boy. He turned to them and said, "And thank you, young man, for trying to help. That was a very heroic thing to do." Izuku brought a hand up to tangle in the vines hanging from their head. It was nothing." Izuku knew that had he been in his old body, he would have been blushing. Kaken scoffed at his bashfulness but didn't intervene in the conversation yet. "May I ask what you two are doing at the beach?" Seeing motion out of the corner of his eye, he turned to see the blonde boy hopping around trying to put on his pants. The boy, having succeeded in putting on his pants, stood up proudly and declared, "We are cleaning the beach." He glanced at the older man who looked like he would be blown over by a gentle breeze and corrected himself, "Well, I am cleaning the beach while Toshinori-san is coaching me along the way." He shook himself and added, "Oh, I forgot to introduce us. I'm Mirio Togoda, but you can just call me Mirio, and this is Yagi Toshinori." Toshinori waved at them in greeting. "Nice to meet you, I'm Ivy. I think it's great that you're cleaning the beach." Internally, Kaken grumbled, "Well, great for everyone but the two of us, that is." "Shook Kaken, I'm trying to talk," he admonished. Mirio enthusiastically grabbed their hand to shake. He didn't seem put off by the wooden nature of it like some customers at the bakery were. He said, "Nice to meet you, Ivy, and about my quirk, you were right, it is permeability, though I haven't tried to railgun the idea yet." Izuku awkwardly extracted his hand from Mirio's. "What is your dad coaching you for?" Toshinori started coughing and Izuku was disturbed to see blood coming up. Mirio started laughing for some reason. "Oh, Mr. Toshinori isn't my dad, and he is training me for heroics." Izuku was mortified at his assumption. But you two look so similar." Then the second part of Mirio's sentence registered. He started to squeal in excitement, but Kaken extracted control before he was embarrassed further. Mirio scratched the back of his head and said, "I guess we do look a lot alike." Kaken seemed fed up with the conversation and abruptly blurted out rudely, "I'm leaving," before proceeding to do just that. Mirio called out, "Goodbye, Ivy. Hope we can see you soon." His voice was muffled as Kaken walked them around the pile of trash. Deku sounded disappointed that he wasn't getting to ask more about his heroics training. That was rude, Kaken. Whatever. He sounded like just the kind of idiot that could talk all day. "Where are we going to train once they are done cleaning the beach?" "Doesn't matter now, it's gonna take till the end of summer at least to clean this mess at the rate they were going." Once Katsuki had walked far enough that the two good Samaritans wouldn't find them, he liquefied and left all their clothes as well as their disguise hidden in an old cooler that was now empty. He could feel Deku move the eyes to land on a pair of ratty old trainers and briefly took control just long enough to snatch them up. "What the hell are you doing, Deku?" "No way in hell am I wearing those disgusting wastes of rubber." "Nothing, some bleach can't fix Kaken. Unless of course you want the Crocs to be our only shoes." "Shut the hell up, Deku, let's just do what we came here for." Katsuki concentrated on the nitroglycerin pockets throughout the body and focused on moving one to their right hand. He was not as good as Deku at manipulating the slime precisely, so it took a few moments longer than usual. Wait, maybe we should practice with seawater first in case we mess up. It's probably not a good idea to leave nitroglycerin just laying around on a beach. Katsuki looked skeptically at the polluted water, unsure if he wanted to mess around in it, but decided that Deku was probably right. Even his more stable version of nitroglycerin could be easily ignited by the smallest spark. And with the amounts that he and Deku were planning on throwing around, there is no way somebody would notice if it went off. Well, if we accidentally let it off, at least we will clear out a big chunk of beach for Esterp our boy. Don't be rude, Kaken, he can't help it if his quirk makes his clothes fall off. Katsuki ignored Deku and moved over to the water. He waited out a little bit to get away from the worst of the garbage and then plunged their arm in. Izuku used a cavity in the slime to slurp up a couple pints worth of seawater. With that done, he walked quickly back to the shore. Alright nerd, how much nitro should we use? I don't recommend more than a blueberry worth. Any more would be enough to level buildings, and I don't think we want that kind of heat on us. He watched curiously as Deku produced clear slime on their palms so that they could easily watch the process unfold. Heh, literally. Deku laughed. Shut the F up, God. There was a reason that Katsuki hated Deku, and it wasn't just because he didn't have a quirk. Once Katsue deemed there was enough fresh slime, he slowly separated a blob of seawater. As he said, he used less than a blueberry's worth. He was disgusted to see the grayish-green tinge to the water as it came in contrast with the crystal-clear slime surrounding it. And then even slower than before, he raised the bubble up, only keeping a millimeter-thick membrane around it. The marble-sized bead of slime and seawater was then lowered towards the ground. Do you think we will be able to keep it in shape when it's not in contact with us, Deku? Only one way to find out, I guess. With that, he detached the glob. Almost immediately the slime liquefied and the water absorbed into the sand. He quickly put his hand back in contact with the detached glob. He could sense almost all of it, and it happily rejoined the rest of the fresh slime. Does it need contact with the main body? Yes, Deku. It looks like it, but that begs the question. What is the main body? How does the quirk decide what part of us holds our consciousness? Maybe it is all of us at once. Deku rambled. Remember when All Might destroyed Saran? He was in a million pieces and separated in 2 different bottles, but was able to reform when we escaped. Katsuki was curious as well and decided to test it. He tried to think with all his might that he and Deku were in their right hand. And then he severed it from their body. To his shock, he could still feel the slime in the hand, but the rest of the body melted. What are you doing, Kaken? You can't just do things without thinking about it. Quick reattach to the rest of the body. He was already using their mega form to slide over to the large puddle of gunk. It felt weird being so small. Chill out, it's not like it killed us or something. Deku huffed at that. Well, what if all the slime is dirty now that we are not focusing on keeping particles out? Sheet, he didn't consider that. When he finally reached the slime, only around 90% was still responsive, the rest just kinda sat there. After he had reformed, he poked the non-responsive slime and found that it was basically just black snot. And there was indeed sand and small particles of garbage happily floating around inside them. They were going to have to do a deep ocean clean again soon, as well as get some more ink eventually. They were probably overdue anyway. All the alleys and drains they had been crawling around in have been slowly accumulating filth in the slime. You just had to try it out immediately, didn't you? Deku snarked. Well, at least we learned that if it takes too long in between separations, we won't be able to reclaim all of it. Why the hell did the slime choose the hand to be the us, and not the rest of the body? It probably had something to do with him pretending his consciousness was in the hand rather than the head. But that didn't explain why Deku and Saran got dragged along too. He felt a chill when he realized that if Deku hadn't been dragged along, his consciousness might have been lost forever. While you were thinking, I am the hand, so loudly even I could hear it, Kaken, the quirk probably just goes to wherever the user identifies with the most. And since both me and Saran were not even thinking about it, your thoughts weighed the most. I don't think the grenade idea is going to work. We will never be able to keep the slime together long enough to detonate it far away. He was irritated that it wasn't working. He thought for sure they would be able to get it to work after he remembered Saran being conscious in both the bottles. However, now that he thinks about it, a lot of the slime from the bottle without the eyes never reformed. They were very small when Saran was first running from All Might. Deku was also disappointed. It would have been so useful though we could really control a battlefield if the explosions could come from anywhere. Give it a rest, nerd, not every idea we have will work. But even before he finished saying that he had an idea, he repeated the previous steps with the seawater and lowered a slime water marble to the sand. He then used his explosion proofing to harden to the surface of the slime. He then released ITY as he had done before. Instead of melting immediately, it sagged almost like it was made of saran wrap, but then a second later it melted just the same as the unhardened slime had. Well, that was useless. Actually, from watching that I had an idea. You know how you used a tendril to lower it down to the sand? What if we just kept a really small thread of slime attached to it and used the connection to detonate it? We can always use the clear slime so that nobody can see it. Worth a shot. He did just that. Once the little pouch of seawater was on the sand, Katsuki slowly started walking away from it. He created new slime to add to the tread rather than waste slime that had ink in it. After around 25 feet, he was surprised that none of the slime had melted. He could still feel the slime in the tendril, but it was too thin to manipulate very much. Out of curiosity, he tried igniting the little bulb. All he saw from where they stood were a few tiny bubbles of air form and started floating around in the seawater. He could feel Deku's attention zero in on the bubbles. There must be trace amounts of nitro dissolved into the slime. That would explain the bubbles at least. Did you miss the part where your idea worked? We can use this for long-distance explosions now. Katsuki was a little miffed that Izuku didn't even take the time to acknowledge their progress and immediately started going into nerd mode. Oh, I saw it. I'm just concerned over the implications. We need to be careful about detonating these. They might leave some slime behind. And we just saw that even fresh slime has a little bit of your nitro in it. What if they connect it to you? Oh, come on, they will know it's Gestalt's quirk and move on. Besides, I doubt anybody is going to be rooting around crime scenes looking for our slime when the only one that knows that's what we are made of is that nobody hero we are working with. Eraserhead seemed like the kind of guy that kept what he knew to himself until it became relevant anyways. Kakin, it just takes one person analyzing it to see that our slime contains the exact same compound that your sweat did. A compound I doubt exists anywhere else in the world. Katsuki grit their teeth when he realized that the quirk registry had the exact compound his sweat contained listed on it. And neither he nor Deku had the skill to delete it. We will just be really careful about it and make sure we don't leave any behind. They practiced with the nitro ball for an hour or two more. They could now throw them without detaching them from the main body, as well as slide the capsules around when they were far away from them. For flight and jumping around, they could have the strings attached to their ankles with lots of slack ready to pull out at any movement. However, keeping track of all the treads would be too much work to maintain mid-fight, so the technique would be shelved for now. The next day at the bakery, they received a text message from Eraserhead. The hero had managed to wrangle the phone number of the burner after much pestering. Izuku had been afraid that the hero would use it to track them. But Katsuki had rattled it off before he could stop him, with the justification that if the hero wanted to track them he would have already done so. The message simply read, "Meet me at our usual spot. Sting is tonight, be there at 10. Be prepared, the police along with the heroes Midnight and Mr. Slash will be present. So try to be less horrifying than usual." Katsuki stopped chewing out a customer to grin. Wordlessly he handed the woman her donut. He then went to the sink to wash his hands. He wouldn't want to be infected with stupid the day of the raid after all. When the door had shut behind the customer on her way out, Mika looked over at them. "What's got you so fired up all of a sudden? Did she have a booger on her face or something?" "F off extra," Katsuki said happily. Even he couldn't be angry when the prospect of exploding villains was only half a day away. Only a moment later Deku said to her, "I'm sorry Mika, I didn't mean that. Anyways, just some good news." Mika didn't even blink at the tone shift. She had only taken a few days to get fully used to them and now didn't seem to care if they were crazy or not. The bell rang and in walked two middle schoolers. Deku was horrified to see that one of them was the guy they stole the Crocs from. Thankfully they were currently wearing the sneakers. The boy apparently had multiple pairs of Crocs, as he was wearing a relatively tame neon green pair today. The boy got to the counter and said, "Yo man, can I get a?" The boy paused to look at all the display cases. "I'll get one of those monster cookies." The boy smiled at them, revealing a mouthful of shark-like teeth. The boy's friend, the same pink-skinned girl from the mall, was still looking at the display case. Katsuki made sure to glare at her to make her go faster while he grabbed Croc Boy his cookie. Katsuki shoved the cookie in its stupid paper bag as aggressively as he could manage without damaging it. He switched the target of his glare to Croc Boy as he stomped back over to the register. He gingerly held out the cookie by the tips of his finger to avoid making contact with the idiot. However, his caution was pointless as the boy enthusiastically grabbed the cookie as well as their hand in the process. Katsuki made pointed eye contact as he unsubtle wiped his hand on his shirt. The boy's smile faltered a little bit but was back on moments later. The girl finally decided on her order. "Can I get one of the strawberry cupcakes, please? They are so cute." She squealed loudly. Katsuki stomped back over to the display case and pulled out one of the pink cupcakes. Mrs. Mori had started to let him and Deku help make some of the pastries. She had been impressed especially by Katsuki's skills with decoration. He had tried to make the strawberry cupcakes have a dog with an explosion in the background. However, with only various shades of pink available to him, it ended up just looking like a really fluffy puppy. Every FNG customer that had bought one had thought it was cute. Disgusting. He handed the cupcake to her and started punching in the order with more force than necessary. Just because he was happy and excited for the raid tonight did not mean he was going to be kind to the cash register if FNG thing liked to mess up his orders. 500 yen, he growled. Before Croc Boy could pull out his wallet and pay, Raccoon Eyes had pushed her way in front of them and asked, "Who decorates the cupcakes? They are all so well done." "None of your effing business," he sneered at her. Mika started laughing from where she was next to them doing inventory on the drink cooler. "Actually, Ivy here is the one that decorated those cupcakes. He's pretty good at it." At this the girl squealed and grabbed their hands excitedly. She was bouncing up and down still holding their hands. "Oh my gosh, how did you get so good at decorating? They look so professional." Katsuki racked his brain for an answer. The truth was that he had always been good at cooking. His mom was a disaster in the kitchen and his dad always made bland things. So if he wanted to eat something up to his standards, he had to make it himself. Instead of answering the Raccoon Eyes, he just shrugged and pulled his hand out of her grip. She wasn't deterred from her enthusiasm and added, "Well, I think they are amazing. Keep up the good work." After paying her and Croc Boy went and sat down at a nearby table. They sat down and started having a conversation. Katsuki shamelessly listened in. Croc Boy took off his school coat and rolled up his sleeves before starting in on his cookie. He only got a couple bites in before Raccoon Eyes grabbed his wrist to look at something on his arms. He pulled them back to himself before she could get too close a look. "Are those Jarkus picking on you again, Kiri?" "Yes." He looked away and didn't answer. "Do you want me to talk to them or something?" she said in a soft voice. "I don't need you to fix my problems, Mina. And besides, they aren't picking on me. I just keep getting in their way," he said in an irritated voice. Deciding that it might look suspicious to just stand there listening, Katsuki got out a broom and dustpan and started to clean the floor around the tables. He drifted out of hearing before he meandered to the other side of the table. He could feel Deku listening to the conversation now too. And the DMed nerd had the nerve to call him a gossip. Right as they walked by, Croc Boy burst out, "Mina, I said I'm fine. If I'm going to get into UA and be a hero, I can take care of a couple of Jarkus all on my own." That caught Deku's attention. Before Katsuki could stop him, Deku had taken control and started talking to the two middle schoolers. "You're going to be a hero? That's so cool. And that is where I've always wanted to go to be a hero," Deku said enthusiastically. Croc Boy didn't look offended that they had eavesdropped on the two's conversation. In fact, he looked thrilled to talk to somebody else about it. He had a big grin on his face when he said, "Yeah, both me and Mina are going to apply to the hero course at UA. You said you wanted to go to UA too. Does that mean you're going to apply?" Deku froze. and then started waving his hands around like he did whenever he got nervous. I always wanted to be a hero, but there is no way I could get in. He blubbered out. Crocboy looked curiously at them before asking, why not? Oh well, my quirk is just kind of weak, not hero material at all. To demonstrate, he made the strands of ivy flop around a bit with some slime. And it was kinda hard to get into Hero High School when they were gallivanting around in the body of a child murderer, Katsuki thought bitterly. The boy said, oh, that's too bad then. The pink girl was looking at them funny. Katsuki had had enough of Deku's floundering. Besides, they had come up with a schedule for a reason. It was Katsuki's turn to drive. He ripped control back from Deku and whipped around to glare at her. What the hell are you looking at, raccoon eyes? She lit up and pointed right at their face. That right there. Your personality just switched. What is up with that? At some point Mika must have wandered over because she started laughing. Before she said, oh, don't worry about that. Ivy just does that all the time. One moment he is super shy and nice, the next he's a complete a-hole. I've just learned to ignore it. Raccoon Eyes seemed to accept that explanation and said, that's so weird, I like it. She gave them a thumbs up. After the quick conversation, Katsuki went back to milling around with a broom. Unfortunately, neither of them said anything interesting before they left. Katsuki checked the eye Deku was using to look at the time. It had only been half an hour since Eraserhead had contacted them. The sting couldn't come soon enough. As they made their way to the new rooftop they had taken to meeting Eraserhead on, Izuku was checking to make sure they had everything they could possibly need. Zip ties? Money in a Ziploc bag? Camera and phone? Enough nitroglycerin to level a city block with some to spare? Kaken, why did you have to spend all day producing nitro? There is no way we will possibly need this much. Kaken was doing some last-minute practicing with the vascular system Izuku had designed to move large amounts of nitroglycerin around. It was basically like the human system for blood but with fewer veins and contracting the walls to pump it around rather than using a crude heart. He had briefly tried the heart idea but found if they put too much pressure on the nitro it would start dissolving back into the slime for some reason. And since it was much thicker than blood it required quite a lot of pressure. Plus this way was much more precise. What if somebody has a quirk like Saran's that is resistant to explosions? So your solution is even more explosions? I don't think there is much that can't be solved with a sheet ton of nitroglycerin, Deku. Izuku just sighed. Unfortunately Kaken was probably right. Well, either way we need to be careful around the heroes that are participating in this raid. Eraserhead said it was fine, but I doubt they will be as cool with vigilantes as he is. Nothing they can do about it, nerd. We looked up the law. They can't arrest us if we are with a registered hero. Kaken had spent the rest of their shift after Kirishima left, looking up laws about vigilantes and heroes along with those surrounding a raid. Alright, we are almost there. Do you want to be in full control the whole time, or should I jump in when I see something vital? Nah, I don't want you messing me up mid-fight. Just tell me something if you notice it. If you really FNG need to, fine, but it better be worth it. Got it. Izuku was starting to get a little nervous. This was their first time actually fighting alongside heroes. Hopefully it went well. Katsuki quietly walked up the last step to the roof. Eraserhead was already there and looking straight at them, so no jump scares today, unfortunately. Oh well, he thought. There will be plenty of gangster wannabes to scare the shit out of later. Eraserhead gave them a once-over and seemed satisfied that nothing was amiss. Good you're here, he said brusquely. We have 15 minutes before we meet the rest down the street. He looked at them right where their eyes would be if Deku hadn't moved them to more strategic locations. Katsuki was a little miffed that the hero felt he had to walk them to meet the other heroes. But it was Eraserhead's name on the line if they messed up after all. He was glad they had both practiced Gestalt's manner of speaking, because it meant that he could also talk to people in case Deku froze up with anxiety or started stuttering. It was odd that Katsuki could keep control of his emotions when he was pretending to be their vigilante persona. But he figured it had something to do with pretending to be somebody else. He tilted their head slightly and said, "Going to give us a pep talk before the show begins, are you?" "No, I'm here to make sure you don't F up in front of my peers. I don't want you trying to scare them." You need to work together with them, so if they tell you to do something you do it, no hesitations. He turned around and gestured for them to follow him. He paused and said, "Oh, and try not to maim anyone. Some of the thugs we have been finding have been beat up a little too bad. That kind of behavior won't be tolerated going forward except for extreme cases." "Even when the vermin deserve it?" Katsuki grit his teeth thinking about some of the shitbags he and Deku had fought. The person that Eraserhead was probably talking about was the man they had found molesting a young girl. She looked like she was barely in high school. He had given the man extensive burns and a couple broken bones. He most likely had to be hospitalized. He didn't regret hurting the man, he had FENG deserved it, but he regretted how much he lost his control in anger. It reminded him of how he used to hurt Deku out of irritation. And look where that got him. Eraserhead pursed his lips but nodded. "I know it's hard, but heroes are not judges or executioners. We cannot kill or maim anyone, outside of extreme situations. And if you want to be respected by heroes and the public both, you need to present yourself as more than just a villain. We will do better. We will also be on our best behavior around the esteemed heroes tonight." Katsuki knew it probably would be better to have Deku drive for that interaction, but couldn't have the nerds start fanboying and ruin the image he was working so hard to establish. Eraserhead grappled down to the street and started walking. Katsuki was quick to follow him. He made sure to stay behind the hero and thus out of his eyesight. Just because he knew that Eraserhead wouldn't use his quirk on them meaninglessly didn't mean he wanted to tempt fate. Finally they rounded a corner and found Midnight and a guy dressed in a crisp white shirt and tacky apron that had to be Mr. Slash, along with about 10 police officers. A man wearing a beige trench coat and a matching hat cut off speaking when he saw them approaching. "Eraserhead, glad you could make it," he turned to them and said, "and you must be the elusive Gestalt. You've been causing quite a stir recently. I am Detective Tsukachi. I will be the one running this operation." "A pleasure, Detective. We hope we can be of use." The officers all looked a little unnerved at their presence, but the two heroes just glanced at them for a few seconds before turning back to the detective. The detective cleared his throat before continuing, "As I was saying, we are going to do this in 2 steps. We will have Eraserhead infiltrate the building through the north-facing window to check for any persons that could be used as a hostage. He will also report any developments he finds back to us. Once given the all-clear, Midnight along with Gestalt will enter through the south door. Mr. Slashed and 5 officers will go in the east door." He looked directly at them and said, "Does this work well for everybody?" Katsuki went to respond in the affirmative, but Eraserhead cut him off. "No, Gestalt should be the one to infiltrate. He has the most stealth capabilities out of everyone here." Midnight cut in before Detective Tsukachi could respond. "How sneaky can a guy that's 7 feet tall and has explosions for a quirk be?" Eraserhead shrugged. "More than me, that's for sure." Mr. Slash responded smoothly as he stroked his goatee. "I don't know if I feel comfortable letting a vigilante that none of us have ever met before have such a crucial role." "He's kinda right, I wouldn't trust us either." Deku added in. "Shut the hell up, we agreed not to interrupt each other during conversations, dipshit." He went back to listening. Tsukachi cleared the argument before it could happen by saying, "If Eraserhead thinks it would be better to have Gestalt infiltrate, then I am fine with it." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a walkie-talkie. He took a few steps and handed it to them. Wordlessly, Katsuki took it. However, he didn't move to put the radio into the slime because he was unwilling to display their liquid-like tendencies in front of so many people. Even if it was obvious they had some way of storing things, it didn't mean they had to show how. Eraserhead only said not to be scary. He said nothing about being mysterious. "Now just a few more things before we begin." The detective went over the rest of the plan in detail. Deku had come up with a few things he wanted clarified. Katsuki decided not to say them, to avoid looking like a newbie. He was sure they could figure it out when the time came. They approached the building from the shadows. Katsuki looked up at the face of the building and at the window Detective Tsukachi had recommended. He looked for other possible entrances too, just in case there was a better one. Deku, who had been given permission to speak now that the briefing was done, said, "Kaken, none of them would be able to see this side of the building from where they are positioned. We should just go in through the vent." Katsuki felt Deku angle the eyes directly at the vent for his convenience. Could work. But I don't think the gaps in the grate would be large enough for the walkie-talkie. It was worth a try. He slunk over the wall underneath the vent. He looked around discreetly to make sure nobody was watching before gooping up the wall. The slime easily slipped through the grate. Their phone neatly slotted through the gap as well as the sleek camera eraser head had given them. Saran's eyes were oddly squishy, so they fit through too. All that was left was the walkie-talkie. Try bending the bars a little, Deku murmured. He smothered the grate in slime to avoid any sound escaping and began to tug on two of the bars. He grit his teeth in effort, and finally the thin bars were just wide enough to fit the device through. He let the metal snap back into place and started oozing through the vents. It was disgusting in here. Every surface was covered in dust and spiderwebs. And there were more rat dropping than Katsuki cared to admit. At every vent they passed, he paused to see if there were any people hanging around. So far he had only seen 4, 2 of which had carelessly left their armbands on display. He made sure to silently take pictures of all of them. He moved onto the upper floors. It seems that everything upstairs was a living area, with a few kitchens and plenty of bedrooms, some of which were occupied. Deku was mortified when they had stumbled across a couple that were using the bed for a different reason than to sleep. Katsuki nevertheless took a picture. What? Eraserhead told us to take pictures of anyone who looks like they could be a suspect. But Kaken, you can't take a picture of people when they are. Well, you know, we don't have time to discuss the moral implication of taking a picture of suspected criminals when they are fing Deku. We still need to check out the basement to give the all clear to the cops. I guess. It took them a few minutes to find a vent that went all the way to the basement, and when they did it was even more full of dust than the rest of the vents. This is disgusting. Don't these asswipes clean their vents? We are going to have to go to the ocean and do a complete slime replacement because of this sheet, Deku. Once it leveled out, he looked around to find a vent. Eventually they came across one high up in a wall. Katsuki froze at the sight and was revealed looking through. The large room they found themselves in was manned by about 5 guards, and all of them had guns, and what they were guarding was obvious. There were 2 cages attached to the walls. The people in them were of various ages, with the youngest appearing to be a few years younger than them, and the oldest in her 40s. The cells were both the same size, but one had about 15 people in it, and the other only had 5. After a few moments to take it all in, Deku gasped, "Kaken, the 3 in the cages on the right are probably quirkless." Katsuki looked closer but couldn't see anything about them that would suggest that. Besides no obvious mutations, they looked perfectly normal. How the f do you know that? Look at their feet. Deku said. Katsuki looked at their feet and saw the same tacky red sneakers that Deku always wore on 4 of them. Not many people know this, but quirkless people's feet are a different shape with the extra joints. There is only one brand that makes shoes that accommodate the odd shape, and all of them are bright red in solidarity. Deku continued. Something wasn't adding up. Why did you wear those shoes? You weren't even quirkless in the end. There is still a chance to have a quirk if you have the toe joint. It's just so small that the doctors tell people that they are quirkless so they don't get their hopes up. I never thought I would get a quirk. Katsuki was cataloging everything he could about the room. There were 3 doors. One looked like it connected to the hallway leading upstairs. One appeared to be connected to a room they hadn't seen yet. But the other would enter outside the building underground. It must be a passage. That was how they were smuggling people in without Eraserhead or them noticing. Why do they have the quirkless ones separated? Deku questioned himself. He then muttered, "It's not just that they have them separated either. Proportionally, there are way more quirkless people here than there are in general. They must be specifically targeting them for some reason. Aren't the mercs just shitty but drag dealers?" Katsuki questioned. Well, Eraserhead said they must be working with another gang since they aren't the only ones selling this brand of trigger. So the mercs round people and trade 'em for drags. Maybe we can't tell yet. Deku's consciousness was a tight ball of nerves. Oh, how are we going to save them without the guns going off? Deku muttered anxiously. Figure it out when we effing get to it. For now we need to inform the others what we found. Before using the walkie-talkie, they cased out the rest of the basement. Sadly, there were no vent connections to the likely underground tunnel. However, the room that was connected to this one had various firearms and a large safe in one corner. If Katsuki's guess was right, it would have all the profits from drag dealing. They would have to discreetly come back later. He decided to go halfway between floors to minimize sound. Why the detective couldn't have had them text he would never know. He plugged both ends of the tunnel with slime and then pulled out the walkie-talkie. He pressed the button to talk and said, "We found something unexpected, but other than that everything is as we thought it would be. We have photographs of most people in the building." Detective Tsukachi was the one to respond. He said, "Good work. I'm not even going to question how you got photos of everybody. What did you find?" The mercs seem to be human traffickers. There are 20 people in cages in the basement. From what we can tell, there is a tunnel leading away from the building going south an unknown distance. The detective swore before asking, "Are you in a good position to release and protect the hostages?" If he and Deku could find a way to take out the guard without anybody getting hurt, then yes, they would be. "We are." There was about a minute of silence before the detective's voice returned. "We talked it over. We are proceeding as planned. Safety of the hostages is our top priority. Try to keep anyone from going down the tunnel in the meantime. Without knowing where it leads to, we can't stop anybody from escaping through there. Give us 5 minutes to secure the hostages before you begin. We wouldn't want the guards to be alerted." "All right, in 5 minutes we will enter the building, and tell us if you need more time. Since you are in the basement, you will have to hold out until help arrives," the detective said. He could hear voices coordinating in the background. "We shall endure. Good luck, detective." With that, he restowed the walkie-talkie in the slime and slid back to the grate, looking at the hostage room. "How the F are we going to take them all out without hurting any hostages?" He grumbled he should have asked for more time. "Well, too late now. We need to get them all at once," Deku said. Katsuki could feel Deku's mind going into overdrive. "We can use the nitro capsule method we developed at the beach yesterday. Probably by the ears to stun them. Don't forget about the guns, moron. We can put some nitro in the barrel to make it unusable, and then just plug up the gaps to make sure the explosion doesn't let off any bullets. The explosion would detonate the bullets most likely, but if some of the impact-resistant slime was in the way, it would just trash the gun instead." Yes, this could work. 5 guards each with a gun except the blonde guy in the back. He has 2, so that is 6 plus 2 for each guard's ears, 16 nitro capsules. We need to get them into position without any of the guard noticing. Deku took control of a section of slime. It would be easier to pay attention to what they were doing if they both were working. He started by creating fresh, clear slime. He then extended millimeter-wide tendrils and snaked them across the floor. He maneuvered the tendrils along the floor to follow the grooves between tiles so they were less visible. Once he reached a guard, he would snake the tendril up the outside of their clothes, making sure to keep to the side, not visible to anyone else. The tendril would then worm its way into the gun and fill up the mechanism with slime. Keeping it all connected, he then split into 2 and rested the ends lightly on the guard's shoulders. He and Deku repeated the steps for all 5 guards in the next couple of minutes. "All right, Deku, we have 2 minutes left. We are going to need a lot of slime for this next step since these blasts will only stun them." He started producing slime as fast as he could. They had not made very much in the last month since they had taken over from Saran, so it was very fast in being produced. Each tendril had a small bead of nitro at the very tip, primed and ready to explode. They had 10 seconds left, then 5. He extended the beads up from the shoulders next to the ears. He solidified the slime in the guns to prepare for an impact. Then directly on time he exploded every capsule at once. The hostages all jumped at sound. But the effect on the guards was tremendous. They were yelling and clutching their ears in pain. With their eardrums burst, their sense of balance was gone, so they were falling over and stumbling. The guns were all smoking ruins with the bullets lodged into the barrels. Now for the next step, Katsuki phased through the vent cover and reformed into Gestalt. The fresh slime was extended from their hands like tentacles. He sent a pulse of slime down the thin strands and used the excess slime to shove it up their noses and into their mouths, sealing their airways. Once the slime was in place, he solidified it with his quirk to make it tougher to damage. However, it didn't look like that was necessary. The guards were so out of it from having their hearing and balance shot they couldn't fight for air very effectively. It only took a couple minutes for every guard to be unconscious on the ground. He went around and zip-tied them all thoroughly. He then moved the new slime to barricade the doorway and to alert him if anybody tried to enter the room. The hostages were all backed up against the far wall of their cages away from them in fear. He turned to them and said in his most calming voice that wasn't very calming from its nature of being in shattered harmonics as well as being said by Bakugo Katsuki, "We are with the heroes and are here to rescue you, so do not be afraid." The hostages all looked even more afraid after he had spoken. A few did perk up at the rescue part though. He walked up to the cage with the quirkless people first and used slime to unlock the door. He then did the same with the other cage. He gathered all the hostages in one corner and said, "We are going to wait for the heroes here. They are currently clearing out the rest of the villains. Do not worry, you will be safe with us." One of the hostages flinched at the sound of gunshots going off upstairs. Katsuki gestured at the sound as if to say, "See. We must do something first, but we will be back. We will know if anything tries to enter this room." He walked to the door leading to the safe room. Deku hissed, "What are you doing, Kaken? We need to stay with them." The lock on the door popped open as easily as the cages had. "We need money, Deku. What if we need to bribe somebody or pay bail or something? We cannot afford to not have money. You saw how goddamn important it is in the underworld. What if we need to go to that information broker guy? From what we've heard, his rates are steep." "I thought we agreed we wouldn't steal," Deku said angrily. This would be the point where flesh and blood Deku would have started crying. "These are FNG human traffickers, Deku. There are no scumbags on the planet more deserving of getting robbed." He shut the door behind him so the hostages couldn't see what he was doing. Just in case, there was a thin tendril of slime still connected to the stuff covering the door to the hallway. The safe posed to be a bit more difficult to open, but with the ability to feel every millimeter of the lock as well as Google different techniques on the fly, it didn't last long. As he expected, there was a huge pile of cash in it. Most of it was folded and creased. Likely came directly from the junkies. He took about 2/3 of the pile. That way when the heroes checked, they would still see the safe locked and it would still have cash in it. He swung the door shut and spun the dial to make sure it was secure. He made it back to the hostages and reclosed the door behind him. The gunshots were getting louder. He turned to the hostages and said, "Nobody is in there. We should be safe until the heroes get here." A couple minutes later he heard pounding on the door. The hostages looked frightened but didn't start screaming, which was nice. He quickly darted over to the vent and slipped into it. It was a matter of seconds before they were located in the corresponding vent above the hallway. He kept the slime barricade connected with a thin strand. He also extended another strand under the door in case it got severed. There were 2 mercs banging on the door. They were likely trying to escape through the tunnel or else use a hostage. He repeated the steps he took earlier to take out the guards. He was getting ready to detonate the nitro when he heard shouting come from the room with the hostages. He cursed before letting off the explosions. He smothered both goons' mouths with slime so they couldn't breathe and then ripped the door open. He had unlocked it from the inside. He passed through the slime blocking the doorway and saw one of the guards pulling the door to the passageway open. He had not managed to undo the zip ties on his hands, but he had managed to slip out one of his feet. He was stumbling horribly with his balance shot. "Stash. Should we go after him, Deku? We can't leave the hostages with the 2 guys behind us. They aren't unconscious yet." Deku was right. The safety of the hostages was not worth capturing one criminal. Besides, he had gotten the man's face with the camera earlier. They would hunt him down eventually. "Kaken, before the heroes get here we should dump the extra slime." "Yeah, I'll go find the bathroom real quick." As he recalled, the bathroom was just down the hall. After checking to make sure the 4 remaining guards were truly unconscious, he gathered up all the slime they had used so far and walked out into the hallway. One of the 2 mercs out there was still twitching futile as he tried to get air. Katsuki removed the slime from the first guy and loomed over the other until he went still. After collecting the remaining slime, he ungently dragged the 2 new guards and threw them on top of the others. With that done, he walked down the hall about 10 feet. He brought every drop of slime with him. Deku extended an eye on a stalk to watch the hallway. After checking the coast was clear, he began filling the bowl with clear slime and then flushing it. He only had about a gallon of undyed slime left when Izuku alerted him of movement down the hall. He quickly darted back to the room with the hostages before Hover's shadow they had seen rounded the corner. He shut the door just in case it was another group of thugs. Realizing that the walkie-talkie was unattended, he went over to the vent and used an explosion to open it up enough to grab the device. He heard knocking on the door but decided to not leave the hostages alone for a third time. Instead, he had them gather against the wall away from the line of fire should the door be opened. He readied his hands with nitro and pointed them at the doorway. Midnight's voice came through the walkie-talkie. "Gestalt, it's midnight, the coast is clear, open up." He opened the door cautiously in case it was a trap. Fortunately, it was indeed midnight along with Mr. Slash and 4 officers. 2 of the police hurried over to the hostages and 1 went over to tidy up the guards. One officer cast an uneasy glance at them at the state of the guards. Every single one of them were unconscious on the ground with no visible signs of a fight besides the blood slowly leaking out of their ears. "We were just about to call it in, but a gang member managed to escape down the tunnel." Mr. Slash nodded and then darted down the tunnel. Midnight spoke up, "Let's get these bad boys upstairs and into the trucks." She then turned to the hostages and said, "There are ambulances outside as well as phones to call family with. I would like you to follow us now. Do not fear, all criminal elements have been arrested." She opened the door and ushered the scared civilians out into the hallway. Midnight took up the front of the group, Deku and him followed behind. The officers were each carrying an unconscious villain. Kastuski had picked up the 2 remaining gang members, leaving Midnight clear to fight if they ran into trouble. They made it all the way to the ambulances without anything happening. The bright lights of the police cars combined with the ambulances had attracted a small crowd of people. There was also a news van recording from behind the police tape. "There goes our mysterious edge. Now everyone and their cat will know what we look like." Katsuki refused to acknowledge the cameras and instead walked straight over to the truck they were loading criminals into. The first truck looked to be full, so he just dumped the shitbags on the ground in a heap. "This might be good. If the public acknowledges us as helpful, we might get a smidge more leeway when it comes to working with heroes and police." Deku blathered. He was just about to go over to the detective to find something to do when he heard a shout behind him. He whipped around to see a villain who had been arrested by a different hero had sliced through his binding with something silvery. He then leaped and landed about foot up on a metallic mist-like substance that must be his quirk. The villain then started running away, walking on his quirk straight up into the sky. Katsuki looked around to see if Eraserhead was going to cancel out the man's quirk, but it appeared the hero must still be inside. He growled but decided there was no other option but to display his quirk in front of the cameras. There was no way his pride could survive 2 villains escaping on his watch in one day. He readied the nitro in his feet and then rocketed after the man. He caught up in seconds. The man's running pace was no match for their explosive-based propulsion. He used a blast from his hands to whip around in front of the man, cutting him off. He let off a little yelp of fear before whipping his weird but quirk out and cutting through the slime of their chest. One of the veins full of nitro was severed and a few drops dripped out. Katsuki quickly resealed the wound and caught the drops before they could cause harm on the streets below. Deku seemed to have finished his analysis and began sprouting information relevant to the fight. He has a certain volume of his quirk assigned to each limb. You probably only have to worry about the stuff on his hands as his feet are occupied with keeping him up. Oh, and look out for his head, that might count as a limb too. The villain's eyes went wide, seeing the gash heal in seconds. His eyes then rapidly looked around for some way to escape. He dropped down 10 feet or so and then set off at a sprint under them. Katsuki used an explosion to turn around again and then one more to catch up to the man. Katsuki grabbed onto his ankle, being careful to mind the silvery fog hovering around it. He then used a combination of all his limbs, letting off explosions to whip him in a circle and then fling him towards the ground. The man caught himself with his quirk, but his arm snapped with an audible crack. He screamed out in pain. Katsuki fell down to his form, where he was kneeling 15 feet above the ground on his quirk, cradling his arm. Katsuki grabbed him by the face and used it as an opportunity to fill his airways with slime. Deku had formed 2 stubby wing-like nubs on their back to let off explosions with. With 4 different sources of propulsion, their flight was relatively stable. Katsuki tilted their head, making sure their wide pearly teeth were fully visible to the man. His eyes widened in fear. He began desperately clawing at their hand with his non-broken arm. The slices from his quick were shallow enough that by the time he went to cut them again they had already healed. Katsuki leaned into his face and said loudly in a sing-song voice, "You didn't think you could run from us, did you?" With all the man's flailing, he was quick to run out of oxygen and pass out. Katsuki dropped down to the ground and dragged the unconscious villain back over to the cops. He was displeased to see that the news crew was still filming. The civilians on the other side of the police tape backed away as they approached. Katsuki noticed Eraserhead walking towards them and went to go to talk to him, but stopped when he noticed Midnight briskly heading straight towards them, or rather straight toward the villains. Why couldn't they have put quirk suppressors on these ruffians? Well, better take care of this right. She looked around to see who was nearby and then said to them, "Don't breathe any in, unless you want to take a nap." She lifted up the sleeve on her arm and let out a cloud of pearly pink fog. The vapor hung heavy over the unconscious villain, further lulling them into sleep. However, it didn't travel much further than that. The fog pooled up to around their knees and harmlessly swirled around. Katsuki made sure not to breathe even though they didn't have lungs. Katsuki suddenly felt content with their work and was ready to head home for a nap. He was roused from the comforting thoughts by Deku yelling, "Kaken, get out of the fog right now. Look at our legs." Katsuki unhurriedly focused on the legs. He was concerned that the pink mist was dissolving into the slime even though it was hardened. That pulled him even further out of the haze that must have been caused by Midnight's quirk. He took a few stumbling steps backwards but felt his concentration and control over the slime slipping. Fortunately, Deku had enough mental capacity left to rip control from him and start running away. Neither of them were focused enough to hear the shouts of the heroes behind them. They had to get away before they succumbed to the quirk and turned into a puddle right in front of everyone. He turned into an ally and spotted a sewer cap. He lifted it up and dived in. Deku kept the cap slightly open, and blearily from their spot on the wall they saw Midnight run past their hiding spot. Deku's last thought before following Katsuki into unconsciousness was hopefully the heroes would think they disappeared mysteriously and wouldn't come back to check thoroughly. With all of his control gone, his grip on the wall failed, and he fell into the murky water below with a disgusting splash. Izuku was roused from a deep, peaceful sleep by the feeling of Kaken's consciousness stirring. It took him a moment to catalog where he was, but when he did it was with disgust. They were currently a formless blob bobbing down a sewer. He had no idea how long they had been unconscious for. And since the sewer was pitch dark, there was no way to tell. Hopefully it had only been a few hours and not a longer like he feared. By the state of the slime, it was looking more like at least a day had passed. The outermost few inches of slime felt exactly like it had when Saran was in control. It was disgusting. It felt like they had half the contents of the sewer dissolved in the slime. There were globs of some mushy substance that he didn't care to identify. The walkie-talkie was partially sticking out into the sewer water and thus ruined. But other than a few bills, it seems most of their belongings managed to stay suspended in their core. Izuku was glad that all the money wouldn't go to waste. He detached the walkie-talkie and let it sink to the bottom. The movement in the slime woke Kaken up the rest of the way. He went through the same realizations that Izuku had. Finally he screamed in rage, "Why is this goddamn quirk so effing disgusting?" Their phone lit up with a notification. By its light, Izuku could see that most of their mass was completely contaminated with sewage. It's no wonder Saran was such a slob. "We would be having to do a full replacement every week if we didn't have your ability to harden. This sheet dissolves everything it touches. It's such a fing pain." That's what happened with Midnight. Her shitey but quirk dissolved into us and put us to sleep. No lungs fing required. I hope we weren't out for a long time. That wouldn't look good with the police. Nervously he pulled the phone over to where the eyes were. He clicked the on button and the screen lit up. There were about 15 notifications. All of them were from Eraserhead. There was even a voicemail labeled from a few minutes ago. That must have been what woke them up. "Look at the date, Kaken," he said as he began to be filled with a deep sense of dread. 2 FNG days. That beach's Quirk put us out for 2 FNG days? There was no way that was right. Midnight Quirk only worked for about 20 minutes regularly. Then the victim's metabolism would break down the compound and it would become inert. The less inhaled, the faster you recovered. Unless, of course, you don't have a standard metabolism to digest with, Izuku thought. Kaken, I think we need to count ourselves lucky that we fell into the sewer. I bet the only reason we woke up when we did is that the water washed out most of the gas. Izuku felt a little scared. If the pink haze from Midnight's Quirk hadn't been washed out by the sewer water, they might have been unconscious for a very long time. We need to deal with that soon. But first see what all the messages from Eraserhead are. The first one just read. Why did you run off? Detective Tsukachi still needs to talk to you. The next was. It's urgent, Gestalt. You have valuable information that we need for the investigation. Get back to me as soon as possible. It's been almost a day. I'll be at our usual spot at 11 tonight. Be there. The rest of the messages were increasingly angry and panicked. The voicemails were variations on the same things. This was not good. They had all the photos for the investigation. Additionally, they knew the appearance of the crook that managed to escape. Their testimony would also be helpful. What are we going to tell them, Kaken? If we tell them the truth, they will know a major weakness of ours. Sheet, you're right. I bet other toxins will work the same way. We don't even have the FING choice of not ingesting them. He swore again loudly and then said, just say we reacted poorly to a quirk and were unconscious since the raid. Eraserhead, we apologize for worrying you. Unfortunately, we reacted poorly to a quirk used on us. We have been unconscious since the raid and have just woken up moments ago. We can answer any questions you have, and we have the camera. Deku used a hardened blob of slime to tap out the message on the screen. He hesitated over the send button. Anything else to add? Kaken scrutinized it quickly, and then said, no, just send it. He did so. It only took a couple minutes for the Eraserhead to respond. Where are you? I will come find you. I have a few hours until work. Sheet, the fucker wants to meet up now? We won't have time to go out to the ocean to get clean. Not to mention go back to the apartment for new dye. Izuku had no clue where they were. So he quickly swam up to the surface of the sewer and glanced around for a pathway. He grabbed onto the side and slid up onto dryish cement. He used the light from their phone to look around until he spotted a ladder leading up to the surface. He then formed up a human shape to climb the ladder but was disgusted to find that the green-brown gunk dissolved into the slime made it harder to control. No wonder Saran looked like a blob monster all the time if this was how hard it was to move around dirty. The hubcaps slid aside with little difficulty. They emerged in the middle of the street. Thankfully it was around 4 in the morning, so nobody was out. They left sopping footsteps behind them as he walked to an alley. He texted Eraserhead the address of the closest intersection. He went to try and replace some slime to hopefully get rid of some of the stench, but discovered to his horror that because they were so hungry barely any slime was produced. This was not looking good. He didn't want the hero to see them looking like a sewer monster. That would not go well with their attempts to differentiate themselves from Saran. But it seems like they might not have that choice. After desperately thinking about it for a few moments, he noticed the relatively clean slime in their core. After all the phone and money had been preserved. Ooh, I know, Kaken, we can just invert ourselves with the sewer slime on the inside with clean slime on the outside. Absolutely effing not. That would ruin everything in the core. And be disgusting as F-. Kaken yelled. Izuku formed a hand and started wiping off sewage as fast as possible. There was a puddle forming that was most likely horrendously stinky at their feet. Kaken, we look like Saran did. What if he recognizes us? Izuku said nervously. Izuku took stock of their body. It was about 70% contaminated with slime. Unfortunately, Kaken was right that almost all of the clean slime was being used to suspend the money and the camera. If he used his idea, it would be obvious to Eraserhead that they had been stealing. He want FING recognize us. It's been months since anybody had seen Saran. And I doubt he was ever on the case to begin with. Oh, this is so nasty, Kaken. The slime was not nearly as responsive as it was when clean. Additionally, it felt disgusting to have so much dissolved into what was essentially their body. He checked the time on the phone and saw that they wouldn't have much more time until Eraserhead got there. He did one final wipe with his hands to try and get as much filth off as possible and then hurried over to the spot he said he would meet Eraserhead at. It wasn't long before a cheap black car pulled up to the curb, headlights blinking out leaving them in the relatively darkness of early morning. Eraserhead slumped out of the car looking like he hadn't had any sleep that night. The hero had an angry expression on his face and did not look pleased to see them. Sheet, he does not look happy to see us. Kaken muttered. Eraserhead's nose wrinkled as he got close to them. His hand came up to hold it shut. He gave them a once-over. He took a few steps back and after a second to think, said, "Where the hell have you been? And why the hell do you look like you just crawled out of a sewer?" Because of his plugged nose, his voice came out sounding nasally but no less intimidating. Izuku looked away from the man and stammered out, "Well, about that." The hero took another step back and said, "Don't tell me that is actually sewage all over you." "Well, okay, we won't tell you then." He could see instantly that was the wrong thing to say. The hero's eyes flashed red very briefly and he took a few steps closer to them. He growled out, "All right, you tell me exactly why you ran out of an active crime scene with evidence right now, or I will bring you into the police like I should have when we first met. And whatever quirk you were exposed to you will tell me. No quirk registered at that hideout could have done that to you. I will know if you lie." His eyes narrowed at the last part. "What do I tell him, Kaken? He will find out our weakness." Izuku took a few steps back from the angry hero. "Just FNG tell him. It's that or we go splat." Kaken said bitterly. "It was midnights," he burst out. Eraserhead raised an eyebrow skeptically. "Bullshit. Midnight's quirk doesn't affect people for more than a couple hours. You saw our unique biology the first day we met. The compound in Midnight's quirk did not flush out of our system like it typically does in people. So it lasted for much longer." Eraserhead crossed his arms in thought and said, "Let's say I believe you. Why do you look like a sewer monster?" Izuku was mortified that the hero was seeing them like this, but he started to explain anyways. "Well, you see, when Midnight's quirk started to affect us, we ran away so we wouldn't be arrested. Unfortunately, we fell unconscious right over the entrance to the sewer. We must have been floating in it since the raid. And since our body is primarily fluid." Izuku spread their arms as if to say, "See." Eraserhead grimaced at the imagery Izuku's description inspired. "Well, that's an unfortunate drawback to your quirk. Did you at least manage to hold onto the camera? It should be waterproof." Eraserhead looked at them again, probably searching for where they would have left the camera, and came up blank. "Oh, the camera, yes, we managed to hold on to it. Here." Izuku moved a glob of clean slime with the camera into their hand. He did his best to discreetly coat the outside of their palm with clean slime so the camera would not touch sewage. When Izuku held out their hand, the camera was sitting in it like it had been there all along. Eraserhead reluctantly grabbed the camera from them, however he seemed surprised when it didn't smell like the sewer at all. In fact, the camera looked as clean as it had been the day he gave it to them. "Well, I won't question where you had this the whole time. I need to get to work soon. Meet me where we met up with the heroes before the raid tonight. I will have questions for you about the case." Eraserhead said, sounding mollified. "You're not going to make us talk with the detective?" Izuku questioned. Eraserhead sighed before he answered. "No, all the evidence we need should be in the camera. And it's more pain than it's worth to go through official channels to work with vigilantes. Better if you limit contact to pro heroes rather than the police. We have slightly more leeway." Izuku nodded. Eraserhead pocketed the camera. He stood there for a second contemplating something. "I have decided I will keep your weakness to myself for now," he said, looking at them firmly. Izuku was surprised that the hero was willing to go on such a limb for them. "Thank you, Eraserhead. We will do our best to live up to your expectations in the future." Eraserhead nodded and turned to walk over to his car. Before he got in, he looked back at them and said, "Oh, and Gestalt?" "Yes." Izuku responded hesitantly. "You did good out there." With that, the hero got in his car and drove off. Izuku looked at the ground and smiled. If he had a face, it would be flushing with pride. Wow, I can't believe the fucker, he didn't even try to arrest us. Kakin pipped in, done with his silence for the conversation. And there went the moment. Now get us the F to the ocean, Deku. This is so goddamn disgusting. All Might stood a distance away and watched as the leafy boy, Ivy, perked up at young Mirio's greeting. He had been coaching the boy as himself and not as All Might to try and get to know him. In fact, young Mirio didn't even know that he was a hero, just an old friend of Night Eye's. The boy had proven himself time and time again. With his willingness to clean an endless beach for no other reason than community service. He was a goofy, cheerful boy that had a heart big enough to shine through in his every action. But for all the good deeds the young hero had done, it was his ability to inspire happiness in others that has made All Might finally decide to take him on as his successor. He hopes that the boy will accept, and that he will be able to bear the burden that this quirk represents. All Might feels a small smile form on his face as he sees the two talking. The boy Ivy hands young Mirio a donut from his workplace before waving and walking off down the beach to pursue some other activity. Young Mirio enthusiastically accepts and takes a bite. However, when the antlered boy is out of sight, he sadly places the donut back in its bag and puts it on a bench uneaten. Poor Mirio was on a strict diet of primarily protein to try and strengthen his muscles further. The boy was already strong, but All Might wanted no room for error when he finally inherited his quirk. One donut would have been fine, but the boy's friend brought him treats fairly often. He turned and walked off, satisfied that young Mirio would be fine on his own for the day. He pulled out his phone and typed out a message. He hesitated over the send button before finally biting the bullet and pressing it. I have decided that young Mirio will be my successor should he accept. I ask that you try not to sway him should he ask for advice. He had been thankful that Night Eye had allowed him to get to know the boy, and had not pressured him to make a decision. He had been insistent that they be introduced but had backed off as soon as that had occurred. Night Eye responded shortly after, even though it had been over a week since they last talked. His old sidekick acted like he had been waiting for the message, just as he always had. Of course, I understand that this is entirely Mirio's decision to make. He decided to inform Gran Torino while he was at it. Finally decided to choose Night Eye's brat. He's a good lad, Nana would have liked him. He was grateful towards Gran. The old man had been the one to drag him out of the anger and grief-filled slump that had him furiously hunting that villain after that boy had been killed. He had of course had people be killed in front of him before, countless times in fact. But usually they were in situations where his presence wouldn't have changed things. His weakness had never been clearer to him than when he had been barely a second too slow to save that child. A couple months earlier and he would have been able to beat the sludge villain with ease. Most heroes had to face that they were not good enough to save everybody their whole careers. All Might from almost the beginning had been good enough. Even All for one had not managed to kill people in his presence. So the few people that had died because of him being unable to save them stayed with him. He still heard the crack of that poor boy's neck when he woke up from nightmares every so often. Gran had found him and told him to SCK it up. Wasting his valuable time hunting a middling villain was pointless. Gran had convinced him to take his search for a successor more seriously. It was time that he accepted that he was weakening and that his time as a hero was coming to an end. This way he could at least shape the next generation. Thinking about his failures had made him sad. Hopefully he would be able to cheer himself up for his big conversation with young Mirio later. He wouldn't want the boy to get any wrong ideas after all. He just had one last person to inform of his decision, as well as his decision to keep teaching at UA this year despite already having a successor. He had enjoyed his time teaching young Mirio. Who knows, maybe he will find himself a job molding the next generation for when his quick finally burns itself out. He sent the message even though he was almost positive the rat had already figured out months ago what he would choose. He just received a smiling mouse emoji that confirmed his guess. Oh well, off to go put on his hero suit. Might as well make his big reveal to young Mirio dramatic. Sugi is said as he makes his way back from meeting with yet another small-time gang for a job. His quirk is strong, he can steal the breath of anybody within 10 feet of him. Not the actual air, but the vitality they get from it. Whenever he uses it, people near him run out of air and faint while he gets the equivalent of an adrenaline shot without the side effects. He had used it countless times in the past to subdue targets, and even as a way to subtly keep himself awake on long shifts guarding those sods the old boss sold for drag stock. After all, they didn't need to be fully oxygenated if they were just lazing around in cages, right? That was how he had managed to escape during the raid. He had pulled a little oxygen from everyone in the room, allowing him to remain conscious despite being choked and get his feet in a position that made it easy to slip out of the zip ties. The extra vitality had also helped fuel his mad sprint down the tunnel and to freedom. His left ear was ringing again. Ever since that freak had exploded, his hearing, or whatever had happened, his ears had been bad. He could hear for the most part again, but his balance wavered sometimes. And like now, he occasionally got ringing. He was glad that at least the rest of his pals would get to visit the doctor before they were shipped off to prison. Ever since the mercs had been busted a few weeks ago, Sugi had been searching for a new gig. Nobody had wanted him though, saying that he was bad luck, or that he would bring the police down on them for being the only member of the mercs to escape. He thought it was bullshit. He had gotten out fine before. If the heroes hadn't caught him yet, they weren't gonna. He paused his step as he thought he saw a shadow move off to his left. The street was empty, though just a few flickering street lamps and cracked pavement. He turned back and kept walking towards home. It was a nice night, some stars were poking through the light pollution and the wind was quiet. He decided to stop at a vending machine by his house for a snack. As he waited for the chips to fall, he stretched. His gaze briefly was in the sky. As his gaze fell back to the vending machine, from the bag thunking to the tray, he thought he saw a silhouette standing on a building. But when he jerked his gaze back, there was nothing. Just the dark, starry night. He shrugged off his paranoia as not getting enough sleep and made his way back to his house. He kicked off his grimy shoes and locked his door behind himself carefully. He sat down to eat his chips but found them too salty, so he tossed them halfway through. He really needed to get to the grocery store. Gas station takeout was not going to cut it for much longer. He decided to get ready for bed, figuring that the store would be less busy in the morning. As he went about taking off his grungy clothes and putting on a clean pair of boxers to sleep in, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. He washed his face and brushed his teeth as fast as he could before heading to his bedroom. He put his hand on the handle and pushed his door open. A large, leering grin was waiting for him on the other side. The almost skeletal figure of Gestalt was looming just inside his doorway. He shrieked and ran backwards away from the vigilante. He started drawing on his quirk but found to his dismay that no extra oxygen came to his system. Whatever that thing was, it didn't need to breathe. He ran down his short hallway and quickly darted out the front door. He didn't know where he was going. All he knew was that he needed to get away. His bare feet pounded on the pavement. He winced as a small rock dug into his foot. He glanced over his shoulder but couldn't see Gestalt following him. He didn't know if he should take that as a good sign or not. He ran closer to some apartment buildings and stole the breath of anybody near enough to be in his range. The extra oxygen flooded his veins and made his muscles stop screaming. He kept his breathing quiet as he slipped into an alley. It would lead to a complicated, twisting chunk of streets and alleys that would be easy to lose somebody in. He wound his way through them a few more minutes before hiding behind some stairs. There were enough people nearby that he could lightly draw from that he barely had the breath at all. Even his heart was beating sedately, not having to work hard to keep all his cells fueled. He watched the mouth of the alley for a few minutes until he was sure he wasn't followed. Then he carefully crept out. He peeked around the corner and made sure nobody was visible in either direction. He didn't have any clue where he should go to now. Right as he was going to step out, a horrible laugh came from behind him. He spun around to see Gestalt standing right behind where he had been hiding. The vigilante could have been standing there the whole time he had been crouched watching to make sure nobody entered the alley. "You didn't think you could hide from us, did you?" Gestalt said mockingly. Sugi felt goosebumps rise up on his arm at the creepy sound of the vigilante's voice. He started sprinting again. This time he could hear the soft pitter-patter of Gestalt's footsteps following him. He was being toyed with. There was no way Gestalt couldn't catch him. He had seen on the news how the vigilante could fly using his explosive quirk. He ran and ran. Eventually the footsteps ceased and there were just the sounds of his bruised and bloody feet hitting the pavement and his unlabored breathing. He made his way to a busier part of town hoping that nightlife would deter his pursuer. The few people that he passed gave him strange looks for wearing nothing but his boxers. His sweat was beginning to cool and he started to shiver. He turned down a random street and kept walking, even though it was deserted. The tall figure he saw standing in an alley he passed barely registered before he was running again. He turned a few corners, but his feet were hurting and he must have misstepped because he tripped over something and fell to the ground. He managed to turn it into a roll at the last second, but still scraped his knee and shoulder. He scrambled around and saw Gestalt calmly approaching him. He tried to scoot back but found he had backed himself into a wall. Gestalt crouched down in front of him. The vigilante put a hand on his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, it will only hurt for a minute." Then Gestalt leaped at him. He felt as though whatever malleable substance the vigilante was made of shoved its way down his airways again. The vigilante was right, it did hurt. He could feel a terrible burning pressure all around him. He flailed around on the ground tearing at his face to try and get the slime out but it just slid uselessly through. Again he would have passed out from the lack of air but there were two sources of breath in the building behind him. His skin and airways screamed at him. Eventually he must have passed out from the pain because when he woke up it was gone. All he could feel was the dull ache pervading his entire body. He could feel the residue of the tasteless gunk in his mouth and went to spit but found his body frozen. Then jerkily it stood up despite his will. His body sighed and started walking back to his house. His heart was thudding in his chest from his fear but no matter how hard he tried his body moved without him. Eventually he walked himself through his still open door. Gestalt, who must have been controlling his body somehow, kindly shut the door behind him. Or unkindly, as now nobody would be able to hear his screams. Gestalt opened drawers and cupboards until eventually the pocket of his dirty pants yielded what the vigilant was looking for. His phone felt odd in his palm as it was picked up against his will. Gestalt moved his grip on the phone around until it felt natural to Sugi. Gestalt moved his thumb to unlock the phone but the password buzzed as he had gotten it incorrect. The vigilante loosened his grip on Sugi's hand and then moved to unlock his phone again. To his confusion his thumb moved to type in the first digits of his old password. Before clicking some random buttons. He realized that the vigilante was probably trying to use his muscle memory. Fortunately he had changed his password just a few days ago. His voice sighed before saying, "It's a shame, we really had hoped that might work." His hand casually tossed the phone on his bed. "Oh well, there are other ways of finding the information we need." It was creepy to hear his own voice talking to him without his control. His body walked down the hall and started searching in cupboards again as it talked. "We would like to know who your gang was selling those people to." He felt whatever thing was forcing his body to move, relax its grip on his mouth and throat. "I ain't going to tell you shit." He spat. There was no way he was going to sell out anybody, even if he barely knew who the one buying all those Quickless FS was. Finally Gestalt found what he was looking for, a first aid kit. The vigilante sat him down on the floor and began cleaning and dressing his damaged feet. Bandages were firmly wrapped around the wounds. His body stood back up. It walked over to the door, grabbed his wallet and slipped into some shoes, not bothering to put on any more clothes. He didn't know where Gestalt was taking him but it felt like his body walked for hours. It was probably only half of one. Eventually Gestalt paused and pressed his body against the wall almost as though hiding from something. "Now, the friend we are taking you to meet, well he doesn't like your kind very much. Those that prey on the weak. In fact he thinks that a little disease like you should just be burned out." His voice said to him quietly. Sugi felt as his body crept to the corner of the wall and then peered around it. He could see the bright light shining off the burning form of Endeavor as the hero munched on some sort of street food. Sugi felt his blood run cold. He had heard rumors that Endeavor didn't bother with bringing in some villains, he just incinerated them alive. He had never put much stock in those rumors, but if Gestalt was bringing him here there must be something behind them. Gestalt pulled back around the corner. "We want to know who you and your little friends were selling those people to. And if you don't feel like telling us I'm sure our friend would love to ask you as well. But he won't bother with being nice like us." We will give you to him in some dark alley where there are no cameras, no lawyers to save you. Your face is well known thanks to us. He will know exactly who you are and what you've done. Gestalt peeked around the corner again and saw Endeavor moving on. Villains everywhere knew Endeavor's main patrol routes. When you shine like a spotlight, there's no point being sneaky. But despite knowing where he will be, nobody bothers committing crime in this area anymore. It's practically a death sentence. Gestalt cut through some alleys and climbed up a fire escape. Sugi felt something weird in his soul as Gestalt stood on the roof of that short little building. Gestalt was waiting for him to speak as he gazed up at the stars, waiting for Endeavor. Sugi understood the time limit that had been given to him. He either told Gestalt what he knew, or he would be dropped into Endeavor's lap with nothing but a pair of shoes and arrest on sight warrant out for his head. Sugi could feel himself wavering. His voice began to speak again. We've never felt what it's like to be burned. See, our quick makes us immune. Sugi felt a small smile form on his face as an orange light began to get closer to them. But we have heard that it is horribly painful. Sugi's face continued to placidly smile even as tears started to drip down his cheeks. He felt as his finger tapped on his wrist gently. Time was almost up. The grip on his throat relaxed again and he decided to take his chances. I don't know, man, they wore these masks whenever they dealt with us. Our boss knows their group, but we thugs just rounded up the Quickless and whoever else we could nab and they would give us a month's worth of drags to sell. His smile grew. And? Is that all you know about them? His throat loosened again. I think they use all the people we give them to test out some new drag they are making. I don't know what it is, so don't ask. We thank you for your cooperation, and by the way, all the things we said about Endeavor were lies. His casualty rate is well within the industry average. With that, Sugi felt the same burning sensation as before begin even as his body jumped off the roof. Gestalt cushioned his landing somehow and ran at Endeavor. Endeavor tensed as they came around the corner. Sugi felt his body walk over to the hero even as something goopy collecting on his back. All of a sudden he had control of his body again, but his arms were held behind him by Gestalt's newly formed body. Present for you, number 2, be careful it doesn't take your breath away. With that, Gestalt gave him a heavy shove on the back, causing him to stumble over closer to Endeavor even as he heard Gestalt dart off into an alley. Sugi looked up into the eyes of the number 2 hero and didn't even consider making a run for it another time this night. He just meekly put hands out in front of himself, still holding his wallet with all his identifying information. At least prisons had to follow the law.